Alright, I'm back. It's time to start the case, bitches. Y'all ready? Y'all fucking ready? I said, are you ready, chat? Are you ready for episode 4? A Turnabout Forsaken. Also, I'm gonna fix something here. One sec. Okay. That timer ran out a long time ago. Let's go! A Turnabout Forsaken. I hereby call this meeting to order. The committee is gathered here in the sight of the goddess to pass fair and frank judgment. The purpose of this hearing is to assess the professional competency of Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Are you? Why are you wearing that raincoat? No! Will you please stop pacing, detective? You're kicking up dust. But I swept the floor 3 times already! Then sweep it a 4th. They're gonna take your badge, Mr. Edgeworth. How can you just stand there cool as a cucumber? We don't know for certain that they will. Well, it sure seems like they mean to. Judge Cavell pretty much spelled it out. Truly, you are proving to be quite a threat to the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. As such, you will give me little choice but to report back on your continued transactions. No doubt you will be called to appear before the committee in due course. She said that I would be called to appear before the committee, nothing more. Well, I don't care. I won't stand for it. What if we never get to work together again? I'd have thought you would welcome the prospect, detective. After all, it would mean you could work with someone less problematic. Don't say that, sir. I never heard anyone except that stupid committee say you're problematic. You're not just looking for an excuse, are you? Become a defense attorney, I mean? Because I won't let you. You're the prosecutor, Miles Edgeworth. Prosecutor, you hear? To become a defense attorney, huh? The circumstances of my father's death set me on the path to becoming a prosecutor. But I'd only been interested in the law to begin with, thanks to my father as well. And his work as a defense attorney. Are you gonna keep fighting crime as a prosecutor, or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you've got a big decision ahead of you. One only you can answer. Are you listening, Mr. Edgeworth? I said I won't let you do this. Really, detective, there's no need to be so dramatic. Who knows, the next prosecutor I work with might be a little more lenient with your salary assessments. Huh? Really? So, no more instant noodles? I mean, no! What are you saying, sir? I don't care about any of that stuff. But you thought about it, didn't you? If only for a moment. We're busy in here. Come back later. Hey there. Is the prosecutor in? Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth? Look, pal, what part of we're busy don't you get? Wait outside and we'll be with you in a bit. Oh, that's not good. Your face is red as a tomato. Red face, gritted teeth. Let's see. I said we're busy. Wait, that's it. Stomach cramps, right? No need to worry. It's nothing an injection can't cure. Now roll up your sleeve for me. It won't hurt. Much. No thanks, pal. I'm as healthy as can be. And who might you be? Oh, sorry. I totally forgot to introduce myself, huh? The name's Needler. Florence Needler. You think about it in the Ace Attorney world, you get your name and you're like, well, I guess this is my life now. I'm a nurse at Hertz Hospital. Well, nobody here is hurt, so are you sure you have the right room? Yeah, you're Prosecutor Edgeworth, right? Wow, those are some deep furrows in your brow. Are you feeling all right? Suffering from a severe headache? I can give you an injection that'll... I'll be fine, thank you. Could you please tell us what you're doing here? Huh? Oh, sure. Well, it's like this. I brought somebody to see you. Wait right there. I'll go grab her. Wait! Too late. I wonder who she brought along. If she's here from a hospital, maybe it's a patient? Somebody you cut down to size with your trademark rapier wit? What exactly is that supposed to mean? See, that right there, sir. When you glare at me like that, I lose the will to live. You don't want to send me to the hospital, do you? Surely he's exaggerating. After all, that's the look I always give him. And nothing's happened so far. Sorry to keep you fellas waiting. Well, thoughts? Thoughts on what? You don't recognize me? There is something about her. Something familiar. This had your name on it. So I thought, just maybe? So you really did put somebody in the hospital? Don't be ridiculous, detective. But look, sir, your name's right there on the card. Public Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, plain as day. Be that as it may. I'm so sorry. What she's trying to say is she has amnesia. Amnesia? Yes, at least that's what they tell me. Her parents must be so worried about her. I bet they've only been getting around 8 hours of sleep each night. You gotta feel for them. Do I, though? Because that's quite a lot of sleep, if you ask me. Whoa, tough break. But don't you worry, alright? Since you had his card, that means you really must know Mr. Edgeworth somehow. So just sit back and we'll take it from here, right, sir? At the very least, we might be able to help you figure out your identity. Really? Will you? It's going to come down to what you remember, but yes. Now that's the Mr. Edgeworth I know. Don't worry, miss, you're as good as healed. Let's not get carried away here, detective. I'm a prosecutor, remember? Not a miracle worker. Where do we even start? So do you remember your name, miss? I'm sorry. She's been like this since she came in yesterday. So she's only been in the hospital for a day. No way, that's amazing! How did you figure it out so fast? How could one person be so emotionally draining? They found her wandering around late last night and brought her in. I wanted to help out, so I went through her stuff to see what I could find. And did you find anything apart from my business card? Nothing with her name or home address. Oh, wait a second. She was wearing this. It's a pretty unique design, right? This pin! What the heck? That Yatagarasu pin! Does that mean... But it can't be! Kay? Is it really you? Kay? The Yatagarasu pin that Kay always wears. That's what it is. It's you, isn't it, Kay? I'm... Kay? A new badge to present! Oh my gosh. Come on, Kay, you really don't remember? Look, it's me, Gummy! That's what you always call me! Gummy? But you're an adult. That's so rude. I don't really call you that, do I? I'm so sorry. I can't believe I feel so guilty now. What the heck happened to you? I've never seen you so polite. Being polite and sensitive is just not... Where's the Kay I know? You're nothing like her! Careful, detective. We wouldn't want her to get the wrong impression. You make it sound as if Kay isn't normally as a polite or sensitive soul. Not that he's wrong, exactly, but... So, what kind of person was I before? Well, first of all, your full name is Kay Faraday. You're bright and fun and full of energy and... Oh yeah, you're a great thief. A great thief? There's a little more to it than that, but yes. Thieves generally steal other people's valuables from their dressers and vaults and... Steal? But that must be so awful for the people I took things from. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know I was a criminal. Maybe I lost my memory as some sort of punishment. No, that's not what I meant at all. Ugh, I don't think that did her much good, sir. But it sure explains one thing. Look at these gloves. They're just the kind of person like that would wear. Hey, that outfit! This? It's what she was wearing when they found her. But we had to get her to change out of it and put on hospital clothes. That's why I have them. There's something on this part here. There's something to do with how Kay lost her memory. I'll send the outfit to forensics later and see what they can figure out. Please do, detective. Boy, they really are some thiefy clothes, huh? I'm a criminal. You may be a great thief, but you've never committed a crime in your life. Rest assured, you are no criminal. If you say so. Perhaps we better leave it there for now. I'm sorry. I wish I could remember who you are. How do we know each other exactly? Well, that is... How do I put this into words? You're Prosecutor Edgeworth's assistant. I am? So a prosecutor is the head of some sort of great thief network, then? No, not quite. We last saw Kay 2 days ago. Perhaps we should try to figure out what she's been doing since then. Was the pin the only item on her person when you received her, Nurse Needler? There were a few other things, but I doubt any of it will be of much use to you. I'll be the judge of that. Could you please show them to us? Well, alright then. In no particular order, I present... A Jammin' Ninja mask? Was she at a show or something? A letter. And it's addressed to Kay. Next, a ticket stub. And finally... A fake flower! The kind people like to spruce up their bathrooms with, too. It's a corsage, detective. They're usually worn by women. And that's that! So, anything useful in there? Kinda hard to tell, frankly. I'm not really seeing a connection between any of them. I should take a closer look at each piece later when I have the chance. Evidence! Ugh, this is bad. How do we get Kay's memory back? Dear Kay, don't worry. I'll make sure you get your precious thing back. Rosie. Stub from a ticket granting entry to the viewing platform on top of the big building. Isn't that a great name for a building, chat? Isn't that just an excellent name for a building? I wonder if that building's big, chat. School building is named after a philanthropist. True. You're heading out? Okay, Catagrim, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. We can't just let her stay like this forever. Calm down, detective. I have an idea. You do? I knew you'd come to the rescue, sir. So what is it? Look closely at the ticket stub. Oh, it's for the viewing platform at the top of Big Building. The Big Building? You know the place? Everybody knows it, silly. It's the hottest date spot in town. They say that if a couple holds hands while they're up there, they'll stay together forever. This is yesterday's date, and the ticket is only valid on the date specified. Plus, it's a stub. That means she used it, right? I think it's a distinct possibility. Well, shall we go see what we could find? Now? Just like that? The only way to figure out how Kay lost her memory is to retrace her steps. But what about your thing with the committee? It's not for a little while yet. We have time. Great, so can I leave Kay with you? That would be for the best, but you don't mind, do you, Kay? Oh, of course not. Thank you. Alrighty then, back to work I go. If you need anything, feel free to give me a holler at Hertz Hospital, okay? I can come running with a syringe or 3 whenever you might happen to be. Yes, thank you. I doubt we'll be needing that particular service. Now then, Detective, shall we get going? You too, Kay. Yes, sir! Yes, of course. So according to this pamphlet, the big building is 50 stories high. It's all offices inside, so the viewing platform up top is the only part that's open to the public. Here, this one's for you, sir. They were handing them out for free in the ticket area. How very kind of you, Detective. The big building. Alright, I think it's time we headed inside. As soon as I get this picture of the evidence for y'all. And done. Don't worry too much about it, Carrie. Look out! The big building! It's about to fall! Whoa. We gotta do something! No, please, I'm begging you, stop! Oh, it's no good. Without fresh milk, my thoughts just aren't getting through to him. What's happening here? What's going on with the buildings? I gotta talk to the kid. Cut! I'm so sorry. We're shooting a movie. So could you, yes. I thought as much. Forgive our intrusion. We'll get out of your way. Detective. Oh, sorry. Really had me there for a second. Yeah, whatever. Say director guy. Can we take a 5? I can't work under these conditions. I'm so sorry. So sorry. Oh, gosh. So they stopped the building from falling down. That's good. Wish we had time to explain, but maybe later. Come along, you two. Let's make ourselves scarce. Whoa, get a load of that view. Feel the sun on your face. The wind. Very strong up here. That's okay. You just stand behind me or Mr. Edgeworth here. We're both more than big enough to keep the breeze away. Huh. Speak for yourself. Well, Kay, does this place bring back any memories? I'm not sure. Have I really been here before? Perhaps simply encouraging her to talk will help. Kay, please, any thoughts or feelings that come to mind might be a clue we can use. Alright, I don't know if this will be any help at all, but... What I remember. still can't be sure if I've even been here before. It's so high up, and the wind is so strong. It's terrifying. I don't remember. I just don't remember anything. It's no good. I'm so sorry. No dice, huh? I'm sorry. I feel so useless. I know I'm supposed to have all these memories, but I just can't remember. You have amnesia, Kay. Don't be so hard on yourself. Listen, sir, maybe this just once. Try not to be so intimidating, okay? Or at the very least, don't use your trademark glare on her. Nobody asked for your opinion, detective. Well, this ticket stub says otherwise. But I don't remember. I don't remember coming here at all. I can't even imagine wanting to come here. Go the fuck away. So high up and the wind's so strong. Hold it! Kay used to love places like this, though. But am I really her? I feel just dizzy just taking a look around. I don't even think anyone should be allowed up here. What if an old person fell? Or a child? Doesn't bear thinking about. There's a fence all around us, and it's plenty high. There's really no need to worry. If you say so. I don't remember. I just don't remember anything. If nothing is coming to mind, then just take a look around. Do you recognize anything? Anything at all? Let's see. Ah, cherry blossoms! Go on. I was standing under the cherry tree. Yes, I was trying to stay out of the rain. It was raining, I remember now! And then there was a red something. So it was raining. She was underneath the cherry tree, and she saw something red from where she stood. But what? Was it something I said? No, but if you could add that to your testimony, we can explore it further. But from under the cherry tree, I think I saw something red? Hold it! This something red. Can you tell me more about it? I'm not sure. It was just a red thing. That's all I could say. What can we see here nearby that's red? Was it the concession stand over there, perhaps? A stand? A red concession stand? Yes, I think that was it! Somebody was walking towards me from beyond it! And then what happened? Then, I'm sorry. That's alright. If you could just add what you've told us to your testimony. But there was somebody walking towards me from beyond the concession stand. Hold it! The stand in question is the one behind you, correct? That's right. I remember the red color, and the person walking towards me from beyond it. I saw it all from under the cherry tree. Tell me something. This person you keep mentioning. Did you not see their face? Or did you simply not know who they were? I'm sorry. I'm just not sure. So all we have to go on is a person walking towards her from beyond the concession stand. And the fact that she saw this from beneath the cherry tree. It's no good. I'm sorry. It doesn't have to be related to how you lost your memory. But if anything floats up at all, just say it. Really? Well, let's see. Oh, the cotton candy from that stand there. I don't know why, but it just came to me. If you're hungry, you only have to say. You want cotton candy? You got it. My treat. Thank you. It would make my day. I have to get something out of her somehow. Maybe if I pressed her a little, I could shake something loose. Alright, chat, we've pressed everything. Anything weird with what she said? We don't have much evidence, so take a look it over. Honestly, there's not many statements here with any substance except for this one. Crowq is saying there's no space beyond the concession stand. Is what Crowq is suggesting. Do we go with what Crowq's saying, chat? Maybe make it official, Crow. I think that's enough votes for me to confirm it.
Objection!
You say that you saw someone over there beyond the stand, and that they were walking towards you? Yes, I could see them getting closer. Are you sure it wasn't a ghost? No, it was a person, I'm sure of it. But from where you were standing, anyone you saw on the other side of this concession stand would have been floating in midair, hundreds of feet above the ground. So how on earth could it have been a person? Eek! I'm not lying, I promise. Somebody read the stand. Somebody read, and they were on the other side. They were walking towards me, getting closer and closer. And then they, ah! Okay, what's the matter? You alright? We're here. Whatever it is, it can't hurt you. I was pushed and I fell by a person in a red raincoat. A person in a red raincoat who could walk on air and who supposedly pushed her off the building. None of this makes any sense. Not the least of which, nobody could fall from this height and survive. Kay remembers a person coming from beyond the concession stand and pushing her off the building. Attention everyone, please stay right where you are. What's wrong, officer? I'm Detective Gumshoe. Mind filling me in? Yes, sir. A body has been discovered here in this building, sir. A body? Whose body, exactly? Not sure. We're still working on it. But we do know that the victim is a young woman, and that her name is Kay. What the blazing... To be continued. April 5th, Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. Chamber. Wait, this room! Officer, isn't this? Yes, sir, this is the trial chamber for the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. So it's here now? I knew that they moved out of the prosecutor's building, but I had no idea that they come here. Big building pamphlet updated in my organizer. They're gonna keep updating this fucking pamphlet as we go, aren't they? Fuckers. How are you all doing? Is Kay feeling any better? We heard there was some kind of incident. I'm sorry, but who might this be? This is my grandma. Hold on one second. Name's Hilda Hertz, Sonnet. And who the heck might you be? It's a pleasure to meet you. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, at your service. Nurse Needler, your grandmother's name, Hertz. Is she? Yep, she's the director of Hertz Hospital. This old woman is the head of a hospital? Don't you old foggy bee, you deranged reverberate? Ahem. How did she do that? Well, it sounds like you're kind of a big deal, ma'am. Oh, that's not true. Ahem. Not wrong. Not wrong at all. Oh, him? He's the one looking after the girl. The one with amnesia. It seems Dr. Hertz is a bit of an introvert. Want me to fix those brow furrows of yours, Sonny? Oh, there's no fixing those, ma'am. They're downright incurable. Well, you sure you want me to say that, Grandma? Well, alright then. Now, I don't go a dang thing more to say none of y'all. You go on about your business, you hear? As long as that business don't involve messing with the deceased body, I got work to do. Wait, please, Not a dang thing, I tell ya. Hey, you can't talk to us like that. What gives you the right, huh, pal? Damn, she just slapped that bitch's hair. Oh, didn't I mention? Grandma's also a coroner. She's in charge of this case, which means, ouch! Damn, they hate each other. Which means exactly that. What do you mean, exactly what? How am I supposed to know? She said it, not me. Their fucking face. Huh? It's like I'm trapped in a comedy routine I can't escape. Well, we've got a body to be looking at. Catch you later, gang. And take care. What the heck is her deal? What does it matter? As long as we have permission to investigate? What does it matter? It matters a bunch, sir! What will you do now, Mr. Edgeworth? Examine the scene of the crime, of course. What kind of prosecutor would I be if I didn't? Alright, let's get to work. That person over there is called K, right? Surely that means I can't be the K you know. That's what we're looking to figure out. But don't worry. You're the K we know. I'm certain of it. Thanks. A K who lost her memory and a victim who shares her name. Both meeting their respective fates here at Big Building. No doubt this case will be the key to restoring our K's memories. I stake my life on it. An enormous semicircular desk was seating for 11. It almost reminds me of a certain legend. I know the one, sir. The Knights of the Brown Table, right? Whoops, guess that wasn't it. The Newts of the Brown Table? The Knives of the Brown Stable? Further and further from the mark. But I'll refrain from rubbing his nose in it. For now. It's a statue of the Goddess of Justice. You sure know your stuff, sir. So does she dole out blessings or what? She's not the kind of goddess, detective. She's a symbol of the sanctity of the law. The scales represent justice, the sword, retribution, and the blindfold shows her impartiality. I wonder what I should be investigating here. There's a pool of blood here at the foot of the statue. Judging by the amount and how it has spread, I'd say this is where the victim was killed. The body's on that table behind us, sir. How come? I can only summarize that the killer must have moved it for some reason after committing the murder. Whoa, this is one big statue. What's it even for? The Goddess of Justice stands in judgment over the committee's proceedings against corrupt prosecutors. And if I'm not very much mistaken, it's a Paul Halik original. You mean the victim from the IS-7 incident, sir? Mr. Artie Frost? No matter how murky his name or his morals were, there's no denying his skill. This is a genuine work of art. I heard someplace that a lot of good artists are either geniuses or eccentrics. What do you think he was? I don't know about Halik. Larry is definitely an eccentric. Got us stepping on it? I think so, yes. Sorry, but we're kind of busy right now. Grandma's still looking at the body. You stay the heck out of my way, you hear? Ahem. So could you give us a few more minutes? Of course. We'll come back and examine the body ourselves later after she's done. Officer, tell me about the security arrangements for this room. Yes, sir. You need a special key card to enter, sir. Interesting. So not just anybody can enter. In which case, the person who discovered the body would have been... Yes, sir, a member of the committee. They found it when they arrived for today's hearing. The hearing. My hearing. Which would be underway right now if it wasn't for this. Sorry to intrude. Oh, it's her. Who are... what's that, Grandma? I know that voice anywhere. That's Von Karma's little girl. Oh, so you two know each other? It has been too long, Grandma Hertz. And you as well, Miles Edgeworth. What's she doing here? Franziska von Karma. She's the daughter of Manfred von Karma and a prosecutor like myself. These days, she's mainly been working with Interpol, though I thought she was supposed to be abroad. Don't look so surprised. Where my investigations lead, I follow, no matter where in the world that might be. Which means that there must be some kind of international angle to this case, yes? You know full well that I've been pursuing a certain smuggling ring. And that I won't rest until it has been destroyed, and its ill-gotten goods recovered. So the smuggling ring is involved, then. That information is to be shared on a needs-to-know basis, and you don't need to know. I see she means to be as helpful as ever. Miss Von Karma, was it? Grandma wants to tell you something. I'm about done here. Scene's all yours. In that case, we'd like to examine the body ourselves, too, if you wouldn't mind. I mind plenty. I remember when I heard about you now, you dang varmint. Don't need to be sued to be ex-prosecutor messing the place up. Go on, get! Just remember it's not me saying this stuff, okay? Please, Granny, it's important. Who are you calling a granny, little missy? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. This is going nowhere. I didn't want to have to do this, but... Franziska, I need you to add us to this investigation. We have to see that body up close or we'll never learn the truth about what happened to Kay. As in, Kay Faraday? Please, you gotta help us out here. Kay needs us. I don't know what you're up to, but very well. Thank you. You won't regret it. Of course, I expect to receive a full explanation when I grill you later. We owe you, sir. Big time. I wasn't talking to you, Scruffy. Ah! Well, Grandma Hertz, will you allow them to examine the body? I ain't about to say no to an international big shot like yourself, huh? Are you sure about this? Yeah, I agree with Grandma. Are you sure you're sure? Of course I'm sure. It's my prerogative to judge the whole world in my name. That's just common sense. Of the extremely arrogant sort, perhaps. Suit yourself, but don't say I didn't warn you. Well, you heard her. Try not to get fired, okay? Don't worry. I'll take a lot more than this to ruin my reputation, should things turn sour. Unlike me, who's on the verge of losing my badge. Well, one thing's for certain. This isn't Kay. She doesn't even look like her. I think we knew that already, Detective. Our Kay standing right there, over there, after all. The victim looks to be in her 30s. She's wearing a white suit. Could she worked at one of the offices here in the building? Perhaps. But for now, she remains unidentified. The question is, why did the police seem to think her name was Kay? There's something pinned to the jacket here. A piece of magenta fabric? Whatever it was, it looks like it was torn off pretty roughly. It doesn't look as if there's anything in the chest pocket. Nothing except this hole right here. By the look of how the fabric was torn, I think it was pierced by something sharp. Can't keep your coins in there now, they'll all fall right out. Have you never heard of a change purse, Detective? Sure have, sir. It's another word for pocket, right? I give up. This book! What the? That's Kay's promise notebook! It's where she wrote down all the promises she made to her dad. Haven't seen this in a while. Indeed. A book of vows made by a child to her father. What exactly is it doing here? Oh, I just remembered something Detective Pad told me a few years back. He said something precious to Kay had disappeared from the station. What? Evidence went missing from police custody? Detective Pad said he looked for it everywhere, but no dice. What could this mean? And why did it turn up here of all places? You there. What do we know about this notebook, officer? The victim was holding it when they found her, sir. It was the only thing with any kind of name on it at the time. So that's how she became Kay. Like about a red herring. Still doesn't explain how she ended up with it, though. If only we had a few more leads on the victim's true identity. You think this could be the murder weapon? A 3-armed candelabrum. The victim suffered the same number of puncture wounds to the chest. Puncture wounds that could very well have made by these 3 spikes. A candle-album? Not quite, Detective. A candelabrum. A candle holder, in other words. Ah, I gotcha. That reminds me. I forgot to pay my electricity bill once a while back, and I had to live by candlelight for a whole month. Who does that in this day and age? 3-armed candle holder that may have been the murder weapon, judging by the wounds to the victim's chest. It seems she suffered a serious burn to her hand at some point. Hey Corbin, how you doing today? You think it has something to do with how she died? No, this scar's too old for that. I would imagine it happened some time ago. She's holding something. Detective, could you open her hand for me? Yes, sir, right away. What is that? Wait, I know. We saw an intro where Kay got pushed off of a building, and now she's lost her memories and is totally injured. So we went to a place where she had a ticket stub where we suspected she might have been, and she said a person in a red raincoat approached her from a place and then pushed her off the edge. And now we found out that somebody was murdered, and their name was Kay, and we're investigating the murder scene. Although their name probably wasn't Kay. It's a key card. Ugh, why, sir? Why? The question we should be asking is, what does it open? The victim's hair is caked with blood. Looks like she was hit with something, huh? Unfortunately, it's too early to say for certain. Perhaps an answer will turn up as we investigate further. A pure white jacket with a deep red stain on its lapel. This jacket, the buttons are the wearer's right-hand side. What's so weird about that? Buttons always go on the right, no? Not on women's clothing. Traditionally, the buttons would be on the left. They always say, sir, you sure know your stuff. This is common knowledge, Detective. Nothing else seems to be amiss. Wait, what's this in the pocket? A pair of gloves? Also white. They don't seem to be soiled in any way. I imagine they must have belonged to the victim. In that exact room? Yeah, but then this murder happened, and so I'm not going to be judged for my badge anymore. All right, chat, there's a deduce here. What are we deducing? Shouldn't be too hard. You think this lady is dead? True. There's something. This deduce showed up. The corsage? You mean this thing? Yes? And what are we deducing? Your delay is grown again, just a sec. Okay, this here, what in our evidence relates to this? Remember, we're not necessarily looking for contradictions, more so things that relate to each other as well. What do you mean? There's nothing in our evidence that's named that, Makiri. You're gonna have to be specific. Give me the name of the evidence. You think she's dead? Korban says the flower. You're correct, but the evidence is called magenta flower, Makiri. Get it right. Judging by its appearance, I say that the flower Kay was carrying originally belonged to the victim. Yeah, now that you mention it, it does look like it's made out of the same fabric. Indeed. Let's take a closer comparison. Torn edges match up exactly. You've got one heck of an eye, sir. I hope we realize that that's not good that they exact. That ain't a good thing. But yeah, we're really early in the case, Korban, so you're pretty okay. Yet the flower belonged to the victim. This implies a connection between the victim and Kay Faraday. Furthermore, it appears that the flower was torn off with considerable force. Kay Faraday was involved in the incident somehow, and based on what we're seeing here, we may have no choice but to treat her as our main suspect. What? But there's no way she could have done this. I can't even begin to imagine it. There isn't a murderous bone in her body. Nevertheless, we lack the evidence to prove such an assertion. For the moment, we're simply considering all the possibilities. Isn't that right, Miles Edgeworth? For better or worse, yes. Gee willikers, I wonder what the logic connection here is, chat. Oh my gosh. I would imagine that the victim's keycard probably grants access to this room, wouldn't you? Let me go find out, sir. I'm back. They found some details on that keycard in the security system. It's for this room, just like you said. For the fact that I solved the hardest puzzle this quickly, I'm just a genius, man. So the victim was able to enter and exit this chamber freely. Assuming that the keycard actually belongs to her, yes. Indeed. I can't wait till we can link the descriptions of a murder has happened and there is a body here to learn the corpse must be the victim. But not the fucking flower. Shush. Seems we're closer to discovering the identity of our victim. Then, am I really Kay? Can you really be sure? Of course we're sure. What are you talking about? Thank you. And that person lying there is someone you may have murdered. That's all we can say for now. No, there's no way she did it. Isn't that right, sir? Indeed. I don't believe the Kay we know could have done something like this. You're becoming a real softie, Miles Edgeworth. Well, look who it is again. Ugh, I know that voice. With a winning smile and the #1 name in the business, it is I, Prosecutor Eustace Winner. Please forgive the intrusion. Step away from that body, Edgeworth. I didn't call for you, and I don't need you. This case is mine. That's what the victim would have wanted. You knew the victim? So it really is her. But be not afraid, everyone, for the goddess of justice will guide us to the truth. She sure will. Now that I'm here, everything's gonna be alright. Whoever did this will live to regret it. I'll show them it! Miles Edgeworth, who is this imbecile? Why am I getting the death glare? I've got nothing to do with him. Franziska von Karma, I presume. My apologies. I should have introduced myself sooner. Verity Gavel, at your service. And the deceased in this case is... Rosie Linger, attorney at law, and a member of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. I see. That would explain the key card. So you're the lead prosecutor. Yep, which means this case will be solved today! You didn't tell me your name yet, little boy. If you want to know my name, all you have to do is now! Stop babbling and tell me. Now! It's Eustace. Eustace Winner. I think we've established where the balance of power lies in this particular room. Mr. Guy in charge? Here, this is from Grandma. What's this? Oh, the preliminary findings! Looks like it's game over for you, Edgeworth. This isn't a game, Mr. Winner. Alright, that's me done. See you next tip. Yeah, home time. I can murder a bowl of noodles right about now. We're out of here, everybody. Stay healthy. Let's see. So the wound on her head is from when she fell over after she died? Eustace. It was the candle holder that killed her, huh? And she died sometime late last night. What now, Gavel? It's very kind of you to share the coroner's findings with everybody, Eustace. But perhaps you should leave it there. We wouldn't want you to strain your voice after all. No, that would be a tragedy. Thanks, Eustace! Anyway, that settles it. We need to arrest Kay Faraday. What? What the heck are you talking about? I think Eustace's meaning was very clear. Miss Faraday is the murderer. And though she is dressed differently than usual, this young lady covered in bandages is Miss Faraday herself, correct? You really mean to arrest her here and now? If you do, then I'll be forced to object, loudly and forcefully. And as if further confirmation were needed, there it is. The committee was right to call your conduct into question. It is questionable in the extreme. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, just go. It's fine. Fine? This is anything but fine, Kay. I still don't remember anything. So maybe I did do it. Maybe I did kill that poor woman and I just don't remember. The goddess smiles on those who confess their sins. It is her wish that our confessions cleanse us. She applauds your commitment to the cause of justice, as do I. Judge Gavel, Eustace. If you really intend to arrest Kay, could you please explain your grounds for doing so? I, for one, certainly don't intend to yield. Not until I've seen some evidence to support your accusations. Then allow me! Prepare to be hit with a face full of deductive genius, Edgeworth. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate it. They call it the human race because somebody has to win it, and that somebody is me. I won this race too. I saw it before anyone else did. Kay Faraday is the murderer, no doubt about it. She stuck into the committee chamber looking to do some of her trademark great thieving, which means that nobody but her could have killed Rosie Ringer. Deductive genius. That was a total mess. And if Detective Gumshoe is saying that, you know it must be bad. I asked you to explain your grounds for arresting Kay, yet you have explained exactly nothing. True, but we haven't seen any proof of her innocence either. It's alright, Kay. Mr. Edgeworth will pull off a miracle somehow. You just gotta believe in him. My deductions aren't an act of defiant intervention, you know. Just doing some evidence cleanup that I might have forgotten about because I didn't realize they had pictures. Don't you just love evidence, chat? I sure do. I love that evidence. Well, do it on your own time, Pixel. I don't think there's any other evidence that has a picture. Okay, we're good. Well, Miles Edgeworth, I hate for you to disappoint me. But in the event that you do, I will be sure to freely let you know. Why I think Kay did it. They call it the human race because somebody has to win it, and that somebody is me. I won this race too. I saw it before anyone else did. Kay Faraday is the murderer, no doubt about it. Hold it! There are two major flaws with that statement you just made. Flaws in a statement of mine? I don't make mistakes. It's literally impossible. And that is the third flaw right there. You're just trying to confuse me. It's a cheap tactic even for you. But it won't work, because I'm the world champion of not getting confused. So there. Hold it! Would you mind explaining the grounds for your accusation in a little more detail? Well, if you insist, prepare to be wowed, Edgeworth. I figured it all out before anyone else even had the chance. Before I even saw the scene, no, before I even heard about the case. I knew it right away. She did it. She's the murderer. It can't be anyone else. Yeah! Your grounds? Yes, sorry. I was just getting to that. She stuck into the committee chamber looking to do some of her trademark great thieving. Hold it! Oh, really? And what is it she was trying to steal? Well, a file. A very particular file. One pertaining to your professional conduct, in fact, Mr. Edgeworth. And you could prove that she needed this file badly enough to steal it? Oh, there'll be no need to go into that. Will there, Mr. Prosecutor? No, that, won't be necessary. Please, Mr. Winner, continue. which means that nobody but her could have killed Rosie Ringer. Huh. This is obviously a setup, plain and simple. You don't have to. It's alright, Kay. The truth will come out, I promise. I just need you to give me some time. Okay. Kay isn't capable of murder. There's no way she killed Mrs. Ringer. But I have to prove that somehow, or she'll remain a suspect. And you have proof that it could only have been Kay who committed the murder? Nope! Then might I suggest you try looking into other possible suspects, with all due haste. For that, I believe, would be the winning approach here. The winning approach? According to the reports we received, the police have found no signs of anyone else's involvement. So you're accusing Kay based on that alone? A little tenuous, even for you. And suggesting that there are other possible suspects, when there clearly aren't, isn't? If only I had something that could prove Kay didn't do it. This is... okay. What are we doing, chat? Something to do with the key card? Is what CrowQ is suggesting. She was in the hospital? Looking through the evidence, chat. I want to read this myself. Come on, chat. You can't let Eustace beat you. You can't let that happen. Whenever I see whip my princess goes Steamish, what the fuck? Don't ever think this one, chat. As a slight hint, you're on the right track at the very beginning, and you're slowly talking yourself out of it. Go back, chat. Go back to your initial thoughts. You are slowly talking yourselves out of the correct answer. Go through the statements. They call it the human race because somebody has to win it, and that somebody is me. I won this race too. I saw it before anyone else did. Kay Faraday is the murderer, no doubt about it. She snuck into the committee chamber looking to do some of her trademark great thieving, which means that nobody but her could have killed Rosie Ringer. Kind of predisposed, I understand. CrowQ is currently saying keycard because you need it to get in. That is currently what CrowQ is proposing. Corban, don't worry. That's just him being an idiot. He always says that. Because he says that he's the first one to deduce it. I currently have Crow Q suggested on the screen if you want to lock it in. Are you familiar with this room, Mr. Winner? It certainly sounds like you are. What can I say? Winners know where winners go. I'm number 1, and 2, and 3. In other words, the majority of your work is second, if not third rate. Why do you always have to make fun of me? You could take it as a slight if you wish, but the fact remains that you seem unfamiliar with this key card. Who do you take me for? Of course I'm familiar with it. You need one of those to get in here. Don't you? Have you no shame? Eek! Mr. Winner, do you really suspect Kay? Oh, of course I do. She did it. Faraday's the killer. Then perhaps you could tell us how Kay got into such a secure room as this without a key card. You know, there was the, and then she, yeah. A masterful summary. Now, as we know, only members of the committee have key cards. Therefore, only they can enter. Precisely. Why is she agreeing with me? Please, take a look at this. I had security pull the data earlier. As you can see, the door of this room was opened at 12:52 a.m. with Miss Ringer's keycard. We cannot know for certain, of course. Second, let me get that into the evidence. Akiri, so I don't know what you're talking about, but the argument is that Kay didn't have the keycard, so how the fuck did she get in? The game's reasoning for us picking it was totally wrong? No, it wasn't. We had to prove that there was a keycard. And it's like... I don't know, Bakiri, you're overthinking it. Correct, what Crow Q said. The most important thing here is the fact that you need a key card to get entry to the committee chamber. But who's to say that the culprit didn't enter the room with Miss Ringer and then kill her over some sort of subsequent disagreement? It's certainly a plausible theory, but that's all it is. For one, it would require the victim and her murderer to have known one another. Yeah, and Kay didn't know the woman, I'm sure of it! How can you possibly be sure of such a thing? That's pure speculation on your part, detective. Yeah, no, don't worry, Awario. Without you, the chat is unmanageable. You understand Ace Attorney. Everyone else apparently doesn't. I'm kidding. There is no place for guesswork in the courtroom or at a crime scene. Hard evidence is what's required. In that case, are you suggesting that you have said hard evidence to support your theory? Evidence that Kay Faraday and Rosie Linger knew one another? But of course. What? I have here a letter. Dr. Hertz found it in the victim's chest pocket. Another of the victim's possessions. And you kept this to yourself until now. You planned for this, didn't you? Is that why? It was the candle holder that killed her, huh? And she died sometime late last night. What now, Gavel? It's very kind of you to share the coroner's findings with everybody, Eustace. But perhaps you should leave it there. We wouldn't want you to strain your voice after all. Shall I read it for you? Rosie, thanks so much for agreeing to help with my plan. Now we can both get what we want. Good luck getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago. Kay. This would seem to indicate pretty strongly that the two of them were accomplices, wouldn't you say? accomplices in a plot to steal from the very room in which we are standing. No! Wait, so your principal suspect is Miss Kay Faraday for this second crime, as well as Miss Ringer's murder. I'm the principal suspect? I don't know why they had to put that into 2 pages, but whatever. That's just how life is, I suppose. Don't listen to her. It's all lies. All of it. You're not like that. You never do any of the stuff they're accusing you of. And how do you explain the letter, Detective? Unlike Mr. Winner, I suspected that Judge Cavell herself had some proof to support her accusation. I didn't expect it to be quite so definitive. Nicely done, Cavell. Thank you, Eustace. Hold it. We're not done here yet. I still have questions, and you better have answers. Would you mind if I handled this, Eustace? Be my guest. Have fun arguing Edgeworth into the ground. I can't let them steamroller me on this. I have to find a way to take back the advantage. Kay's letter. As the letter more than adequately proves, Miss Faraday and Miss Ringer were acquainted. It seems that Miss Faraday had asked for Miss Ringer's help in a plot of some kind. But, for whatever reason, their alliance must have broken down. Miss Ringer lost her life in the resulting disagreement, but she had one last card to play. The letter she kept safe in her left chest pocket, which spells out the name of her killer. She's good. Better than ever, even. Think you could take her down, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, of course. Don't do this out of pride, Miles Edgeworth. If you're going to fail, do it at someone else's time. Hey, whose side are you on, sir? There's only one side to be on, Scruffy. The side of the truth. Uh-oh. Looks like the kid's got something to say. Well, if there's only one side to be on, then it has to be on the winning. Ah! Quiet, you. My thoughts exactly. Kay's letter. Well, chat, what are we doing? You appreciate Francisco so much more. Press holes on left side of pocket. We were able to examine the pocket in question for ourselves. And you want to know why the letter wasn't there, I assume? It's simple. The police #1 priority was handing it over to me. The victim had kept it on the left side of her chest, next to her heart, in other words, to indicate her heart's desire that her killer be brought to justice. I have little interest in sentimental speculations about Mr. Ringer's desires, but one thing does interest me. The fact that you said the letter was in the victim's left chest pocket. It's the truth, as the goddess is my witness. That is where the letter was found. There is no doubt about it. The same place where she was stabbed with the candelabrum. I think that might prove to be a very important clue. I can't imagine Kay writing a letter like that, but unless we can get more out of Judge Cavell, I don't think we'll be able to prove that she didn't. I should try pressing the good judge on some of her statements and see if she lets something slip. So what are we doing, chat? When you say current, you mean this one, right? So the victim kept the most vital clue of closest to her heart. How very touching. The voices of the dead fight to be heard, and even then they don't always reach us. But her voice rang loud and true, and it told us that Miss Faraday is her killer. I think you may have misheard her, Your Honor. Or perhaps an evil spirit was trying to mislead you. Hey, you take that back! Perhaps we should try listening to the words of the coroner's report instead. By all means, if I recall correctly, the victim was stabbed on her left side... No. Yes, I'm afraid so. You claim that the letter was found in the victim's left chest pocket. Right where she was stabbed by the candle holder! Indeed. The 3 puncture wounds to the chest, and yet not one to the letter. Miraculous, no? Well, Judge Cavell, how do you explain that? Because I could think of one explanation. That the letter was deliberately placed there after the fact in order to cast suspicion on Kay. Someone went to a lot of trouble to create the crime scene we see before us. And that someone is the real culprit, who almost certainly also forged this letter. No! It is clear that the culprit intended to frame Kay by means of that letter. And you fell for it hook, line, and sinker. Objection! No, Faraday did it! The letter was in her other pocket, yeah! Huh? Seriously? The whole left chest pocket thing was a mistake. Whoever reported it must have meant their left. Ah! Stop your foolish floundering, you foolish fool. Or you just that incurably foolish. You keep whipping me and stop making fun of my deductions. Yeah! There, I saved you the trouble of disciplining him. Yes. Even though I had no intention of doing so. The letter is stained with blood, which suggests it had indeed been placed somewhere on her left side. Therefore, I doubt there was some sort of mistaken report. Not unless that report was given by you. Cavell, say something! No objections? Good. Then allow me to continue. So, we have established the existence of a second suspect. No, we haven't. The murderer had to get in here, remember? Who else could have gotten in here apart from Faraday and Ringer? Whoever it was would have needed a key card. Judge Cavell proposed that the killer entered the room together with the victim. But what if there is something questionable about the very basis of her theory itself? This piece of evidence points to another suspect other than Kay. But not assault? I know, right, Crow? Isn't it great? Isn't the Ace Attorney world great? Anyway, chat, what points to a second suspect? Zoldo wants to present the keycard report. One person say yes, let me know, and I'll present. That was enough, yes. Oh, Crow ended up doing it. Look again at the keycard report provided by Judge Cavell a short while ago. As already noted, the victim's keycard was used at 12:52 a.m. But you will note that someone else's keycard is also listed. A mysterious person who could have entered beforehand and lay in wait for the victim, you mean? This other person entered at 10:15, so it's certainly not outside the realm of possibility. Except, I'm afraid it is. And where's your evidence, huh, Your Honor? My evidence? I am the evidence, Detective. It was my keycard. There's nothing suspicious about a committee member entering the chamber as I please, is there? Perhaps not, but that's also not the exonerating evidence you seem to think it is. Unless you can also prove that you yourself didn't murder your colleague. What utter nonsense! What would I have to gain from killing her? I am sure you know how I'm going to answer that, Your Honor. I believe further investigation will shed light on any motives you might have had. I am a faithful servant of the goddess. Why would I ever resort to an act of crime? I used my keycard. That much is true. But my reason for entering this room is far from questionable. Then perhaps you'd care to tell us why. I had business here in the committee chamber. There was a certain preparations to make. Preparations? Sounds pretty suspicious to me. I am not at liberty to share what I was preparing for. But I am sure Prosecutor Edgeworth can make an educated guess. My hearing. She must have been busy gathering the documents they were going to use against me. To relieve me of my badge. Alright, children, that's enough. It's good to keep your skills and our tongues sharp, especially when we're young, but that'll do for now. Who in the... Aha! It really takes me back to the days of my youth. Back when I would wrangle with a certain detective. He disappeared, you know. I hope he's out there somewhere, living his best life. You'll have to forgive me, it's just... I get so emotional. The tears, they just... I can't stop them. Chairman Winner. Him? Winner? Ah, Verity, my girl. Do you ever stop working? Your dedication puts us all to shame. And this young Francisca I see before me. Dear child, when did you get so big? Uncle Winner, it's been far too long. It's so formal. I thought we were like family. You used to sit on my knee and shout, Uncle Winner, at the top of your little lungs. Ah, but time goes by so very fast. One can't help but shed a tear. Dad, what are you doing here? What am I doing here? A committee member has been murdered and you're in charge of my case, my boy. What is this? Bring your pops to work day? Silence. Do you have any idea who he is? This man is practically the right hand of the goddess herself. A former chief prosecutor and the current chairman of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. Now, Verity. There's no need to bring all that up. I'm just a harmless old man, really. Allow me to apologize for the detective's rudeness. I am Miles Edgeworth, correct? And your little subordinate, Dick Gumshoe. I am Excelsius Winner. Father to this idiot boy, among other things. My wife and I were so happy when he was born. And now she's gone too. Heaven only knows to where. Dad, you're here. Use my handkerchief. Thank you, son. You're a good boy. In your own silly way. Like father, like son, I suppose. It was hard to say who's the bigger fool. Well, Verity, how goes the investigation? Thank you for asking, sir. We have identified a prime suspect, 1K Faraday. We are currently trying... You don't have nearly enough to make your prime suspect, and you know it. Or have you forgotten what we just discovered about the letter? Objection! I told you, that was just a mix-up. They got the wrong part. Yeah! Don't test my patience. All right, that's enough. Let's just all calm down, shall we? I'm sorry you had to see that, sir. My humblest apologies. I think you've all made your cases very clearly. All except for you, Eustace. What? But Dad! We are prosecutors, and it's our duty to identify suspects and bring them to justice. But I wouldn't dare call someone a suspect without evidence or a motive. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, I know all about your relationship to the accused. Thick as thieves seems pretty apt, based on what I've heard. Kay's no criminal. She helped us catch the bad guys loads of times. There's a lot of prosecutors in this room. Much about this case is still unclear, sir. Please, you have to let us. Ah, it's heartwarming, really. The bonds of friendship are so strong among the young. But, circumstances being what they are, I'm afraid those bonds won't be enough. What the heck is that supposed to mean? The prosecutor's office needs this case cleared up as quickly as possible. Time is, oh, so precious, and we have so little of it. And there are so many other cases. I'm sorry, but you understand, of course, don't you? Ah. All right, Miss K. Faraday. Time to come along quietly. Yes, sir. You're not taking her. She's innocent, I tell you. To defy the chairman of the committee is to defy the law itself. It is an act so brazen, a hearing won't be necessary at all. Are you prepared for Mr. Edgeworth to lose his badge over this, detective? Well, so either K goes down or Mr. Edgeworth loses his badge? What the heck am I supposed to do? You'd use his badge to shield yourselves? Oh, how the committee too has fallen. K, you're innocent. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Thank you. We've only known each other for a short while, but you've been very kind. And I'm sorry. Sorry for being a criminal. Your contribution has been noted, Miss Faraday, and will be conveyed to the goddess of justice. Ugh! What in the world should I do? When I was little, all I wanted to do was be like my father. To become an attorney and fight for those who can't fight for themselves. But now, my fate is tied to that of this one tiny badge. One tiny badge against the life of a dear acquaintance. Who am I kidding? There's nothing to weigh up here. I guess this is it. Goodbye, Mr. Edgeworth.
Hold it!
Judge Gavelle, a moment, please. Yes? What is it? Your badge. What is the meaning of this? I am returning it. From this day forth, I'm a prosecutor no longer. Mr. Edgeworth? What are you doing, Miles Edgeworth? Explain yourself right now. You're giving it all up just like that? You can't mean it, sir. Tell me you're kidding, please. You're not a prosecutor anymore. Then what does that make me? I have one duty and one duty alone. To pursue the truth. If being a prosecutor means I must turn a blind eye to the very truth before me, then I will gladly shed the title to be free. I'll carve my own path. One I believe in. I won't let my search for the truth end here.
Objection!
Are you running away from the VOD, from me? Say what you will, Francesca. You won't change my mind. So you're leaving me behind again? I'll never forgive you for this, ever! No, this is all my fault. None of this would have happened if it wasn't for me. Wait, Kay, don't go! You stay right where you are, detective. But sir, I'm not a prosecutor anymore. Don't say that. Where you go, I'll go, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll always be there, right by your side. There's no need for you to do that now, detective. Simply focus on your job and do what you can. Well now, this is no good, is it? You've let a dangerous criminal run free. I try and try, yet it's never enough. There's no need to worry, sir. We'll set up a cordon. She won't get far. She'd better not. I'll be very disappointed in you if she does. I'm gonna go refill my water because my throat is still killing me. So this will be a good time to take a short break. I'll be right back. returned. I return! High Prosecutor's Offices. Room 1202. Kay! She's not here either. Where are you? Knockity knock knock knock! Special visitor! Fender. Whoa, talk about an unhappy face. Everything okay, big guy? You won't earn yourself too many admirers looking like that. What are you doing here? Has something happened? Has something happened, he asks. I'll say. It's all over the news. A murder in the committee chamber? I call that happening, all right. And what with your hearing today, I thought, well, I couldn't help wondering if you were involved. They're reporting it on the news already? Heck yeah, a dead lawyer, a young woman on the run? They're lapping it up. It's crazy stuff, but compelling too, I gotta admit. So, are you gonna give me the lowdown or what? Well, actually... Whoa, maybe warn a guy before blowing his mind next time. Things are even crazier than I thought. This isn't a joke, Fender. Kay's out there somewhere, all alone and without her memory. Not to mention being the suspect in a murder. It definitely doesn't make things any easier. Let us begin, chats. Where the heck could she have gotten to? You know, you sure she doesn't remember Zip? I thought she might have come here, but... No luck, huh? Can't say I'm surprised. It's not like she thinks she's done you wrong. Wouldn't want to cause you even more trouble by rocking up on your doorstep. I think I don't know that, but I'm out of places to look. Hey, take a chill pill, compadre. This isn't like you. You wound up tighter than a clockwork monkey. This isn't a bad thing, necessarily. After all, it's got you even running from the pillar to post looking to save an innocent from jail. How'd you like the attorney I know you were born to be? Look, Fender, I may have given up my badge earlier, but that doesn't mean I've decided to become an attorney. However, Kay isn't just some suspect in a murder to me. By the way, we don't have the attorney badge in our evidence anymore. This is so sad. 0 out of 10 game. She's somebody I've come to know very well, even if we've only been acquainted for a short while. And she'd never harm a fly, let alone another person. Blow my mind twice in 5 minutes, why don't you? It's lucky to have you in her corner, champ. We don't mind me saying this, but that's quite the bond that sprung up between the two of you. You have to give me and your old man's a run for his money, even. It's nothing like that, really. She just likes to involve herself in my affairs. You could say that again. From what I've seen, she likes to charge into things no holds barred. She's done you some good, I can tell. You two make a great team. I'd say I'm not a little jealous, seeing as my partner in crime's no longer around. Anyway, you need to track her down. Connections like that don't grow on trees. I should know. Alright, how about this for a plan? You're fresh out of ideas about where she could be, and you can't just walk the streets shouting her name. So why not go back to the source? Look at how she lost her memory in the first place. You might just turn up some clues that'll help narrow things down. That's not a bad idea. Based on what she told us, it sounds like it all started at the big building. And that's where we're headed. Next stop, big time. And maybe you could give your face the good news on the way. Kate won't come frolicking back to the fold if the first thing she sees is you scowling like that. Very funny. Fender is truly a force of nature all his own. fuck are they doing here? The sun sure set quickly. Not even a murder on the premises could make this place close its doors. Gotta chase that last dollar, huh? There's hardly anybody around, though. Guess we got the whole place to ourselves. The first step towards proving Kay's innocence is to figure out how she lost her memory. Earth to Miles, we've got sleuthing to do. This rooftop paradise is all ours. Let's focus up and do what we're good at for Kay, alright? Do what we're good at, huh? I suppose I should be grateful there's at least something we can do. Investigation time, chat. It's a pretty sizable cherry tree. Its flowers are just on the cusp of a full bloom. According to what Kay told us, she was standing beneath this tree until she was pushed and fell. Mr. Edgeworth, we meet again! What are you two doing up here? Well, seeing as we came all this way, we thought we might as well enjoy some cotton candy. What the heck are you doing here? Looking to get yourself in even more hot water? You didn't worry about me, Dr. Hertz. I'll be just fine. Whatever you say, Mr. Soon-to-be ex-prosecutor turned ex-prosecutor. Saw that coming a mile off. Wait, what? You got fired? As I said, you need to concern yourself with my affairs. If you say so. Oh, how's Kay doing? Uh-oh, did something happen? Maybe I can help? How about an injection? No injections, thank you. Unfortunately, a jab a day does not keep the world's troubles at bay. Yeah, it did get kind of chilly, huh? Come on, let's head home. Alright then, Mr. Edgeworth. Catch you again soon. Hey you, yeah, you have some delicious parting clouds cotton candy to brighten your day. Parting clouds? Is it named for the fact that we're so close to the clouds up here? Our gimmick is we take a normal serving of cotton candy and then we split it in half, part it, if you will. Half the candy, same price, double the profit, and we're laughing all the way to the bank. I don't think your customers will be laughing if you keep sharing that information quite so freely. Wow, fuckers. It looks like a TV for showing announcements from the various companies in the big building. But at the moment, it's just showing a regular broadcast channel. What am I standing here for? The Steel Samurai isn't on today. Oh my gosh, why is he looking into that? The beak and the wings of a bird and the body of a lion. I guess these statues are meant to guard the peace of this little rooftop haven. I have to say, they're incredibly detailed, almost frighteningly so. Instead of feeling welcomed, I wonder how many people have been scared off by these instead. Pegasus, the winged horse of legend. No, wait. Isn't that a horn on its forehead? So, it's a unicorn? No, that can't be right either. Unicorns don't have wings. What's this? There's a little plaque there at the bottom showing the name of the piece. Contradictions. That'll teach me to bother engaging with such things. You can insert a coin to take a good look at the distant landscape for a few minutes. Kay absolutely would have been all over this. The Kay I know, anyway. But for now, I better focus my powers of observation on this rooftop. So the person in the raincoat that Kay saw supposedly approached her from the direction of the concession stand, which would suggest that she was pushed over this railing here. The railing is chest high. You'd have to try really hard to go tumbling over the edge of it. Everything looks sturdy enough too. So how did Kay lose her memory? Think there was something that she wanted to forget? Maybe some particularly choice words from Miles the Insult comic? Of course not. I wouldn't dream of saying anything so terrible she'd want to forget. Detective Gumshoe, on the other hand, could do with a few more choice words on occasion. Poor guy, I don't envy him one bit. I'm not sure if those link together, but I'm not really... I don't see... Oh. Eek! Oh, hi, Kay. Hi, Kay. Don't mind me. I was just lying in wait. That would make you a criminal, Kay. Perhaps you meant to say laying low. Oh, yes, that... Nevertheless, I doubt people will look kindly on a suspect haunting the site of her supposed crime. Surely you understand that, even in your current state? On top of which, while you've been playing hide-and-go-seek, I've been worried sick and frantically trying to find you. Are you mad at me? Of course I am. Now, what were you thinking coming back here? Did you think that your amnesia would excuse your recklessness? No. I came to try and help you get your badge back. What? I thought if I could get my memory back, I might be able to remember killing that poor woman. I thought if I came back to where I lost my memory, maybe I could... Huh. There's one thing you haven't lost, you know? Your ability to surpass my expectations at every turn. I couldn't be more certain now that you're the Kay I know so very well. However, I don't appreciate you being so reckless, do you hear me? I'm sorry. Seriously, Miles, you're killing me here! You were banking good guy points, and then you went and blew it by blowing your top! Good to see you, kiddo. Glad to see you're safe. Come on, bring it in. Okay. That's the spirit! Not now, Fender. Yeesh, I was just trying to lighten the mood. Live news now from the big building, where a shocking murder took place earlier today. Police continue their hunt for a young woman known to have been present at the scene. She's considered the prime suspect, and police say no effort is being spared in trying to track her down. Except going onto the roof, apparently. Which, that's great for me. Oh, mama, they're not messing around, huh? Well, team, what's the plan? Looks like the clock's ticking down, and fast. Indeed, it's only a matter of time before they find us. Alright, first things first. Kay, you're sticking with us from now on. Capiche? But I've caused you so much trouble already. You can hardly make things any worse for me at this point. Mr. Edgeworth. Then it's settled. We're in this together like the Three Musketeers. Miles here will be in charge of proving Kay innocent. And I will, believe me. So I'm gonna need you to do everything you can to help him with his investigating, okay, Kay? Yes, of course. Great, now we gotta move quick. We're getting bagged by the boys in blue before we've even started. You may not have any more to lose, but your Uncle Eddie sure does. Gregory would never forgive me if I got the family office shut down. Thank you, Fender. I'm sure I owe you more than I'll ever really know. I hope I've been of help to you so far. I came back here because I thought it might jog my memory. How about we go over what you remember one more time? Okay. I was standing under the tree, sheltering from the rain. Then I saw a person in a red raincoat. And then they pushed me. Do you remember anything specific about the person in the raincoat? I'm sorry. I just can't recall anything. Oh, but there is one thing. I could see the moon over their shoulder as they came closer and closer. The moon? Yes, it's all very fuzzy, but it was in the exact same place it is right now. Floating up there above the cherry blossoms. So the moon was visible over the mysterious figure's shoulder. That's new information. I should keep it in mind. I keep feeling like there's something just on the edge of my memory. There is. It could be a clue we need. Alright, just let it float to the top of your mind and say whatever comes into your thoughts. Alright. I'm seeing... It's very faint, but I'm seeing a small restaurant. Just a counter and some seats, and there's this incredible smell. A beautiful golden soup. Not too thick, and it tastes just right. It's filled with delicious noodles. They're firm, but not too firm. And that's when a thought crossed my mind. I'm going to order another bowl. A captivating memory, but sadly, one that has nothing to do with this case. Yeah, something happened with Kay. You missed a lot, Asu. It'll be hard to explain. But, oh, not really, actually. Kay got pushed by someone on this, and we're trying to figure out what exactly happened. In a person in a red raincoat. Somebody was murdered in this building, and Kay is the prime suspect. Edgeworth turned in his badge because he felt like it was blocking him from the truth, and went after Kay to try, and now we're trying to figure out what happened to Kay because it might lead to something in the murder mystery. You used to say that you were the second great thief Yatagarasu, a noble outlaw dedicated to stealing the truth. Do you really not remember any of that? Oh, I think you're right. I was a noble. Not a noble, Kay. A noble outlaw. Still, I suppose you got halfway there. Kay was pushed by a person in a red raincoat who had walked towards her from the concession stand. Kay remembers standing beneath the cherry tree. Kay saw the moon shining over the shoulder of the person in the red raincoat. It's in the same part of the sky tonight. Any links there, chat? There's the moon, by the way. Can't believe this thing's made the news already. How do they do it, huh? Hey, think they're filming us with a chopper up there right now? Go check the TV for me, Miles, Reno. Need to make sure they're catching my good side. Now, at a time like this? As you can see, they're still hard at work up on the 15th floor. That's where the Committee for the Prosecutorial Excellence holds their disciplinary hearings, correct? That's right! There have been people walking by the windows all evening. This is one serious investigation. Well, this doesn't make our chances of getting out of here with Kay any rosier. We'll have to find a way to slip past the press. I'm a cool and mysterious customer, Miles Areno, but I'm no spy. Maybe we could use him as a decoy if things get desperate. Okay, whatever you're thinking, quit it. I can tell it doesn't end well for me. As you can see, they're still hard at work up on the 50th floor. That's where the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence holds their disciplinary hearings, correct? That's right. There have been people walking by the windows all evening. This is one serious investigation. I guess they're still working at the committee chamber. The reporter's right. You can see people moving around. Wait, something's very wrong with this picture. And I could use a certain piece of evidence to help me deduce exactly what. Well, chat, there's something wrong with this picture. What's wrong with it? The curator wants to deduce the light floor with the building pamphlet. Any objections with that, chat? Any objections? Question. How many floors does this building have? Easy, 50, right? Kinda ironic that just a few feet above where the committee works is its ugly little schemes. Is a place where the starry-eyed young romantics come to wish for everlasting smoochy times. But then, what's that dark space above the 50th floor? The gloomy underbelly of love? Wait a minute. Exactly. The committee chamber is supposed to be on the top floor, directly beneath the viewing platform. But it actually appears to be located one floor below that. Clearly contradicting the supposed facts. Maybe whoever wrote the pamphlet made a mistake? Somehow, I don't think so. Call me crazy, but yes, there appears to be a hidden 51st floor. Wow, and that's where they keep the gloomy underbelly of love? My heart! You didn't need to take it quite so literally, Kay. Good, and perhaps we could take this more seriously instead. Come on, have you met me, Miles? That might be easier said than done. It'd still be easier than trying to enjoy your so-called jokes. Don't believe there's anything more to be found here. Okay. That means I think it's logic time, chat. Railing and Kay standing. By the way, if anyone needs a reminder, that's what the moon is. I'm letting you know that because one of the logic relates to the position of the moon. Sorry, so what are you saying? Railing and Kay standing. No. Sorry, Bikiri. Want to try again? Anyone else want to give it a go? Here's the logic again. Railing. Kay was pushed by a person in a red raincoat who had walked towards her from the concession stand. Kay remembers standing beneath the cherry tree. It seems there is an extra floor between the 50th floor and the roof. Kay saw the moon shining over the shoulder of the person in the red raincoat is in the same part of the sky tonight. Kay standing in the moon? No. There's no logical connection between those two things. Any other ones? Try railing and moon? Thinking back over what Kay has said, the person in the red raincoat approached her from the direction of the concession stand, which implies that she was pushed over the railing on the side opposite the stand. She also said that she could see the moon over this person's shoulder, but when we checked just now, the moon was in a different location than expected. Yet Kay claims it's currently in the same spot in the sky as the one on the night of the incident. This throws the positions of the moon and the person in the raincoat out of alignment with her story. I think her memories may have become confused somehow. What's more, if she really had been pushed over that railing, she would have never survived the fall. Therefore, I must conclude that she may not have fallen where she thought she did. Now what? Standing and fell? You may have fallen, Kay, but it couldn't have been over that railing. Because if you had, you wouldn't be alive right now to tell the tale. But I definitely remember standing under that tree. If I was pushed, then the only way I could have fallen is over that railing, isn't it? Unless the ground opened up and swallowed you whole. The ground can just open up like that? How? My bad, not a joking matter. Sorry, kiddo. But it may also be closer to the truth than you think, Fender. Let's take another look at the ground in that area. There's a chance we may have missed something. Kay couldn't have fallen over this railing. So where did she fall? There must be a clue around here somewhere. What's this? Looks like a service hatch, Kay. Do you think you might have fallen down here instead? Nah, you'd never be as clumsy as that. I'm sorry, I just can't say one way or the other. My bad, kiddo. Just another one of my silly musings. You don't have to take me so seriously, you know? I don't? Never? Well, maybe not never. I told you to leap lyrically into my arms. Fender. Chill, Miles Rito. Where's your sense of wisdom? So, never then. Ouch. Talk about a deep cut. Well, there's only one choice here. How has no one noticed a floor between the 50th floor and the viewing platform until just now? You got me there. Kinda hard to hide a set of stairs going up to it if you ask me. That's precisely it. Things like stairs that are normally out in the open, going unnoticed by people seems a bit implausible. This should only mean the 51st floor is no ordinary floor. It can't be reached by ordinary means. We'll just have to reach it through extraordinary means, right? I don't know about extraordinary means. Maybe let's go for unconventional? Indeed. Consider, if you will, the hatch we found by the cherry tree. What would you expect to find on the other side of such a hatch? A room of some kind, maybe? Oh, a secret room. Now you're talking my language. Let's go take a look. Alright, there we go. What is this place? Look at all that stuff down there. Is it a storeroom? I don't remember when I said that, Bakiri. Don't worry about it, chat. Whatever it is, I think we can safely say that this is where you fell. Go team! Strike one mystery off the list! Yes, but the greater mystery of Kay's memory loss remains unsolved. We have a red rain-coated figure who can walk on air to account for, among other things. Hey, can't a guy bask in his success for a second? We found a hidden storeroom, but we scooch on down there and check it out. We have pretty much exhausted everything up here, and it can't hurt to take a look. Is that you, Mr. Edgeworth? Emma, what are you doing here? I heard about what happened from Detective Gumshoe. I was in the area, so I thought I'd come by and see what's going on. This is Emma Skye. She's a high school student, currently studying in Europe to become a forensic scientist. The younger sister of a former superior of mine. We also stood in court together. The detective called me up in a panic. He said your patch fell off the big building and the K was in a man's suit and... Hold it right there. Didn't you just leave to go back to Europe a few days ago? And you're back again already? Yep, I'm here with one of my professors. But not to do any schoolwork or anything, just some interpreting. Then shouldn't you be off doing that instead of galvanating around a crime scene? Oh, it's fine. There's this wonderful thing called body language after all. It's not an actual language, Emma. Anyway, never mind me. This is about Kay. How is she? Where is she? Aw, shucks. Isn't that sweet, K-Meister? Your little friend is worried about you. Oh, yes. Who's this guy? Don't tell me you went and got a new assistant, Mr. Edgeworth. Very funny, young lady. It's actually the other way around, I'll have you know. Eddie Fender, attorney at law, and senior partner at the Edgeworth & Co. law offices. Edgeworth? So you are his assistant? Wait, attorney? Since when were you a defense attorney? I'm not. To say it's complicated is an understatement. Let's not sweat the details for now, yeah? First things first. But an attorney, Mr. Edgeworth? Really? Oof, it's like I'm not even here. What is this, some kind of weird experiment? Perhaps we should head down below. I'll explain there. I agree, the police could be here any minute. And who's this? I'll explain later, Emma. Come on, time to go. Oh, all right, but you better explain yourself, Mr. Hotshot Pro Attorney. Trust me, I'll explain that too. Okie dokie doo! Down the hatch we go! To be continued. We're making quick progress through this trial, chat. I mean, not trial, but case. It's dark as a grave down here. I can't see the nose in front of my rougishly handsome face. Oh my gosh, Eddie. Watch your step, Emma. Ouch! I hit my head on something. Make your way down slowly, Kay. I don't want you to slip. Oh, yes, Mr. Edgeworth. There's gotta be a light switch somewhere. Bingo! This is... Well, this is interesting. So the hidden 51st floor really is being used as a storeroom. We need to take a careful look over all these items. All right, Mr. Edgeworth, you promised me an explanation or three. Let's update this map, shall we? And done. I did indeed. Where do we even start? Wow, a lot's been happening, huh? What a case! It's not supposed to fill you with excitement, Emma. Seems like you've gotten yourself into a real pickle, Mr. Prosecutor Attorney. I'm not an attorney, or a prosecutor anymore. Well, whatever you are, I think it's time for science to lend a helping hand. Don't worry, I brought my entire kit with me. Well, if you're sure. Are you kidding? I live for moments like this. Here, let's make it all official. Good working with you again, Mr. Edgeworth. And you, Miss Sky. And then there's for 4. All right, everyone, let's get to work. I want to know where that elevator goes. Looks like it goes down? It's something we'll certainly want to investigate further. But we should look around up here first. Aye, aye, Captain. Let me know if you find anything juicy. I'll keep trying to see what I can remember. I'll let you know if anything comes to mind. Ready, willing, and able to investigate, Mr. Edgeworth. Very well, then let's begin. This statue. What is it? Got some new data for me? Not exactly. It's just something from a case I worked on. A piece of evidence. I believe it's called the Alfred statue. And there are 2 of them. A real one and a fake. Whichever one this is, it shouldn't be here of all places. An old case, huh? He worked on a bunch of different... Huh? Gotcha! Got in the act! Red dang-handed! Guiltier than a tomcat covered in cream! Ah! My eyes! Stop this at once! Ain't no stopping my stopping, not until I got every dang detail and then some! Y'all think I'm about to let a bunch of dirty criminals go before I get the shot? Think again! We're not criminals! Yeah, sure, pull the other one, it's got bells on! This here camera's a weapon of justice, it ain't about to be hornswoggled by your cheap dentals! Oh, it's you. Huh? Why, you're that low-down dirty jerk of a prosecutor, ain't you? And Ace Attorney 2. She's an Ace Attorney 2 as well. Who are you calling a low-down dirty jerk? This is Lotta Hart. Photojournalist by trade. We've crossed paths on a few occasions, especially on that one particular case. She's hard to forget, and even harder to get a word in edgewise with. Quit making that face, will ya? That's the face of a no-good schemer if I ever saw one. Seems I didn't leave the best of impressions on her either. Well, it's payback time, Mr. Schemer. You ought to be thankful. All I want from you is a couple of pictures. But we're just here to investigate. Sure, yeah, if I investigate, you mean pull the wool over Lotta's mile-wide eyes. Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I thought she might listen to me. Didn't hurt to try, I guess. We'd probably better off leaving her alone for now. It's kind of creepy, all the masks lined up here in the dark. Not a fan of horror movies, I take it. No way! That stuff's so unscientific. I think you mispronounced terrifying. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. It's the Steel Samurai and the Nickel Samurai. The Nickel Samurai always seems to be pleased with himself. You know what I mean? Like, it's not just about being skinny and cool, you know? There's more to it than that. I'm Team Steel all the way! Huh. You've just gone up in my estimation, Emma. We can deduce here, chat. What do we deduce? Bakiri is yelling something. Maybe they're right. Because there is something missing here, chat. Because it's obvious, I'm gonna do what Bakiri says. Eureka! Kay was carrying a Jammin Ninja mask when she was found. But it looks like it might have originally come from this hook. Scientifically speaking, that doesn't seem like a crazy hypothesis. Which would mean that Kay was really here? As you put it, not a crazy hypothesis. But why? Did she come to steal something, maybe? There's all kinds of stuff here. Because she's a great thief who steals the truth, I suppose. No, I think it's too early to jump to any conclusions. What TV show are these from? I don't know a whole lot about it, but I believe it's called The Students of Starry School. It's about an elementary school where the students are all superheroes. So their masks are modeled on sports safety helmets or something, right? And maybe the number of eye slits tells you their student ID number. So the one on the left would be number 1, and the right one is number 2. I suppose that could be it, yes. That would mean a ton of slits for the kids with the highest ID numbers. I have to admit, being a little intrigued by this show now. These are all case files from various murders. What? But why would they be in here? They should be safely under lock and key at the courthouse or the prosecutor's office, which would suggest that somebody removed them without permission. Something very suspicious is going on here. We need to find out more. Doesn't let me examine the badgers. These are... What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? If I'm not mistaken, several of the items on display here are pieces of evidence from old cases of mine. What are they doing here? Maybe this is where the committee stores stuff it's looking into? It can't be. Evidence like this is stored at the police department. They don't keep stuff at the prosecutor's office too? When a case is ongoing, yes. But once the last trial has finished up, it's supposed to go right back to the precinct. Unless there's a very good reason for it to go elsewhere. And yet, here it all is. No point in trying to figure out the whys right now. I should take a closer look at it all. They all have labels. Labels with numbers printed on them. Exhibit numbers, maybe? You said they were pieces of evidence, right? Yes, but judging how the numbers are written in by the items themselves, I guess these are prices. Prices? I would never have guessed at that. Wait, but none of this stuff could be worth that much money, could it? These prices are very high indeed. It's no wonder she's surprised. Aw, isn't he a cutie? Look at this fluffy little guy. That's the stuffed animal we found at Gourd Lake. He should be in possession of the prosecutor in charge of this case. No, he should be in possession of the prosecutor in charge of that case. So how did he wind up here? Ah, but look, he's missing his left horn. He is. He never had it in the first place. At least, not as far as we've ever seen. Defective merchandise, huh? We need to contact the manufacturer. I demand a recall. Now that I come to think of it, why would anyone give the president a broken toy to begin with? So this storeroom is actually more of a stock room? It would seem so, much as it pains me to consider such a thing. What kind of person sells off evidence from serious criminal cases? And who too? Who would even want to pay for all this stuff? Somebody, clearly. The price tags are proof of that. Wow, people really will collect anything, huh? Fascinating. A bottle of ink and a lantern, both pieces of evidence from a previous case of mine. But why? What's all this stuff that's related to you doing here? It's not as if any of it was in my possession for any length of time. The duration of the case, and no longer. Perhaps this is all nothing but a coincidence. Seriously, a coincidence? I never thought I'd hear those words coming from your mouth! You must always face up to the facts of a situation, however strange they must be. Isn't that what scientists believe too? Oh, you want to talk about what scientists believe? Settle in, this may take a while. That's a cute little doll. It looks kind of like the Steel Samurai. It's actually the Iron Infant, son of the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess. He was born burdened with the knowledge that he too would one day be called upon to fight for justice. I can't imagine the pressure that must have put him under. More than most people could bear. Yes, he's young, but you can sense it nonetheless. A certain tragic refinement. Where, Mr. Edgeworth, are you even listening to me? Huh? Oh, of course. Scientifically speaking, I say this looks like some kind of wooden icebox. Yeah, the chains are probably here to stop the cold air from escaping. I don't mean to contradict you, Emma, but this isn't just a box for storing clothes in. The wood is imbued with a natural repellent that keeps moths away. Oh, yeah, sure, guess you could look at it that way too. And keeping your clothes chilled would be nice for the summer, right? Still not prepared to let go of that particular part of your hypothesis, I see. Piles of banknotes just left out for all to see. A little tasteless, wouldn't you say? No way, these are $100 bills! That's a fortune right there! How many years would it take for you to make that much money, Mr. Edgeworth? Please, Emma, I don't even want to think about it. So, what do y'all do stupid around a fishy old place like this anyhow? I think it's us who should be asking you that. Me? I'm in it for the truth, the good of society. And for little old me, of course. I'm what you might call a photographer for the people. Snapping here, snapping there, snapping every dang where. I'll just leave you to it then. We could talk once you've gotten out of your system later. You said the statue was a piece of evidence from an old case of yours, right? Pretty weird looking, I have to say. It's known as the Alfred statue. The what? The Alfred statue. But it says here that it's called the Alif Red statue. Alif Red, Alfred, Alif Red. What are you muttering about? Oh, nothing. Let's keep going around, shall we? That's odd. This is the only spot with nothing on it. But it still has one of those signs in front of it. Indeed. And look, there's an outline in the dust on top of the cloth. I'd say something was probably sitting there until quite recently, wouldn't you? You know what, I think you might be right, but, I'm drawing a blank trying to imagine what. Well, I might have an idea. A star-shaped outline. Don't we have a piece of evidence that might well be connected? Well, chat, do we have a piece of evidence? Crow is saying candelabrum. The candle prod. No! It's not what it means! Eureka! The outline in the dust matches the bottom of the candelabrum exactly. I'd say there's a very strong chance that this is where our murderer took it from. Which would mean the candelabrum was evidence from another case? Certainly seems likely, but that's not our concern right now. The key thing to note is that the murder weapon was taken from this storeroom. We've seen items of odd old evidence marked with price tags, along with a huge pile of cash. I think it's pretty clear that somebody has been running an illicit trade in judicial goods. Shady deals on a hidden 51st floor? This bag, this is big. It has to be, right? I think it might be, but we'll need to investigate a little further yet. We need to find out more about what's going on here. If only there was an eyewitness we could interview. An eyewitness, huh? Why exactly are you here, Miss Hart? Me? I told you, I'm in it for the truth. For the good of society. And for little old me, of course. I'm a photographer for the people. For the people? If you won't tell me the real reason you're here, perhaps I can hazard a guess. Somebody was carrying out an illicit police evidence trafficking scheme here in this storeroom. Ooh, so she's after a juicy story. Makes sense. Well, how'd y'all figure that out? Guess it means I don't have to tippy-toe around it anymore now. One of my old sources told me on the down low about an underground auction. What? So all the items here were sold to the highest bidder. Folks were slinging money around like it was going out of fashion. I had to come see for myself, of course. Keep my eyes on the subject, you know? Should have heard the tales my contact was telling. Taller than 2 trees, so I thought at first. Anyhow, I wasn't about to write it up based on hearsay alone. So yesterday I snuck behind this here statue and settled it to wait. Bidding started late last night and carried on right through the break of dawn. So the auction and the murder happened on the same night. Coincidence? Dirty deals in a secret storeroom. Talk about a story. Was there anything else on sale apart from the items of evidence in this room? Sure, there was a regular old stuff too. Shady artworks or who knows where. That kind of thing. In what way are shady artworks regular, exactly? This is insane. But the evidence was the big draw for sure. I reckon they were selling them faster than the crooks could smuggle them out of the cop and prosecutor shops. And I'll bet you got pictures of the whole thing, right, Mrs. Hart? Well, you see, the main event was down below. I had to try and see what I could from up here. Having been up here since yesterday, I assume you witnessed the entire auction from start to finish then. It was an underground affair, like I said, so folks weren't exactly giving much away. All the customers came down here one at a time from up at the roof there. Threw on masks just as soon as they got down the ladder, and that ain't all. They had voice changer doodads on them, see? Teeny tiny ones, dinkier than bugs behind. So you couldn't see their real faces and you couldn't hear their real voices. Surreptitious as all heck. Surreptitious as all heck. You mean surreptitious, right? I surely do, sweet, sweet surreptitude. Also not a word. Anywho, once they had their gear on, they went right on downstairs. And then, in came the next one. When it came time to leave, they all done the same, but in reverse. Up they came again, one by one. Masks back on the hook, up the ladder and away. Whoa, that's a serious operation. And how many participants were there? 11 altogether. I counted them when they came down the ladder. Participants entered the storeroom one by one from the roof. They also left one by one through the storeroom and up through the roof. I didn't just hide behind a stupid statue the whole time, you know? You didn't? Then where were you? Well, when I first got here, You know what? This ain't that important right now. So you were hiding behind the statue from the very beginning. Anywho, I watched all them folks come in from my spying spot there in the shadows. I see. So you were watching from behind the statue. You used that there elevator to get down below. And once they were all down there, I stuck up and took me a peek at what was going on. You mean the elevator remained in the room beneath? Nah, they sent it back up. But there was a little peeky hole if you know where to look. Elevator don't quite sit flush with the floor, you see. And if you bend down and squint just right, you can see the whole shebang. Did you catch sight of who was in charge? Alright, sure, I guess I did. Ain't half as good a story if you don't get a glimpse of the evil ringleader after all. I wonder who this ringleader is. I'll have to ask her some more. You mentioned a ringleader. Can you tell me any more about them? Y'all should know, I came here to get me an exclusive. And an exclusive ain't much darn good if you done spilled the beans already. I see. So you don't actually know anything about them. You think that's why she won't give us an answer? Makes sense, I guess. Oh, you got me. Couldn't see if it was a man or a woman, a kid or an old timer. Nothing. What were they wearing? Did you see that at least? Sure. White jacket, white gloves, and a magenta flower on the lapel. Those three things are what I remember. Ooh, interesting, chat. But what gives a description of the outfit if I don't got a clue who's wearing it? So this ringleader disguised their identity too, just like everybody else. Yes, sirree. Mask, voice changer, the whole 9 yards. You were wearing one of the masks. Which one? Let me see. Oh yeah, this guy. Zervon. Zervon? What kind of name is that? Seriously, Measure, you never heard of Zervon? He's global hero Onikopon's arch nemesis. Who hasn't heard of Zermont the Time Lord? I think you might be better off asking who has. So you didn't get a glimpse of their face at all? No, I dang well didn't. Kinda scooches my scoop. This whole mess has been nothing but a snipe hunt. I should never come. We know of somebody who was dressed like that. Maybe I should try showing that evidence to Miss Hart. You said that the ringleader was wearing a white jacket, white gloves, and a magenta flower, correct? Sure did. Don't ask me why they were dressed up like a peacock on parade day, but they was. Is this the outfit you saw? Well, holy smokes, it sure as heck is! But wait, so the big cheese is dead? All we know is that she is the victim in the case we're investigating. Her name was Rosie Ringer. Do you know her? Nope. So the ringleader was a lady? Well, I thought just slippier and a dang eel throwing me off with a man's jacket like that. I hardly think she did it to fool you specifically. But setting that aside for now, what's important is that we've discovered something vital to the case. Namely, that the underground auction was chaired by none other than our victim. Somebody done bumped off the boss, huh? Then what was happening? Oh, nothing at all. You just go about your business now. No offense, Miss Hart, but that made you sound about 5 times more suspicious. Suspicious my foot, I told y'all it's nothing. And you won't get nothing more out of me than that. Wait, so there is more. How many dang times do I gotta tell you ain't nothing, okay? I ain't saying nothing either way. Oh, you can tell us just a little more, pretty please. I'll tell you this, okay? I'm a journalist. A news sound scoop puncher, you hear? As soon as the fighters go out, money comes in. That's how the game is played. Tell you more? Heck, I done told you too much already. Wait, what if I examine some fingerprints for you, pro bono? What kind of cock-a-mine thank you is that? I sooner get a tooth pulled. You want intel? You gotta dig it up yourselves, just like I had to. Okay, guess she isn't gonna talk to either of us. Oh, she will. I'll handle things from here, Emma. There's a certain technique I find useful when dealing with distal customers such as her. She may not give her the information voluntarily, but that doesn't mean she can't be persuaded to. Let's start by observing our opponent. I ain't telling you nothing, you hear? Now quit wasting my time before I really blow a fuse. As we've seen, she's very quick-tempered. She'll try to cut the conversation dead whenever possible. I won't have much time to think, so I'll need to be swift and decisive. Mr. Hart is definitely hiding something from me. So my first move is to discover what that something is. Mind chest commands. Let's talk about this recently. I can see you're a little agitated, Miss Hart. Let's just calm down and try to... I am calm, dang you! Leastways I will be as soon as y'all quit yanking my dang chain. That's better. Being a news hound's all about keeping a cool head no matter what the world throws at you, see? Speaking of news hounds, this might interest you. I met one a few days ago. She was a very hungry young reporter indeed. A reporter with a very particular turn of phrase. Similar to your own, in fact. Oh yeah? She spoke my like me, huh? Guess that could have been someone I know. Her name is Tabby Lloyd, and if I had closed my eyes, I could have believed I was listening to you. She told me about somebody she called the Chief. She was talking about you, wasn't she? Oh, so you met Tabby, huh? Well, ain't that something? Where'd y'all bump into her? She's a great kid, reckon. Wait. Oh, no, you don't. You ain't getting any good side bringing her into this, you sneaky snake. Oh, you nearly had me, too. Interesting. Talking about Miss Lloyd seems to make her lower her guard a little. I think we could use that to our advantage. I need you to tell me everything you know, and don't you dare leave anything out. Don't jump in a creek, you big bully. Why should I tell you anything? You don't got nothing to do with me, nor with me, you either. Time to deploy my clue. I don't have anything to do with you. That's a little unkind, don't you think? After all, I know your apprentice. I know her pretty well, in fact. Yeah, well, I guess it does seem kind of cool to me to say that if you know her pretty good. Don't want the poor kid thinking I don't give a rat's behind. Good, then you'll tell us what you know. Fine, see, it's like this. Got me a scoop. Wait, what am I thinking? Dang it, Lona, you can't let him bamboozle you that easily. What was that about a scoop? Oh, forget it. It was nothing. You were on your way to school, weren't you? No, you have a scoop. How embarrassing. Professional journalist making a careless slip of the tongue. You have a scoop, don't you? Now tell me what it is. Ah! Alright, I got me a scoop. A big one. I can't just go blabbing about it to y'all. I got bills to pay. She may be hiding something very important. I have to get it out of her somehow. We need to know the details of this scoop. She's quick to anger, but she's also quick to let key information slip. Now that we know that, the rest shouldn't be too hard. Let's see what else we can get out of her. Your big scoop involves something criminal in nature, doesn't it? Might be it did, might be it didn't. Which is it? This is important. Alright, you don't gotta holler at me like that. I ain't done nothing shameful or nothing. Stuck in and did some undercover reporting. Silent treatment, huh? Well, two can play at that game. Perhaps a little more proactivity is called for. Aw, shit, I just lost a lot of time. They're dead whenever possible. I don't have much time to think, so I'll need to be swift and decisive. I'll be the judge of whether your actions were shameful or not. An unlawful entry into private property is very shameful indeed. In fact, it's a crime. Hey, you did the exact same thing, genius. But I guess you're a prosecutor, huh? You're allowed to do stuff like that. Let's not mention the fact that I handed in my badge, shall we? Still, it don't amount to a whole hill of beans, right? There's folks out there that have done way worse. Murder, for one. Next to murder, trespass ain't hardly nothing. From your muttering about murder just now, I gather that your scoop has something to do with a homicide. Nah, I was just talking all hypothetical like. You know, about murder being the big one and all. And nothing worse than murder. Not the most skillful evasion I've heard in my career. Ugh, I told you, okay? I snuck into the auction. I'll cop to that. But murder? I don't know nothing about no murder. Ain't seen nothing, ain't heard nothing. Scouts on her. I don't have a clue as how to proceed with this line of questioning. I'm gonna try another tact. This scoop of yours, does it have something to do with the auction? You know what? I clean forget. But you tried to infiltrate an underground auction. It only stands to reason that you observed something. Otherwise, what would you have to write about? Correct. We cannot present the badge. We do not currently have it. What-oh, Wario? I don't know what to tell you. I didn't hear nothing. Time is stopped only when I'm choosing. I'm fine. If you didn't hear the sound of nothing, does that mean you did hear the sound of something? Something during your time in this room. Well, see, it wasn't nothing really. Just a little noise is all. Wouldn't even make page 16. Forget I mentioned it. So something happened during the auction. Something that made a noise of some kind. This could be a valuable clue. Fuck. I think I'm dead. I think I'm Dunsky's chat. Ah, shit. I don't got time for this hog swill. That's it. I'm out of here. Curses. I can't give up now. I have to keep pushing. Alright, once more onto the breach. Damn, you're really low on time here, man. Oh, I have to get the clue again? Fuck off. It's fine, we'll just go back, we'll get it. I chunked my time this round? True. You told me you heard something during the auction. You claimed it wasn't important, but it must have been. Otherwise, why remember it? I think it was something very memorable indeed. In fact, I believe it was the cry of a murder victim. How do you keep doing that? Alright, it's true. I wound up smack dab in the middle of a murder scene, but only by accident. That's all you're getting out of me. Won't be no scoop left otherwise. The murder Miss Hart witnessed. It must be the same murder we ourselves have been investigating. This should prove to be a very valuable piece of information indeed. Perhaps she should finish up by confirming the credibility of her claim. I have her on the back foot now. Time to finish this. I need you to describe the murder in detail. It's vitally important. Wish I could help you, but I don't rightfully recall a whole bunch. Ain't much I can tell you, sorry. I mean, look at me. Can't even get my facts straight half the time. I don't have the clue as how to proceed with this line of questioning. Be honest, Mr. Hart. I know there's something you're still not telling me. Ain't nothing left to tell, dang it. I've done spilled my guts already. I don't have a clue as to how to proceed with this line of questioning. You said you wound up in the middle of a murder scene. Is that really true? You calling me a liar now? Hoo-wee! Now I'm mad. Real mad. I'm a journalist. How am I gonna sell stories if folks can't trust that I'm telling the truth? I got me a motto, you know? Faster than anyway, honester than anybody. A motto, huh? That could be an important clue. I should bear it in mind. Time to deploy my clue. I can't imagine that being so vague on the facts is a trait valued amongst journalists. Surely accurately and honesty are what's necessary when reporting on a story. Well, see, it seems your so-called information is not credible after all. Look, there was a murder and I was there. I can even prove it. You can prove it. You can prove it, can you? How? I've got it right. Wait, you heard that? I was just talking to myself. Don't think nothing of it. She's still hiding something. I know you've been keeping something from me, and that something is proof. Proof related to the murder you witnessed. Proof sound enough to form the basis of a story you're hoping to sell. Ah! Dang it all to heck. Give me a break, will ya? I'll come clean, okay? That's what you want, right? Here, I'll done snap me a photo. Happy now? You better be. And that's checkmate. Checkmate, baby. Can't believe I let that happen. Betrayed by my own big mouth. Well, it happened. So it's time to tell us everything. I saw the whole thing. Watched that auction from start to finish. But you didn't just watch it, right? You took pictures too. Yeah, about that. So like I said, I was spying on the whole thing right from the get-go. It was all shouting out bids and somebody wins something, then bam, come down the hammer. Head on upstairs and pay, shouts the old ringleader. And the whole thing starts all over again. Anyhow, as soon as that happened, I had to think quick. That's when I ran behind the statue and hid. And who was it that eventually appeared? Didn't see nothing, but I heard something that made me pretty sure it was whoever placed the winning bid. The sweet, sweet sound of cold, hard cash. I'm not sure I have any idea what that sounds like. The sound of someone counting bills, perhaps? Anyhow, the deal was you settled your bills up here. There were two people yabbering for a little while. Wait, so two people came up on the elevator? You betcha. I guess the other one was our friend, the ringleader. Anyway, yabber, 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 on it goes for a little while, then yeah, a scream. Well, that shook me up pretty good, so I hunkered down in my hiding place and tried to stay out of sight. So you didn't see the moment of the murder? Nah, but I heard it real good. You didn't try and help whoever was being attacked? Trying to be funny, girlie, it don't suit you none. I'm just a dainty little journalist on her lonesome. Think I was fixing to jump in and save the day? Dainty? Anyhow, then there was a bunch of rustling sounds. Right about when that happened, and I got to feeling pretty bad about what I've done. That makes sense, I guess. After all, you didn't... I didn't remember to get out my camera and snap even a single picture. Soup like that drops right into my lap, and I miss it. Someone ought to tan my hide. Anyhow, then a little more time goes by, and there's this kind of clattering noise. I'm there thinking, gotta get the shot this time, and so I grabbed one real quick from the shadows there. Could we see this photograph? Aw, I have to. Here. That's the person in the red raincoat. The one who attacked Kay. So Kay's raincoated assailant also attacked the victim here in the storeroom. Then proceeded up to the roof, where they assaulted Kay. A photograph of the mysterious figure in the red raincoat. There's only one person in this picture. Where's the victim? Weird, huh? I wondered the same thing. Hey, Will Zillan, how you doing today? It's going good. Although chat's the one doing the logicking. Wait 1 second, though. I'm just getting this picture into your evidence list for a moment. The notebook, in other words, terribly. Sheriff K was in the auction. Hot cocoa and fun. Hell yeah, that sounds awesome. I heard 2 people, but there was only 1 in the shot I got. I didn't see nobody nowhere else in the room, neither. That's the killer, alright. These ways, I'm pretty sure it is. So are we saying that the victim disappeared? How did you know that it was the killer just by looking? Because they're literally red-handed with blood. How else would that get there, huh? And the auction just carried on after that? Sure did. They just went right along like nothing has happened. Rich folks is crazier than a box of frogs. Never understand how they think. Funny. I find journalists a struggle to understand as well. Mrs. Hart's statement. There you go, chat. Welcome back, Pixel. Oh boy, this whole experience is enough to boggle a guy's mind. Mysterious storerooms, damsels in distress, it's got the lot. Could you at least try to take things a little more seriously, Fender? Hey, I could try. No, seriously, I'm as keen as to help Kay as you are. She's safe with me. You go do your thing. It's not Kay I'm worried about, it's you. Wow, this is some sturdy construction. The right sturdy supports. I'd say I could hold 50 of you easily, Mr. Edgeworth. Except for the fact that it's nowhere near big enough. I'd say that, but you packed yourselves in tight enough. I really don't think so. And anyway, we have more important things to be investigating. Maybe you're right. Fine. 45, Mr. Edgeworth. 48 tops. Well, it's the only thing that I can think of right now, but... if the storeroom was the actual scene of the crime, then you'd expect the body to have been up here at some point as well. Huh? Well, yeah. But think back to what Mrs. Hart told us about how the customers left the auction. You remember? Of course, they came up from downstairs, back to the storeroom and... Oh! Exactly. The killer would have had to hide the body in order to avoid its discovery. The question is, where did they hide it? Emma, if you wouldn't mind putting your skills to work for me now. I'd love to! You just say what you need and I'll get right on it. Very well. And I'd like you to check for blood residue. A luminal test, in other words. The hell happened? A lot happened. I've never seen somebody's eyes actually sparkle with anticipation before. Alright, how about we test the ladder over there first? Here's one Mr. Hart's picture. I'd say the person in the red raincoat was about to climb it and make their escape, which means there's a high chance of a positive result. To test the area, just press space. That'll spray a little luminol on it. And if it happens to land on some blood, you'll see it react like this. Ugh, it still feels super raw to see it appear like that. Anyway, that's a positive, but it's still faint. Spraying it a couple more times should be enough to really make it stand out. Yeah, that brought it out nicely. It made it feel that much more real. Anyway, I think you got the gist of how to look for blood traces now, right? I'm sure there's still some more to be found. Why don't you give it a try? Thanks for explaining everything, chat. And that's how it's done. Blood for the blood god. Take a good look around and see if you can find some other places to test with luminol. You want to test there? Just spray some luminol on any place suspicious. Mr. Edgeworth, blood! But how could it have gotten there? Maybe somebody put something with blood on it in there? Blood on the clothes box. There are still places we haven't tested yet. Let's see what else we could find. You want to test there? Let's spray some luminol on any place suspicious. We've got a positive. There's blood here. But how come? Probably because this is where the murder was actually committed, I'd say. Ooh, looks like some of it dripped through the floor below, too. Elevator blood added to evidence. I think that's all the blood there is to be found. Alright, then that concludes this phase of our investigation. Blood in the clothes box could only mean one thing. That this is where the body was hidden. I'm certain of it. I wonder who won the box in the auction. I haven't the foggiest. Still, it's a very helpful discovery. Now you just hold your horses there. There's no way a body could have been in there. What do you mean? I took a look at that box when I first got in here. Looked to be just about the perfect size for a little hide-and-go-seek if the need arose. Maybe it would have been. I could have opened it. But it was wrapped in chains and locked up tight, and I ain't no escapologist. What happened is a little after I scoped it out, so again, nobody had put a body in there. Wrapped in chains and locked up tight, you say? That's odd. Because it doesn't look to be wrapped in chains any longer. Huh? Well, slap my head and call me silly. Could have sworn it was, though. I think we've examined all we can now. Great, time to see what's waiting down below. Gotta go to the bathroom real quick, chat. I've been drinking a lot of water today, and that usually involves quick bathroom breaks. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Taking a leg already, are we, Miles? Okie dokie. Hey, K-Meister. Yes, Mr. Fender? We're about ready to move out. I want you to stick with me, okay? Can't have you getting lost. Of course, I'll be sure to stay close. When did those two start getting along so well? Take the elevator down. And guess where it takes us? To the Committee of Prosecutorial Excellence Chamber. What? Mr. Edgeworth? This room. This is the auction room? No, this is the committee chamber. Way to drop right into my lap, Cave Faraday. You've got real guts, I'll give you that. Arrest her, men. Arrest her right now. Wait, but she's... As for the rest of the riffraff, throw them out into the streets where they belong. You can't do this. This is going way overboard. Yeah, what she said. Miles, this isn't looking too good, I gotta say. Yeah, the blinding light of justice shines on me. Yeah! Owie! What did I do? You'll have to forgive me. I meant to hit such a cowardly ex-prosecutor. You weren't aiming for him, you were aiming straight at me! Something keeps getting in my way. Something. Yeah! Right there. Francisca. So what are you doing here, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor? I still believe Kate to be innocent. And was supposed to care what you believe? You no longer have the rights to an opinion. I am Francisca Vodkama, and I have no intention of stopping here or now. But you choose to stop by giving up your badge. And so our game has already come to an end. My badge was an obstacle to proceeding along the road I've chosen. I haven't stopped. I've simply cleared the way ahead. And now I'm free to follow that road, all the way to the truth. So don't you think for a second that my conviction has changed. I'm every bit as dedicated as I ever was. You seem to think you know what lies at the end of this road to the truth. In that case, I demand that you show me. I'll explain my current theory first, and if your load fails to lead anywhere, my whip will happily guide it. Francisca's current theory. The victim used her keycard and entered this chamber with her killer. She was then stabbed with the candelabrum by the culprit and subsequently died as a result. We know the identity of the murderer thanks to the letters she exchanged with the victim. And we know the location of the murderer is here in the committee's trial chamber. The blood on the floor of this room proves my theory. Game, set, and match, Miles Edgeworth. QED. She's pretty confident, huh? She doesn't lack the courage of her convictions, that's for certain. And I gotta say, I could dig that vibe. And even give her a no hard feeling. Pathetic. Well, Miles Edgeworth, do you think you can bring my case crashing down around my ears? You really have found the road to the truth. Perhaps you'd be so kind to point me towards it. I'll be very happy to. Settle in, Francisca. I'm about to pave that road with incontrovertible evidence. Incontrovertible evidence. What are we doing, chat? A Belmont? Francisca could be a Belmont, let's be real. Alright, chat, if nobody has any suggestions, I press everything. Hold it. And you're sure the data from the security system is accurate? That data is just like me. Perfect in every way. There's no room for doubt on either front. Well, your theory is far from perfect. I suppose I'm not going to change your mind on this so easily, am I? Correct. As I said, the victim entered the room with her killer. She was then stabbed with the candelabrum by the culprit and subsequently died as a result. Hold it. And the stab wounds she sustained are a perfect match with the candelabrum in question? 3 wounds, inflicted by metallic spikes of some kind, in 3 places simultaneously. Even you have to agree that there aren't many objects that could do that. Furthermore, Grandma Hertz confirmed the murder weapon in her report. Then there's absolutely no doubt in your mind that it was the candelabrum. None whatsoever. And as for the culprit... And yes, we are. Thanks to the letters she exchanged with the victim. Have you managed to prove conclusively that the letter found in the victim was sent by Kay? I wasn't aware that there was any doubt on that front. Are you suggesting that it was a forgery? Well, if there's any doubt, there isn't any longer. Document analysis turned up nothing. Nothing to suggest the involvement of anyone other than the sender and the recipient. Or any forgery. Are you saying that they found Kay's prints? No, only the victims. Oh then, how can you say for sure that Kay did the deed? Haven't you been listening? Document analysis found nothing to suggest the letter was a forgery. Face it, the letter was sent by Kay Faraday. A fact that no more than adequately proves the identity of the murderer. And we know the location of the murder is here, in the committee's trial chamber. You could prove that the murder happened here in the committee chamber, I suppose? Vodkama is perfect in every way. Did you forget that when you handed in your badge? The blood on the floor in this room proves my theory. Game set and match, Miles Edgeworth. Has the blood been analyzed to see who it belongs to? It has, and unsurprisingly, it was confirmed to be that of the victim. And it occurred to you that that's where the murder was, in fact, took place. How quickly you forget, Miles Edgeworth. Evidence is everything in the courtroom. So please, present your proof that the murder occurred elsewhere. Or kindly stand down. And this isn't a courtroom, but that doesn't mean I can't give her the evidence she's clearing desires. It's a pretty watertight argument, huh? Perhaps, but she doesn't know what we know. You're right, we've got a certain scientific discovery up our sleeves. And that discovery will sure the road I've been found to the truth. So this statement, right? You want to present the elevator blood on this statement? It's already been confirmed. I just need to make sure this is the right statement. Because you said current. Your testimony completely contradicts this piece of evidence, wouldn't you say? Why don't you ever take a crack at answering your own questions before asking others? Because in this case, my answer is simply no. It teaches me not to question myself. Whoa, 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 what can you do to upset Fan, big guy? Next time, try to land a swift kick on her before this. Ow! Less of your chatter, I don't have time for this. Better get this over with before she whips Fender unconscious. So you want to present on this one now, right? Okay. If I remember correctly, the blood discovered in this room was located at the foot of the Goddess of Justice statue. Murder under the gaze of the divine. A brazen act even for a cold-blooded killer. Except, that may not be true at all. Take a look at this, would you? It's a bloodstain we discovered in the storeroom directly above the committee chamber. As you can see, the blood we found looks to have dripped through the roof to the room below. And the elevator it dripped down from descends directly to the foot of the statue. Ah, you noticed. Then you'll agree that the murder cannot in fact have happened in this room. I put it to you that the victim was killed in the room above, and only afterward was she moved down here. The Goddess of Justice did not witness a murder. She witnessed a killer trying to cover their tracks. Why is she smiling? Sorry, I was just thinking back to a very similar situation. Well done, Mother Zebworth. You've proven yourself to be even more foolish than I thought. Sir Edward is anything but a fool, sir, and you know it. Youch! Have you forgotten the picture you just showed me? Are you really that airheaded? Even a cursory glance shows there was far more blood here in the committee chamber than upstairs. Ouch, looked and ignored again. I could get some love too. You're trying to tell me that all that blood dripped down from above, Miles Edgeworth? If it had, your storeroom stain would mean to be 10 times as big. I say that the murder happened down here. There's no way it could have happened anywhere else. As insightful as ever, Francisco. But you've played right into my hands. How so? You were correct. There's far less blood upstairs than one would expect. The question is, why? A trifling detail in the face of my previous explanation. Alas, your explanation doesn't account for why there was blood in the storeroom in the first place. Surely you don't think that some splatter managed to shoot itself all the way up there, do you? Whoa, like some crazy fountain of blood? No way! No way indeed. It's completely impossible. So how about this? What if this explains the difference in the amounts of blood observed? There's far more blood in the committee chamber than the storeroom above because... Wario says the weapon was removed here. Everyone's saying that, so. The victim died of 3 stab wounds. Wounds that would have bled profusely. Exactly, as proven by the amount of blood we found on the floor to this room. That doesn't make any sense. Not if she was stabbed in the storeroom. You said there wasn't much blood up there already. Yeah! Silence, you half-baked, hair-brained lookie. A hairbrain is a little... Ah! A stab wound bleeds heaviest when one particular point in time. Oh, I know, when the weapon is removed, right? Precisely. I believe when the body was brought down to the committee chamber, when the candelabrium's still in its chest. And then, when it was finally removed, it created the difference in the amount of blood we see between the 2 locations. But why? Fuck, I accidentally pressed the button there. But why? What was the killer trying to do? I imagine they were trying to give the impression that the murder happened down here. As we know, Mrs. Ringer's keycards was used late last night. Judging by the time listed in the record, I hazard a guess that it was used by the killer when they entered the room to create their elaborate setup. Why would they have needed to do all this in the first place? Perhaps because a person with a face to hide would fear the storeroom being found in the investigation. If they were involved with the underground auction, they couldn't afford to have their dirty secret exposed. Underground auction? You should take a look at the storeroom for yourself. The items up there tell quite a story. One that should more than explain what was going on here last night. It's almost idyllic, Miles Edgeworth. How desperately you want to protect your friend. There's something just beneath the surface this case. Something bigger than all of us. And Kay's only crime was to have the bad fortune to fall right into the middle of it. That's quite the hyperbolic claim, Miles Edgeworth. Hyperbolic? Me. Surely you're the one making a mountain out of my perfectly reasonable molehill. You're working with Interpol on international cases, so why are you investigating a domestic murder? I'll tell you why. Because this case has something to do with the smuggling ring you've been chasing. You followed the trail of items being smuggled by the ring, and wound up here. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me that the something I sensed isn't related to any of this. I'm very happy to learn that your giving up your badge didn't completely relieve you of your senses. Scruffy had told me about the circumstances that led up to that, by the way. Sorry, sir. I just thought it might help, you know? You did the right thing, detective. I don't know either, Jack. Don't worry about it. So am I right, Francisca? Is this incident part of the broader case you're working? Was the underground auction already on Interpol's radar? Wouldn't you like to know? But you don't need to know. And so you won't. Then you knew, didn't you? That the auction was being held here in this chamber. Hey, y'all mind if I butt in for a second? You're a victim over there, the lady in the white. You! Hey, that gal finished. Well, you ain't no good butting in pain in the you-know-what. Ouch! This leopard sure ain't changed her spots. Your testimony is not required, and neither is your presence. What do you mean? I'm a journalist. You can't. Ow! You're a liar is what you are. You lied under oath that one time. Seems like Miss Von Karma's none too fond of Mrs. Hart, huh? I don't think she's her biggest fan, no. What's she called? Ringer, right? She's a member of this here committee? Well, she's dressed exactly like the ringleader of that there secret auction. Ah, stop it. Stop whipping me, dang it. What is the meaning of this interruption? Miles Edgeworth, explain. Miss Hart here helped us out by describing how the auctioneer was dressed. And it seems that they were wearing the exact same outfit as the victim, Miss Rosie Ringer. But that would mean that the victim was also the ringleader. Now, how about we just calm down, sir? Seems I have some new information to consider. It's true that I came here to investigate the underground auction and to arrest its head of operations, the auctioneer. But if Miss Hart is to be believed, the ringleader is dead. I guess that means your journey here today was wasted. I suppose it does. Nonetheless, I, Franziska von Karma, refuse to leave empty-handed. Time for a rematch, Miles Edgeworth. Fine by me. But you may find that your whip will go sorely underused this round. Franziska's latest theory. Fine, I accept your little explanation. That would make the storeroom the actual scene of the crime, yes? In which case, the murderer is someone connected to the auction. And if the photographer is to be believed, the victim was the auctioneer, and the culprit was an attendee. The killer lay in wait for the victim in the storeroom where the exchange of illicit good was to take place. He then stabbed the victim in the chest with a piece of merchandise, the candelabrum. There, does that about sum it up? Because I won't be accepting rebuttals. I'm afraid you might have to. There's a serious hole in your testimony. There is? I don't spot any. Good thing you're the one in charge here, Mr. Edgeworth. Alright then, time to fight back. You have to win this for us. And I will. Time to take Franziska's testimony to task. Yeah, sometimes those characters just have generic songs. You conceded the point rather easily. I can't help but be suspicious. I'm not in the habit of denying facts that are already supported by evidence. That's all there is to it. You're able to show that the murder actually took place in the storeroom. In which case, the murderer is someone connected to the auction. And how exactly did you come to that conclusion? Members of the big building staff requested extensively, but none mentioned a secret storeroom. As yet its existence was known only to a handful of people. And of course, that storeroom was where the items that were sold in the auction were being kept. Very good. Which is thus a link between knowledge of the storeroom and involvement in the auction. And if the photographer is to be believed, the victim was the auctioneer and the culprit was an attendee. So you believe that the victim and the ringleader were one and the same? I do. And the murderer was... Why are you asking her this? You just said the exact same thing yourself, dummy. Huh. So I did. But I was merely confirming Francis's reasoning in order to... Oh, don't give me that horse feed! You get caught saying something stupid, you give a little laugh and move on with your day. The murderer was one of the auction attendees. What? You don't got no notes for our friend here after that little performance of his? Of course. Assuming that our friend is the photographer of lists can be trusted. I can't quite tell if they love or hate one another. Anyway, the more relevant point here is how the culprit actually carried out their plan. No, we do not.
Hold it!
How exactly did they manage that, may I ask? Miss Hart was in the storeroom too, remember?
Objection!
Yes, hiding someplace. And if you've seen the storeroom yourself, you know that there are plenty of other places to hide too. So you're saying the killer was hiding out of sight while they awaited the victim's arrival. I believe we can reasonably assume that the murder took place after the auction had concluded. After all, the victim was the auctioneer herself. She would surely have needed to be present throughout the proceedings. She thinks it happened afterwards. Would you mind adding that statement to your testimony, Francisca? I believe we could reasonably assume that the murder took place after the auction had concluded. New statement, chat. Do we present? Akiri wants to present Hart's statement. Everyone agrees. Objection! It seems you're one step behind yet again, Francisca. How so? The auctioneer was not in fact the victim, and I can prove it. This is the statement Miss Hart gave us. But if she made it, it's not with the she used to say it. I done told you I'm a journalist, dang nabbit. My word is ouch! Did I ask you to open your mouth? Ouch! Calm down and listen for a second, Francisca. Mr. Hart witnessed at least some of the events surrounding the murder, and she confirmed that the auction continued even after the murder had occurred. You bet it did. Went on right like nothing had happened at all. How would that have been possible without an auctioneer, It wouldn't. So you see, the victim couldn't have been the auctioneer. She was one of the attendees. No! As I've been saying since the start, there is no way Kay could be the murderer, because she had been pushed down the hatch by her assailant and knocked unconscious by that time. So then, who was the victim, really? Right, well, if the auction carried on after the murder, the victim must not have been the auctioneer, but an attendee. That's enough. I know that sound all too well. Order in the courtroom. All rise for the chairman. Oh, there's no need for all that pomp and circumstance, Verity. Please, everyone, feel free to call me Celsius. Yes, that'll do nicely. Alright, Celsius, what are you doing here? Oh, I just stopped by to see how my boneheaded boy was getting along. They say there are all sorts of families, but I'm not sure these two are what they meant. I thought I might need to light a fire under this investigation, but it seems not. The suspect everyone's searching high and low for is right back here where we started. Men, detain the suspect immediately. Wait, Miss Faraday is innocent. Shut your meddling mouth! You're becoming something of a problem, Miles, my boy. I thought I told you. The committee wants this matter cleared up as soon as possible. It's a matter of trust. We can't have our organization be seen to drag its feet. It's bad for us, and it's bad for me too. Personally, sorry, it must be my age. Your unlawful investigation ends here, and it will not be permitted to resume. In case you have forgotten, you are no longer a prosecutor. You have no authority here. And what's more, there is the matter of you aiding and abetting a suspect. She's right, of course, as always. You really are a godsend, Verity. Everything I do knowingly. If you wish to prosecute me for me, be my guest. But know this, we have uncovered a new suspect. This person here. Miss Faraday was attacked by this person. You could stop right there, Mr. Edgeworth. The raincoat in your picture was discovered nearby a short while ago. The victim's blood was found on the hood, along with some cherry blossom petals. Cherry blossom petals, like the one on the roof. Yes, they are stuck to the edges of the bloodstains, probably due to the blood being fresh at that time. The results came back already, my boy, so there's no mistaking it. The person in your picture is the victim, Miss Rosie Ringer. What? Well then. No, this completely undermines our entire case! All of our assumptions are based on the person in the red raincoat being the killer. But if they were the victim instead, then Kay remains at the top of the suspect list! Miss Faraday, you testified to having encountered a person in a red raincoat on the roof, correct? Yes, I did. We now know that the person was the murder victim. And you are the only person we know of who came in contact with her. Since one of you wound up dead, I think we all know how that encounter went. No, Kay was attacked by that person! She is the victim here, not the aggressor. As far as I recall, we have yet to see any evidence that proves she was attacked as you claim. And even if such proof existed, Miss Ringer could simply have been acting in self-defense. Well, you can't just jump to conclusions like that. Kay is innocent! But I'm not. Kay? I'm not innocent. I don't want to believe it, but I remembered something. Hearing about the raincoat brought it back. It's just a flash, but I remember what I saw now. Right when it happened. The murderer. It was me. I remember looking down and the person in the red raincoat was on the ground. It was me, Mr. Edgeworth. It was me all along. I'm the murderer. I'm the murderer. No, you're not. You can't be. Then what am I? Why do I have a memory like that? They were on the floor in front of me. There was a pool of blood. Why was I just standing there? Why didn't I do something? I know why. It's because I was the killer. This court recognizes the legitimacy of the accused's memories. What? But you said you didn't believe her like 5 minutes ago! I commend you on your bravery, Miss Faraday. You will not go unrewarded. Praise be to the Goddess of Justice for her many blessings. And as an official representative at Interpol, I hereby request that the suspect be... We don't have time for this. We must arrest Kay Faraday this instant. How dare you take that tone with me? This is a gross overreach of authority. I demand you give us more time to investigate. You say my investigation is unlawful? What could be more unlawful than this? Unfortunately, you no longer speak for the law. Indeed you don't, but I do. And well, I can't help but be moved by your dedication to your friend. I have to agree with Verity. Speaking of the law, it seems there's one other we must arrest. Ah, yes, I almost forgot. Miles. What are you talking about? Mr. Edgeworth was just doing his job. He didn't do anything wrong. He wasn't doing squat, by which I mean to say. Unfortunately, Miles is no longer serving in any kind of official capacity. You went too far this time, Mr. Edgeworth. You conducted an unlawful investigation. Worse, you aided and abetted the flight of a suspect. You are no longer even an ex prosecutor. You are a criminal, nothing more. Ugh. Oh, that reminds me. There was supposed to be a hearing today, wasn't there? Concerning your conduct. Because he's crying, Jack. I'll make sure it's officially rescheduled to tomorrow, although I feel I already know the outcome. Look at this as an opportunity to reflect on your actions, Miles. A chance to really think long and hard. This court is adjourned. To be continued. And now we're in jail. Or at least the holding cells. Never thought I'd spend another night in here again. And they stripped me of all the evidence we so painstakingly gathered. Even if they did let me keep Kay's Yatakarasu pin. I can't help but worry about her. I'm not removing the evidence, because fuck that. But worry about her. They better be treating her well. Like, I'm not legitimately going to just remove all the evidence. That's stupid. The murderer. It was me. I remember looking down and the person in the red raincoat was on the ground. It was me, Mr. Edgeworth. It was me all along. I'm the murderer. I'm the murderer. Come on, let's go. You've got a visitor. A visitor? Who? Someone by the name of Dick Gumshoe. Want me to send him away? No. I'm not sure what to even say to him. Wait there. They're leaving me unsupervised. Forgive the intrusion. Judge Gavelle. Please, Mr. Edgeworth. Take a seat. What are you doing here? I was told it was Detective Gumshoe. I imagined you wouldn't come if you knew it was me. What could she possibly want from me now? I suppose I better find out. You may not be aware of this, but you are only permitted to meet with me with specifically approved visitors. So I'm to be treated like a dangerous criminal, am I? I suppose my reputation has rather plummeted. It has indeed. For you, of course. And your friends. That attorney and the other girl were raising quite the fuss earlier. Fender and Emma. I saw them launch some extremely heated words at one of the guards. No, you didn't! You may thank the goddess in that regard, for even she is too busy to deal with each and every infraction. They will not be punished for their bad behavior. Did you come here just to chit-chat with me? You must have a lot of time on your hands. Oh, speaking of which, Miss Von Karma is continuing the investigation where you left off. I just thought you would like to know. I figured you'd be worried about how they were all doing. I hate to admit it, but she read me like a book. Let's cut to the chase, Your Honor. Why are you really here? I'm here to simply talk. Nothing more. There's something I wish to know about you. Me? Yes. Who else? Objectively speaking, you are highly intelligent and quick-witted. And a born prosecutor at that. Please, Judge Gavelle, your sarcastic praise is but salt on my wounds. But I sincerely mean every word, Edgeworth. And that is why I fail to understand you. Take this latest case, for example. You were up against the very committee itself. You had no hope of succeeding. Even a child could have seen that, and yet... I don't imagine the old me would have ever been so reckless. The old me had power, and because of that, I thought that justice was always on my side. Just as you and the committee believe now. But a certain person changed my mind. He made me reckon with my selfish and skewed sense of justice. And once the scales had fallen from my eyes, I began to look at people differently. I saw that I was only able to be an effective prosecutor thanks to the efforts of those around me. Detective Gumshoe, the many investigative officers of the force, and even Kay. It changed me. The degree to which it changed me still surprises me to this day. I see. Thank you. I feel like perchance I understand you a little better now. You understand me? I highly doubt it. Someone who is so focused on forcing their idea of justice onto others can't possibly see what I see. Is that so? Is that what you truly believe? I will say one thing. This has been a very interesting conversation. That is all. Before I go, there's one remaining matter. I was asked to inform you that the date of your hearing has been confirmed. It will be held today, in the trial chamber. The committee sends its warmest regards. If that was all you had to tell me, you could have just sent a message. And entrust the goddess' words to another. That wouldn't do now, would it? Until then, Mr. Edgeworth, I'll see you again very shortly. There's a note on the wall next to the toilet. Sorry, we're currently out of toilet paper. Please make the necessary mental preparations before using the toilet. What sort of mental preparations can one even make? A very basic bed. I can't say it was very comfortable to sleep on, however. Master Detective Gumshoe would sleep soundly on it nevertheless, loudly snoring all the while. I suppose we'll never get to work together again. I don't have any regrets about the bed I've made. I'll follow my own path to the end. There's a menu here on the table. It seems that detainees are able to pay to have their meals brought to their cells. What looks good? Spaghetti and mac and cheese lunch? Add linguine for only $1? Basmati and brown rice special. For a limited time, only add regular white rice at no extra cost. Probably for the best that I'm not very hungry. I've barely spent any time in here, and already I can feel my personal appearance slipping. I've given up my badge, but I mustn't give it up on myself. My collar, it's slightly creased. There. A tidy outside begets a tidy inside. Which is why it's more important now than ever to take care of myself. There's a poster in the corridor outside. We regret to announce that due to the warden's arrest, the Die of Destiny game will be discontinued. Inmates will no longer need to roll a die every morning to determine their meals for the day. We wholeheartedly apologize to those who are looking forward to their daily casting of the die. Did anyone really need an apology for the decision of such a ridiculous idea in the first place? Do I have another visitor? Kay! Oh, thank goodness you seem alright. That's a load off my mind. Ah, such a heartwarming scene. It's enough to make a grown man cry. But you're still not your usual cheery... you have to stay positive, Kay. You didn't do anything wrong. In fact, I guarantee you didn't. No, you have to let it go. I'm the murderer. I know that now. But you're not. You can't be. Why don't you have any faith in yourself? How can I, Mr. Edgeworth? When there is no me left to believe in. None at all? I don't think that's true. Before you lost your memory, we spent quite a bit of time together. And I dare say you left quite the impression on me. So you see, there's still plenty of you left. That's why I believe in so much in your innocence. And why you should believe in yourself too. Thank you. But I can't. It would just cause more pain for both of us. Please, you have to forget her. Forget that Kay. She's gone. Kay, no! You remind me of my younger self, you know. So noble, so bold. This is the justice you and the committee stand for? Huh? Justice? I suppose you could call it that. What is he up to? Why is he going to such lengths to control everything? I can't shake the feeling that something is very wrong here. Is there some hidden agenda at play? This is no time to second-guess myself. If I'm going to find out what it is, it's now or never. Well then, my boy, I suppose I should be... Wait. Why is the chairman so intent on seeing Kay charged with the murderer? It doesn't make any sense. There must be some rhyme or reason to this madness. Now, Miles, I'm a busy, important man. I can't be wasting my precious time talking to you. The only way out of my current predicament is through Chairman Winner. There's so much to ask in so little time. Let's start by trying to find out why he rushed to have Kay arrested so quickly. I can't let this happen. I'm getting answers if it's the last thing I do. Why were you so keen to push through Kay's arrest? I've yet to hear a satisfactory explanation. An explanation? I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Don't give me that. You know exactly what I mean. Tut-tut. I advise you to moderate your tone, dear boy. May I remind you of your position? And suppose we did let your friend go free. What then, What do you mean, what then? Think how it would look, my boy. And who would have to take the blame? Me, that's who. You're right to keep your mouth shut. That way you won't say anything foolish. Sorry, but I can't stay silent forever. Not while Kay's innocence is still in doubt. Ah, you're breaking my heart. Just look at this flood of tears spilling out. Please, just leave it alone, will you? Things were coming along nicely until you interfered. Coming along nicely? That's a pretty strange way of putting it. It's almost as if you wanted Kay's arrest to happen. It certainly doesn't sound like the statement of an impartial representative of the law. You think so? Well, that wasn't my intention. Has it occurred to you that you might just be overthinking things a little? Chairman Winter certainly knows how to dodge a question, but it doesn't change the fact that serious doubts remain concerning Kay's arrest. Next, we'll need to press him on whether he really believes the investigation was sufficient. We cannot allow any of his statements to go unexamined, no matter how trivial they may seem. One of them may just give us back the breakthrough we need. How much time was spent on your investigation altogether? Well, now, let's see. You know what? I'm not sure I can remember. And I'm sure you can. You won't bluster your way out of this one. It's not bluster, my boy. I honestly don't recall. It's a problem when you get to my age, you see? Why, I even forget my own son's name sometimes. Never mind your fool of a son. Answer me. How long did you spend on the investigation? You're right, of course. The boy's a fool. I never meant for him to grow up like that, but... Oh, woe is me. He's only too happy to derail the conversation no matter where I take it. I have to force him to take this seriously. Let's try another tact for now. You could hardly say your investigation was sufficient. And you're the one who called all the shots, weren't you? Including the decision to have Kay arrested? Oh, I'm afraid I'm nowhere near as influential as you think, dear boy. You're the chairman of the committee. It doesn't get much more influential than that. Not that I care about such things. You wound me. It's enough to drive an old man to tears. You'll have to forgive me. I'm not the deferential type. Well, if you're gonna insist on being so blunt, then I'm afraid you won't be seeing your prosecutor's badge anytime soon. Let me make something clear once and for all. That badge isn't the be-all, end-all for me. Far from it. I'm not concerned with titles or rules. Even you must understand that much. So young. So very young. And a word of advice, Miles, from someone who's been around the block. You're hopelessly naive, my boy. Idiotically so. Well, that certainly got under his skin. He might be less guarded in his answers while he's in this state. Now's my chance. How much time was spent on your investigation? My, you really don't give up, do you? But even my patience has its limits, you know. What a coincidence. So does mine. Now answer the question. Do you believe that your investigation was sufficient or not? Ah, the youth these days are wont to be reckless. It makes me want to put you in your place. You're going to regret that, my boy. Well, maybe you do know your place after all. What's the matter, scared? Oh, hardly. I was just thinking about how best to proceed. Getting answers from the elderly requires sensitivity. They can get quite emotional after all. You have no common sense whatsoever, do you? Don't you understand? Your fate rests in my hands. Let's say you do manage to get some answers from me. There's nothing you can do with them, so why not give it up, dear boy? No. And why not? It's simple, because I'm not about to let the truth escape me. Interesting. I think I'm beginning to see what makes you tick. But what you're doing is pointless. Tragically and miserably pointless. Please, just give up. She's guilty. The decision has been made. Once again, your choice of words intrigues me. It's almost as if Kay's guilt has already been determined from before her arrest. What are you trying to imply? I'm implying that things haven't gone as they normally should. In fact, everything has proceeded as if Kay's arrest was the end goal, right from the very start. Well, Chairman Winner, was it? That's certainly an intriguing theory. But it's also a complete work of fiction. I'm afraid I don't have time for such flights of fancy. I think it's time we brought this shabby little farce to an end, don't you? No, he's trying to make his escape. We must confirm the legality of Kay's arrest before he slips away. It's faint, but the truth is finally beginning to emerge. And I'm not about to let this opportunity pass me by. Wait, we're not done yet. I'm tired of all this talking. Make it brief, will you? Based on everything I've heard from you so far, it's clear that Kay's arrest is entirely unfounded. Yes, I think we're all familiar with this particular refrain of yours by now. But I'm afraid it doesn't matter either way. You don't have what it takes to secure her release anyhow. How dare you take this so lightly as a man of the law? My, aren't you a rude little boy? But my fuse is only so long. Honestly speaking, I don't have the time to waste on every last question you can dream up. I have certain responsibilities to attend to, you know? I really am quite a busy man. Or are you just pretending to be busy, That's an awful thing to say to a fragile old man. I work harder than I should at my age. I ask you, my boy, what can I even hope to accomplish by putting up such a pretense? You obviously don't want to talk about the case anymore. That's why you're so keen to get out of this conversation, is it? It's just so tragic. It really is. You would suspect me of such things. It's not a suspicion. It's a certainty. There were no clear grounds on which to base Kay's arrest for a start. Now, my boy, let's not get carried away. There's plenty of evidence to support our case. The mask, the letter, the corsage, these were all in her possession. And of course, her confession. More than enough to prove her guilt, I'd say. But those aren't. What's the matter? Struggling to come up with a way to explain everything away? Well, there we have it. Your silence speaks volumes. It's true I can't counter your argument right now, but you did let something valuable split. A suspiciously detailed knowledge of the evidence against Kay. He rattled off that list like he knew it inside out. I think that might prove to be a valuable clue. Kay is innocent. No, my boy, that's just clumsy. Anyone can blurt out a baseless assertion like that, but a disgraced superstar prosecutor. Ugh. Oh, that just reduced my HP. Well, come, I just have to be ready when it does. Who gave the order? Who decided that Kay should be arrested? You know, I can't seem to remember. Whenever good old Miles, my boy, it wreaks havoc on the memory. Time to deploy my clue. I'd appreciate it if you stopped playing the old man card. You remember the details of the evidence against Kay pretty clearly. Perhaps if your memory didn't fail you only when it was convenient, I'd be more inclined to believe you. So let me ask you again, who gave the order for Kay's arrest? You're a sharp one, I'll give you that. My son could learn a thing or two from you. It wasn't such an incurable numbskull, that is. It's a tragedy, really. I don't want to hear about your son. I want to know who authorized the arrest. You're very mean, you know that, don't you? The arrest, you say? I believe the order was given by... Come now, Chairman Winner, we both know it was you. Alright, you got me. You make it sound like it was somehow a bad thing, though. But I have a reputation to uphold, so I guess it's better to clean up this little misunderstanding. I'll entertain your questions for a few more minutes. Let's see if I can put your mind at ease. The key thing to do now is to establish how intimately he knows the details of the case. I just have to ask the right questions. The end game is at hand. We're but a few moves away from the truth. You seem to know the case in quite some detail. I know lots of things, my boy. I'm just smart like that. Too bad the same can't be said about the way you handled Kay's arrest. I'm a very busy man. Do try to remember that I can bring this little chat to an end whenever I so choose. It's only taking so long because you won't give me a straight answer to any of my questions. If only you stop giving me the runaround, we'd be done already. So let's try this again. You seem to know the details of the case quite intimately. Why is that? Because I read the case file. Not exactly the most thrilling use of my time, of course, but it's part of the job. I have to be a good role model. I can't be seen to be slacking. It can be so hard. But I've had some time on my hands. I've read the whole thing from cover to cover. I've got you now. Backed into a corner. You didn't even know it. I fucked up. What are you going on about your lonesome over there? You need to cut an old man like me some slack. I can't keep up with all that youthful energy. Curses. I should have picked my words more wisely. I can't just let this happen. I'm getting answers if it's the last thing I do. He loves burning those documents for sure. That's strange. I could have sworn you just told me you're a very busy man. I'd say that cracks are finally starting to show, wouldn't you say? If you're so keen on being an upstanding leader, you can start by releasing Kay, you know? Really don't give up, do you? It's a moving sight indeed, my boy. But a tragic one, too. After all, your efforts are for naught. I'm afraid your little friend was found unconscious near the scene of the crime. We have yet to hear much about the circumstances under which Kay was found. She was lying unconscious in the storeroom, correct? That's right. Although I'm not at liberty to tell you how I know that. He knows things even we didn't. In fact, he seems to be aware of every tiny detail about this case. This could be a valuable clue. The suspect, Kay Faraday. How much do you know about her exactly? I know she's not the suspect. Aside from that, not much else. Cross my heart, but it's true. For my clue. Sorry, but the more you tell me, the less sense your story makes. For one thing, you know details that even those investigating the scenes were not aware of. Why is that? Just how much do you really know, Chairman Winner? Oh, there's that intimidating face you like to make again. Well, two could play this game. How do you like me now, I do have to commend you on your doggedness. Really is something. I'll take that as a compliment. Take it however you like. Wrap this up, will you? I just don't have the stamina anymore. He's the culprit. The only possible culprit. Let's accept that already. How much more evidence did you want us to load her down with, for goodness sake? Load her down with? Yet another interesting turn of phrase. One that makes it sound a lot like the items Kay were carrying might have been foisted upon her. Impressive. You really do pay attention, don't you? It's no wonder they used to call you a prodigy, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor. I think you know the answer to your own question by now. Why don't you just go ahead and say it? I want to hear it from you. It's finally time to shed light on the truth. All that's left for me is to play one last move. Kay is innocent. No, my boy, that's just clumsy. Anyone can flirt up a baseless accusation like that. Even a disgraced superstar prosecutor. Kay was framed. The true culprit set it all up so that she would take the fall instead. That is my answer, and I won't let you deny it any longer. Oh, my, you really are a sharp one. It's a bit of a shame you chose to hand in your badge. I admit it, you're right on all accounts. And that's checkmate. You knew Kay wasn't the real murderer, and yet you still had her arrested. What's worse, you thought you could get away with it. Well, you won't. Not if I could help it. There you go with that naivete again, my boy. I guess that's always your problem. With the girl arrested and a conviction secured, this whole mess goes away. And that's what will happen. But whose interest does a conclusion like that serve? The committee's, I suppose? And mine? Oh, you know, listening to you just now, they really got the tears flowing, I have to say. It was poignant and heartfelt and sincere, and utterly infuriating. Look, I'm not perfect, I know that, but your lack of sophistication in these matters is beyond the pale. You insist that the truth is more important than anything else. But would you say the same if you knew what the real value of the truth is? What are you trying to say? When you get to my level, you don't uncover the truth. You make it, little by little. Kay Faraday, murderer. That's the truth. The truth I created. Ugh. Yes, my boy. That's what I like to see. You're so sincere sometimes, it's painful. It just makes me want to put you in your place. Knowing the real truth will get you nowhere. Because that's how much it's worth. Nothing. Shocking, I know. Why not go after the real killer? How much do you even know about what really happened? You're still not getting it. That's your truth. And it is worthless. Mine is all that matters. You understand what I'm saying, don't you, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor? I have all the power here. Curse you! Well, aren't you menacing? You and your little friend are just as bad as each other. Violent criminals who deserve to be locked up. You'll pay for this. And with that, yet another person disappears from my life. Oh, it just makes me want to cry and cry and cry. I'm not planning to disappear yet, Chairman Winner. There's still the hearing later today. Just you wait. One war or another, I'll prove Kay's innocence to the world then. Hey chat, out of these lists, who's the protagonists? Who are the main characters in this list, chat, of all these people? Fucking protagonist art style. Ten members, over a majority, are present. I hereby call this hearing to order. There's a little bit of character sauce, true. We are gathered here today to assess the professional competency of Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Here, in the sight of the goddess, we do solemnly swear to pass fair and frank judgment. Fair and frank. Don't make me laugh. Verity, if you would be so kind as to summarize the case against Mr. Edgeworth. On April 5th, despite having been advised of the illegality of the investigation he was conducting, the accused refused to desist and eventually had to be detained by myself and Chairman Winner. His actions are compromised the investigation into the murder of a certain defense attorney. And despite having been presented with copious evidence of her guilt, He continues to insist that the suspect, 1K Faraday, is innocent of all charges. Perhaps you could explain the details of the murder to us as well. Of course. On the morning of the 5th, the body of the victim was found here in the committee chamber. Further explanation will be provided by me, Eustace Winner, Premier Prosecutor. The floor is yours, Mr. Winner. The murder itself happened late in the night of the 4th. The victim was Miss Rosie Ringer. That same night, an illicit auction was being held here in this very room. Ringer took part in that auction, I think. Yeah. Meaning that the murder took place sometime during the auction. When she was found, Ringer was dressed in an outfit that matched the description of the auctioneers. However, due to the fact that the auction carried on after the murder had occurred, I deduced that the Ringer was not in fact the auctioneer. You deduced nothing of the sort. And what about the basis on which the suspect was detained, Mr. Winner? Yeah, I got this. So Faraday was overcome by crushing remorse, Eustace. Yeah, that. Tons of crushing remorse, she confessed. According to her confession, she was on the roof of the building when she encountered a person in a red raincoat on the viewing platform. And that person was Mr. Ringer, I take it. Precisely, Mr. Chairman. The killer dressed the victim in the auctioneer's outfit after the fact. But at the time when she was killed, Miss Ringer was wearing a red raincoat. And who won the race to find that raincoat nearby? Me, that's who. Did you? I thought it was somebody from forensics. Strictly speaking, it was found by one of the forensics investigators under Mr. Winner's command. I knew it. The blood analysis of the coat showed that it was indeed Mr. Ringer who had worn it. And the suspect confession was the final nail in the coffin. She confirmed having committed the murder. So as you can see, A. Faraday was the killer. There's no way anyone else could have done it. Alright, Miles, I expect you have some objections. Let's get them out of the way, shall we? I have no objections, Chairman Winner. Well now, is that so? I thought you would have taken more than a single night in detention to break it. No objections in the matter of my unauthorized investigation, that is. But in the matter of Miss Faraday's supposed guilt, I have plenty. I can personally attest to the fact that Mr. Winner's investigation was fair and impartial. Yeah, of course it was. I don't know what you mean by that, Pixel. When it comes to carefully conducted ops, I'm the winner every time. You know, Miles, it's within my power to offer you a plea deal of sorts. If, and this is purely hypothetical, of course, you were to withdraw your objections. You might wake up tomorrow to find yourself the proud owner of a seat of this committee. So I ask you again, do you have any objections, Mr. Edgeworth? If you think you can buy my silence, think again. You will watch your mouth. Only the chairman watches his. I didn't come here to talk about committee seats. I came here to talk about the murder case. I demand a statement under oath, and I won't rest until I have one. I want to know exactly what the committee's view on the incident is. You want to put us on trial, my boy? Very well, if it'll make you happy. Verity, please provide Mr. Edgeworth with the materials pertaining to the case. Really? But sir, this will be his last hurrah, so let's humor him with the send-off he desires. If you say so, Mr. Chairman. Evidence data received from Judge Cavell. You have no objections to Verity representing the committee, I assume? None whatsoever. But Mr. Edgeworth... Don't worry, Kay. Everything will be fine. You'll see. The committee's view of the case. Mrs. Ringer attended the auction as a potential buyer. The red raincoat was one of the items up for sale. So our assumption is that after winning and paying for it, she left the auction with her purchase. The only exit from the storeroom was, of course, the hatch leading up to the roof. After she emerged onto the viewing platform, that's when Miss Ringer was attacked by Miss Faraday. Shortly thereafter, her flame went out, and thus concludes the committee's view of the case. The raincoat was on offer that night. Is that really true? We believe so, yes. You remember the failed assassination attempt on the president of Zhangfa, I assume? The raincoat is a piece of evidence from that case. It should, of course, have remained safely under lock and key in the appropriate facility. But our enquiries revealed that it did in fact go missing under circumstances. And wound up in the auction along with everything else. That makes sense, I suppose. Wonderful work, Faraday. Just wonderful. Crystal clear as ever. You flatter me, sir. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, perhaps you could save us all some time and simply admit defeat? I'll do no such thing, thank you very much. Very well. It's good to know that you still have some fight in you. It is? Why? Come to think of it, she said some strange things when she visited me this morning, too. What exactly is she up to? What are we doing, chat? If people are still awake. Go to 4? The only exit from the storeroom was, of course, the hatch leading up to the roof. After she emerged onto the viewing platform, that's when Miss Ringer was attacked by Miss Faraday. Shortly thereafter, her flame went out, and thus concludes the committee's view of the case. So their theory is that the victim and her killer met on the roof, and that's where the murder took place. In other words, it assumes the viewing platform was the scene of the crime. But is that really the case? I thought I had evidence that clearly shows the story of what happened that night. Time to double check. Press 3. So our assumption is that after winning and paying for it, she left the auction with her purchase.
Hold it!
Why did she leave so soon after making her purchase? Because of the auction house rules. Winning bidders are expected to pay for their items immediately. Miss Hart told us pretty much the same thing. Miss Ringer, having paid for the raincoat, probably left immediately afterwards in accordance with the rules.
Hold
it! Miss Ringer was a member of the committee. Could she not have left the committee chamber via the main door? While the auction was still underway, that would risk exposing its existence to those outside the trusted circle of attendees. Given that Mrs. Hart found out about it, I think its existence is already well and exposed. The rules of the auction stated that the attendees were to enter and leave via the hatch on the roof. Miss Ringer had no reason not to follow these rules. Given where the murder took place, we know that she must have done so.
Hold it!
But why? What possible motive could Kay have had? That is exactly what we are hoping to establish in our upcoming interviews with Miss Faraday. Coercive interrogation after the fact. Something you seem to specialize in. If the murderer knew that the attendees would be leaving via the hatch, then the roof would have been the perfect place to lie in. Wait. So as I was saying, after she emerged onto the viewing platform, that's when Miss Ringer was attacked. Her flame went out. The flame of her life, Mr. Edgeworth. Though perhaps her flame was stolen from her is more apt. But the candelabrum that extinguished her life was one of the auction lots, meaning Kay had no way of getting a hold of it to begin with. Miss Faraday could not have lain in wait for the victim without knowing the storeroom's existence. She could easily have snuck down the ladder and stolen it while the auction was underway. If only we knew where the candle holder was during the auction. That would surely clear the matter up, no? Well, either of you? Sadly, we don't have anything that could tell us much on that front at the moment. Forgive me, sir. That is something we are hoping to establish through further investigation. Well, isn't that a shame, Miles, my boy? It seems this line of inquiry is something of a dead end, isn't it? So what's our game plan here, chat? Once again, this is the hint that Edgeworth gives. The theory is that the victim and her killer met on the roof, and that's where the murder took place. In other words, it assumes the viewing platform was the scene of the crime. But is that really the case? I thought I had evidence that clearly shows the story of what happened that night. Time to double check. So that's what we're establishing, it sounds like. It is after she emerged on the viewing platform. That's when Miss Ringer was attacked by Miss Faraday. Would you care to revise your testimony at all, Judge Gavelle? No. Why? Do you believe there's something wrong with it? Huh. Well, no. Nothing seems out of place. Then perhaps you could refrain from insinuating otherwise? Ugh, well, that blew up in my face. Is there something else that might tell that same what you're thinking, chat? Potentially. We actually don't have our badge right now, Pixel. Well, chat. Check it through the evidence. There's something else a little bit more damning. Can't think of shit. Don't worry, this one's tricky. So she's saying nobody was attacked until after she left, right? After she went up the ladder and left, nobody was attacked until then, huh? Interesting. You're saying this? The photo? So what are we doing, the report or the photo? The ninja mask was found on Kay's possession. Pro is saying the blood on the hand in the photo. Need y'all to convince on something. We got plenty of health, so just throw stuff out in the interest of time. So we're starting with the report? Okay. Statement, you mean, right? Or are we talking about the coroner's report? This is the one you guys are talking about, right? The statement? Okay, that was wrong. Do you guys want to try the photo now? Or no? Now Wario's saying do the photo now. Okay, we're gonna do the photo now.
Objection!
Maybe you can clear something up for me, Judge Gavel. But what is Mrs. Hart doing here at this hearing? She is an eyewitness. I thought it would be obvious. Well, now I ain't really an eyewitness, more of an ear witness, I guess. Huh. She's not exactly the most confidence-inspiring choice to help you make your case, is she? I like to think I chose my allies a little more carefully than you, Mr. Edgeworth. Then you should question them more thoroughly, because there's something she hasn't told you. Take a look at this. It's a photo taken by Mrs. Hart. Yes, in the storeroom, correct? What of it? According to your theory, the murder occurred up on the roof. But according to Miss Hart's testimony, she happened to witness the entire incident unfold in the storeroom, just before she took this picture. Wait, you're saying Gavel got it? Wrong. That's exactly what I'm saying.
What?
Miss Hart, if I may confirm your account of events you witnessed that night, you saw the person in the picture, correct?
I sure did, clear as day, and with my own 2 eyes to boot.
And what were your impressions at that point?
My impressions? This right here is the scoop of the century. Something like that. Yeah, that makes sense.
I was hoping more for your impressions of the person in question.
Oh, that there's a walking meal ticket.
Seriously?
Just my little joke. No need to look at me like I done sat on your lunch. Old red raincoat, right? Why, I took one look and I thought, that's our pup right there.
And therein lies the rub. For Miss Hart to have thought such a thing means that the murder occurred. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, when will you learn to use your words? If it's an explanation of the facts that you require, then you need only ask, you know? What do you mean? I assume you're about to raise the issue of the voices Miss Hart heard. Voices that may be unrelated.
Unrelated? You could do better than that.
Was one of the voices Miss Hart heard really even Mr. Ringer's?
You're kidding me, right? Them folks are taking crime-related turkey or my name ain't Loda Danged Hart.
Ah, but did you hear them clearly?
Well, can't rightly say for sure, but I can't rightly say nothing. You know it. They were using voice changes. I dare tone that all out.
Precisely. Miss Hart heard voices, but those voices were disguised. Which means we cannot even be certain to whatever she did overhear anything to do with the murder. Huh. You don't need to yell objection in order to sigh at me, Mr. Edgeworth. It seems I overestimated you, Judge Gavel.
Nonsense! Where is the best of us, my boy? The very best!
And yet she believes that what Miss Hart heard might not have anything to do with the murder? Even supposing that that's the case, it doesn't prove the murder didn't happen in the storeroom. These had happened before the victim was able to go up the roof. That much we could say for certain. And I could tell you why. This proves that the incident happened before the victim went up to the roof. What are we pointing at, chat?
Take that!
We initially thought that the person in the red raincoat was the culprit. Yes, because Miss Hart said as much. Indeed, she told us about the blood she saw on this person's hand. And I doubt many people would have thought differently, given her testimony. Ergo, if this person is the killer, then the blood CC would be from when they attacked the victim. But knowing what we know now, if this person is in fact the victim, it recontextualizes everything. The presence of the blood still shows that the picture was taken after the attack. But now, it tells us something very important about the victim, too. This picture tells us that the victim... Akiri is saying survived the attack. Do we agree with this, chat? There's no doubt in my mind that the victim was attacked in the storeroom, but here we have a photographic evidence of her standing upright and alive, albeit with a bloody hand. This can only mean that Miss Ringer survived the attack. The blood on her hand is from the wounds she had sustained. What are you talking about? Who dies from a hand wound? The wound wasn't on her hand, Miss Winteringer. I imagine she had used her hand to try and staunch a wound. That's right. Well, it's impossible to tell from this angle. The victim was already mortally wounded here. Oh, well, that certainly would change things, wouldn't it? Very much would. Not the least by making it absurd to suggest that Kay was the attacker. Her encounter with the victim happened after this picture had been taken. After the victim had already been attacked and was in critical condition. I put it to you that all Kay witnessed was the victim finally succumbing to her wounds. That would have been quite the coincidence. It's a textbook case of wrong place, wrong time, I'd say. You seem to be forgetting a rather important fact, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, that or pretending not to remember it. What? What fact am I forgetting? I think it's time to wrap things up, don't you, Verity? Put the boy out of his misery. Dad, Emma works for me! Why do you keep giving her orders? That's my job! Oh, you really are a total and utter embarrassment! I'm not! I hate to break it to you, but you both are. Go to it, Gavel! Put Edgeworth out of his misery. As you wish. Mrs. Ringer's body was found with 3 wounds in its chest. And we all know what those wounds are from, don't we? That's right, they're from when she was stabbed in the chest by a 3-armed candelabrum. I doubt anyone could survive such grave wounds. If you care to read the coroner's report, I'm sure you would change your tune. Nicely done, Gavel. Now Edgeworth will have to make several objections. Yes, I'm afraid I will. What? Why? Weren't you listening? Oh, I was listening. Very carefully, in fact. Hence my objections. Come on, why do you always have to undermine me? That's never my intention, I assure you. It isn't? Because you do it so well to yourself every single time already. Of course it isn't. Yeah, I knew that because I'm... Please, Eustace, just stop for goodness sakes. You already embarrassed me enough. Huh? What do you mean, Dad? Alright, chat, what's our game plan here? Mr. Ringer's body was found with 3 wounds in its chest. 3 wounds? That can't have been pleasant. Yes. Which is why we must see that the perpetrator of this cruel act pays for their sins. Don't listen to her, Kay. She's just trying to scare you. If you could please continue on, Judge Gavel. Very well. As I was saying, there were 3 wounds. And we all know what those wounds are from, don't we? I do, but perhaps we should ask Mr. Winner. He does, I'm sure. Don't you, Eustace? Who, me? Oh, you bet I do. I know this case inside out. Who does he think he's fooling? Eustace, my boy, make an old Aunt Patty and at least glance at the coroner's report, would you? Sure, let's see. Yada yada, 3 puncture wounds, black candle holder. No way, that's what they used? Crazy. Precisely. The wounds were inflicted just as Eustace says. They're from when she was stabbed in the chest by a 3-armed candelabrum. And you're sure the stabs to the chest were the cause of death? There's no doubt about that? None. One of the spikes of the candelabrum even pierced the victim's heart. And unless you mean to call Dr. Hurt's professional opinion into question, we can only treat that as fact. The coroner's opinion backing up my own winning ones. That's what I call a flawless victory. Well, I'm certainly not about to ignore the coroner's findings.
Hey, what about my findings? You can't just ignore them.
But if the cause of death really was the puncture wounds from the chest from the candelabrum, that would seem to contradict one of the pieces of evidence we gathered.
He's not just ignoring my findings, he's ignoring me. Do something, Cavell.
As you wish. At the very least, I will ensure that he cannot ignore my own conclusions.
Edro seems to imply that this is the statement we need to present on. From the pressing. Any ideas? I think many of you might have been talking about it already. People are saying the raincoat.
Chairman Winner, you know what this is, of course.
The red raincoat? That's right, isn't it, Faraday?
Yes, sir. The one Miss Ringer was wearing. I warn you, Mr. Edgeworth, you will not be thanked for retreating old ground here. Well, I'm afraid I might not have to regardless. Now then, if you'll answer me this, Judge Cavell. You told us that the victim's bloodstains are found on the coat. But do you remember where exactly they were found? Of course. They were found on the hood and...
No!
What's the matter, Verity? The hood and... Was blood found anywhere else on the raincoat? No, it was not. Doesn't that strike you as odd? The victim died of stab wounds to the chest. Wouldn't that one lead to expect bloodstains in that area? And yet, there was blood only on the hood. That's a glaring contradiction if I've ever seen one. The head wound the victim suffered wasn't just some incidental injury. It was inflicted before the stab wounds to her chest. Perhaps you are correct. Perhaps the victim did sustain a head injury first. As you said, if she had been stabbed first, there should be blood in the chest area of the raincoat. Therefore, Miss Ringer cannot have been stabbed before the head injury had been inflicted on her. But even if we concede this point, that the head injury came before the chest wound, what difference would it make? How does it change our understanding of the case? I'd say it changes things a great deal. In fact, it raises an even more fundamental contradiction. That is quite the bold claim, Mr. Edgeworth. I have to admit, you have me intrigued. Perhaps you could show us this fundamental contradiction with some evidence?
Which piece of evidence best demonstrates the contradiction to the order of injuries revealed? Well, chat? Don't think too hard on this one. It's not as hard as it seems. Jack is saying the coroner said the injury was post-mortem. Are you presenting this, chat?
This is Dr. Hurt's preliminary findings, according to which the victim suffered a head injury post-mortem. But the order suggested by the bloodstains on the raincoat is exactly the opposite, yes. Bailiff, this court hereby subpoenas Dr. Hilda Hertz to the committee chamber with all due haste. Until she testifies, this case cannot be brought to a close. Yes, Your Honor, I'll go fetch her at once. Unfortunately, Dr. Hertz is a very busy woman. I doubt she will be able to come immediately. In the meantime, there is another important angle I would like to explore. Frankly, something has been bothering me about the person at the heart of this case. The so-called ringleader. Who exactly are they?
Yeah, good point. You never looked into that, huh?
Despite having been mentioned repeatedly in this hearing, we still don't know even the most basic facts that might help us uncover their identity. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any thoughts on the matter? We've seen nothing that might serve as a clear evidence of the auctioneer's identity as of yet, but there is someone involved with the case that I can name. I suspect that at the very least, they might be able to point us in the right direction.
And that is Chairman Winner. I demand that you testify about what you know. What? Are you crazy? Why would you accuse my dad?
You would cast doubt on the integrity of the chairman of the committee? Do you understand the implications of such an act? I don't care who or what he is. We're talking about the truth here. And a man who seems a dead set on framing Kay at all costs. The mask, concierge ticket stub, and everything else, the items Kay was carrying when she was found, they were deliberately placed in her possession somehow, by Chairman Winner himself. A shocking accusation, and one I find hard to believe. But for the sake of completeness, I must ask, why would he do such a thing? To cast suspicion on Kay, of course. Why else? I even managed to get him to say something to that effect. Chairman Winner, your rebuttal, please. I think the good chairman might be in shock.
So what if I did? Did you hear me, dear boy? I said, so what if I did? You say you got me to admit as much, but where's your proof, With no witnesses to speak of, your word alone is hardly enough to make an accusation like that stick. Or do you mean to tell us that you have something more to base your outburst on? He still has the arrogance he showed back at the detention center, and yet...
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm going to have to ask you to explain yourself. Is that all right, Mr. Chairman?
Not at all. I'll be very interested in hearing this for myself. I'm intrigued to learn where Miles might have gotten the idea that I'm some sort of criminal. Because you'll never find a more fine and upstanding citizen than myself. There's a lot of nerve acting all innocent like that.
Very well, let's start at the very beginning. The fact that the auction took place right here in this hallowed trial chamber is a point of suspicion. A location that should, by rights, only be accessible to members of the committee.
Yeah, they all have keycards to the room after all.
Furthermore, these auctions used to be held on a somewhat regular basis. And for that to be possible,
there can only be one winning explanation.
That's right, Mr. Winner. But the auctioneer is a member of the committee.
But no!
What on earth is wrong now?
What do I do, Dad? I played right into his hands!
Oh, you did indeed, you utter nitwit. But Miles, my boy, you realize that you've cast quite a wide net with your explanation. That's true. There are 11 members of the committee altogether. 10, given Ms. Ringer's unfortunate passing. 10 potential suspects in full total.
Well, it certainly isn't me. And it can't be the chairman, can it? Whoever it is, speak up right now. Calm down, all of you, please.
Well, Miles, is that all the proof you've got against me? You're very quiet all of a sudden. But it's too late to back out now.
You accuse the former chief prosecutor and current committee chairman of a crime. Ugh. I would tell you to prepare for the worst. But there's no preparing for what you're about to face. Know your place. You've been forcing us to argue over every little detail for a while now. When the murder happened, the order of the victim's injuries, some other things I hardly even remember. But you needn't have bothered, my boy, because it's all irrelevant in the end. Think about it. The suspect herself has already said she did it. That's all that matters at the end of the day, and her sentence will be lighter for it. So rejoice! And there you have it. Feel free to pick holes in it as you see fit. How can I when I was barely a testimony to begin with? That man, he's a very powerful person, isn't he? It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. Please, just let it go. I did it. I'm the murderer. I even remember doing it. You saw a flash of something half-remembered, Kay. Nothing more. If you must believe in something, believe me when I say you should believe in your own innocence instead. But I'm up against the head of the committee here. This isn't going to be easy. But he seems to think he's already won. Perhaps I could use that against him. I think we press here. Even if the broad strokes are correct, it doesn't make something true. Oh, don't be such a stick in the mud. I think the bigger picture is more than enough here. After all, every case has its little inconsistencies and contradictions. If we let ourselves get smuggled down in every single one, we'd never make any arrest. And once we did, the trials would drag on forever. Even you understand that, right? Not in the slightest. Hence my inquiry into the details. I want to be so young and pig-headed. Anyway, you keep dragging into those little details? When the murder happened, the order of the victim's injuries, some other things I hardly remember. I seem to recall the ringleader's identity and the faulty coroner's report being critical points of contention. Yes, I was listening, my boy. But critical is a matter of opinion. How could you possibly suggest that such a fundamental issues are not important? Perhaps it is your ability to make sound judgments that should be on trial here today. Oh, bravo, my young hothead. Woefully cutting stuff. You do like to try, though, don't you? But you needn't have bothered me, my boy. It's all irrelevant in the end. There's no way any of what we discussed today is irrelevant, not unless you intend to bury the truth. But none of it is relevant, my dear boy. The only reason you keep trying to make it relevant is because otherwise, you're up a creek without a paddle. Think about it. The suspect herself has already said she did it. Just because she confessed to something doesn't make it the truth. Kay is suffering from amnesia, so any statement she makes should be taken with at least a grain of salt. Even so, it doesn't exactly solve anything for us, does it, dear boy? And it would be nonsensical to dismiss her confession outright. I tell you what, why don't we ask her one last time? Though I'm sure she'll just say she did it again. Fine, let's do it. Let's ask her again. We'll see if she really believes herself to be the culprit. Huh? You mean me? Is this really what you want, Mr. Edgeworth? If it goes badly, it could significantly weaken your position. I know, but there's no other way. I only request that I be the one to question her. You really know how to tug at an old man's heartstrings, you know? But fine, ask away. On one condition. If this turns out to be a waste of time, that's it. We'll call the proceedings to an end, then and there. Agreed? Oh, the proceedings to an end? You mean the hearing? You know what, just in case they're serious, let's make a save. Which they're probably not. Yes, dear boy, that's right. Perhaps you aren't a complete muddlehead after all. Now, just so we're clear, if we ask again and that happens as the girl confirms her guilt, she is officially declared guilty on the spot. Yes, that sounds like a great plan if I do say so myself. That's it. You just declare her guilty just like that. That's the gist of it. It's a big risk. He's going to find a way to condemn her either way if we don't do something. Okay. Yes? I know it's a lot to ask, but I need you to think. Do you remember anything else about what happened on the day of the murder? Anything that might help us prove your innocence? Why? Why are you still fighting it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's no use. I can't be of help to you. I'm sorry. I'm too scared to try and remember anymore. What if I remember something even worse? And if I did, I'd just be making more trouble for you. Please, just accept it. The Kay you thought you knew is a dangerous criminal. A criminal who let you down and betrayed your trust. Don't worry, Kay. You have nothing to be afraid of. I may not have known you for very long, but I know you well enough. And right now, I say I know you better than you know yourself. You would never commit a murder. You could never. Because this is who you really are. The pin? We're presenting the pin, chat. It's basically the same thing as the fucking thing. You're the great thief Yatagarasu, a noble outlaw who would never stoop so low as to kill. I can't do it. I'm sorry. Because all I could see is the one memory that's returned. I have to face it. Hold it! No, the only evidence of your guilt is the confession they forced out of you. As I said earlier, you have to believe that you're better than that. Or are you saying you don't believe a word of what I've been telling you? No, it's not that. You're trying so hard to help me. And you're risking so much for me. It's too much. You have to stop, I'm begging you. Ah, so that's what's going on. I thought it was strange, but now I see. The reason you're allowing yourself to be railroaded into accepting your fate is because of me, isn't it? Which is exactly what the Kay I know would have done. You're a good person, Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry to burst your bubble, but I'm not. And I don't plan on becoming one anytime soon. Because despite all your wishes to the contrary, I'm still trying to help you. So you see, I've been merely by servicing my own ego, regardless of what I put you through. Now, let's try this again. See the good in yourself, Kay. Remember the noble thief you truly are. That memory of you committing the murder, you need to question it with all you have. That's all I ask. So please, do it for me. Ah! Kay. What's wrong? Did you remember something? Oh, it'd be like some cliché movie plot if she did. Hey, Mr. Shaw, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. A cow. A cow? Mr. Edgeworth, if you could perhaps ask her for a few more details. Well, Kay? What can you tell us about this cow? I remember now. The person in the red raincoat. She had it in her hand. A stuffed cow. I can see it so clearly now. Are you sure, Miss Faraday? Are you absolutely certain? Yes, I'm sure. And this court acknowledges the defendant's latest statement as new testimony. Have you lost your mind, Verity? We can't accept testimony like this. With all due respect, Mayor Charon, information pertaining to the victim and her possessions is new and highly relevant evidence. Need I remind you of the addled state of her memory? No, this simply won't do. Addled? If we claim her memory is unreliable now, then our own argument is weakened, sir. You said yourself only a few minutes ago that thanks to the suspect's confession, We need not worry ourselves over the finer details. Did you not? We were to call the validity of her memories into question. Then we must also call into question the confession of which our entire argument is based. Is that really the most advisable course of action? Yes, you're right. Proceed as you see fit, then. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're still in the game, but only by the skin of our teeth. And only thanks to Judge Gavel's intervention. It's almost as if she was on our side for a second. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, the stuffed animal? I believe the cow in question is this thing here, Your Honor. We found it in the storeroom. I believe it is yet another auction lot. Wait, that's... Do you know something, Gavel? No, it's just not what I imagined. I suppose it's a rather odd thing for the victim to have been carrying. I should look it over carefully. The left horn is missing. This hole. It looks like that's where the horn would have gone. That doesn't look like stuffing in there. So what is it? Let's take a look at the rest of this toy and see what else we can find. The right horn seems intact, but I can't say it's doing much for the overall symmetry of this stuffed toy. Look, Mr. Edgeworth, it moves. It does? It sounds like sand being crushed? It would seem that there is a recording device hidden inside. I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. Nothing to say for yourself? I've waited so long for this day, and now I'll finally have my revenge. Ah! Could this be the moment of the murder? And somebody made a recording of it. Fitted with a recording device that captured part of a conversation. One of the people reported had a prominent burn. Hey, that's them right there. That's them voices I heard. Sure as eggs. Unfortunately, we have no idea of verifying when these voices were recorded. It's possible they have nothing to do with the murder. Only there was something accompanying video footage. You got bugs in your ears or something, lady? I done told you, them's the voices I heard. We already know the victim was holding that thing, right? So it's gotta be from when she got got. Yes, it is a possibility, but a weak one without more than your word to back it up. We need something more... something credible. We need? Yet again, she seems to be stepping in help. Judge Gavel, I think we all know the voices are from the moment of the murder. Consider for a moment the words we heard one of the speakers say. I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. I believe we have something that could explain what these words are referring to, and how it's all related. Which piece of evidence proves that the voices are from when the murder occurred? Well, chat? A lot of people are saying the coroner report right now. A lot of people seem to agree with it. In the interest of time, we'll go for it. The coroner's preliminary findings. How do they prove anything? Indeed, what on this page shows the voices must be from the time of the murder. You guys were already saying it, so... you read this part of the... Oh, wait, that was wrong, apparently. This part, perhaps? How should I know? I thought I had it for a moment there. Maybe we should listen to the recording again? There's probably something important in there. Yes, and then let's give the coroner's report another good look as well. Mr. Edgeworth, here in the report does it suggest the voices we heard are related and connected to this case? Now that sounds right. Give me a second. It's this that I have to select, I think. I was just not specific enough. Yeah. Sorry about that, chat. My fault. Think again on the words we heard. This part in particular sticks out in my mind. You can't hide that burn from me. The victim had a prominent burn mark on the back of her right hand. And what of it? According to Kay's testimony, the victim was carrying the stuffed cow toy. And a burn mark, an identifying mark unique to the victim, was mentioned on the recording it captured. It's just a coincidence. Stuff like that happens all the time, right? I'm not so sure that it does, especially not in this case. The court accepts that recording may be from the time of murder. In which case, one of the two voices must belong to the real culprit. And based on the content of the conversation, it seems likely that it is the one we hear the most. That still doesn't tell us anything about the killer's true identity, or even if they're male or female. Due to the voice changers, correct. Unfortunate, but unavoidable. One thing, however, has become clear. We are now able to say that the voices Miss Hart heard were those of the wrist ringer and her killer. Just like I done told you they was! We can say something else now, too. Then let's hear it. That is, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman. Do as you wish. According to Mrs. Hart, just before the murder occurred, two people came up to the storeroom from the committee chamber on the elevator. The ringleader and one of the auction attendees. It seems this was the point at which the money exchanged hands. The murder happened immediately afterwards, and the auction carried on after that. All of which points to one key fact. What else does this latest revelation tell us? The first one? In the interest of time. Since the ringleader was the auction's sole auctioneer, then it follows that they cannot be the victim. Hey, Cavell? Not right now, Eustace. There's a good boy. And if they weren't the victim, then they could only have been the killer. A compelling argument, but hardly conclusive. I am fully aware of that, Your Honor. I was merely warming up for the main event. There were certain traces left on the scene that seem to suggest that the ringleader was the killer. Then please hurry and show us. What is something that was placed on the scene that points to the ringleader as having been the killer? Well, chat. Chat just going,
I have my theory. I'm gonna confirm with my theory now. Yes. My theory is correct. I got it. But Kiri, if you click on it, it'll literally tell you what the purpose of the blocks was. Chat, I want to go to bed. Can we get the deductions going? The magenta flower? I'm seeing some stuff. Read through the evidence, chat. One of them in the description is pretty blatant. Not that one. I'm not hovering over anything in particular. Krokyu is saying the chamber room blood. Try it. Well, I mean, Awario, try reading it. The killer deliberately left a large pool of blood at the foot of the Goddess of Justice statue. It was due to that blood that we originally thought the murder had happened in this chamber. But it was simply a ruse designed to cover up the blood that had dripped down from the storeroom, in order to conceal the existence of the underground auction, correct? Correct. If the culprit had nothing to do with the auction, they would have had no reason to cover up that blood, which further supports the theory that the ringleader and the killer were one and the same. And as to the identity of the ringleader, do you have anyone you'd like to name? The auction is always held in this committee chamber, with its storeroom located just overhead. So at the very least, we know that the murderous ringleader has some connection to the committee. I never said it was obvious, I just said one thing points to it. Yes, yes. You suspect me, correct? As the committee's most powerful member, that should hardly be a surprise, right? Objection! You're a fine prosecutor, that much I'll give you. But I think I may have mentioned already, you're as hopelessly naive. You've got nothing, dear boy, have you? No evidence whatsoever. Unless you've got something to share after all. Ugh. Do I have anything evidence to show that Chairman Winter is the murderer? Do we, chat? Not that you know of? Well, if you can't think of anything, then maybe the answer is you don't.
No one seems to have anything. It was Chairman Winter himself who brought up the fact that I suspected him. And he seemed confident right from the get-go that he's untouchable. Which means he knows. He knows I have nothing. Ho ho ho, well, Miles, my boy. Time to play the piper. I've always wanted to say that. Faraday, he's all yours.
Wait, dang it, I just remembered something.
Huh? Did you have amnesia too?
Nah, it just came to me. Flash of inspiration, you know how it is.
Very well. Say your piece.
Objection!
What are you doing, Verity?
Mr. Edgeworth has made it clear that he won't give up until every last lick of hope has been extinguished. So extinguish we must, lest he drag us through this excruciating process again in the future.
Yeah, what she said. I don't quite get it, but it sounded pretty cool. Don't worry, Dad. I'll help Cavell bring this to a winning finish. We'll show them how wrong they are.
Fine, let's hear what the witness has to say. You heard the chairman, Miss Hart. If you be so kind.
Well, all right then. Here goes nothing.
The facts, Miss Hart, and nothing but the facts, please.
Don't you worry your pretty little head on that front. I'm a journalist. It's my middle name.
Color me officially worried.
So the ringleader's the killer, right? Which makes the victim one of them auction goers. Thing is, that don't add up. I counted 11 people coming down that hatch, see? Then the murder happened, and then the auction started back up again. Now, I had me a look back downstairs right after that.
No.
And wouldn't you know it, there were 11 little duckies all lined up in a row again. How?
Are you sure of this, Miss Hart?
Sure as sure could be, your gavelship. I saw him with my own two peepers. So 11 before the murder, and 11 again right after means... Wait, that's a thingy!
A contradiction, Eustace.
Did you try to keep up?
Mrs. Hart, did nothing really change at all?
I done told you already. They carried right on again like nothing ever happened. Oh, except for... wasn't nothing much, but...
What is it?
That little old mallet doodad. Can't have yourself an auction without one. Kinda like the one Missy over there's got, but different.
Yes, but I'm working from home tomorrow, Mike. I can sleep in. The auctioneer's hammer.
That's the bunny. I done heard that thing banging and clanging right the way through. Then nothing. Just like that.
So the noise of the hammer stopped midway through. Could it have something to do with the murder?
You go to your run. I'm already in my room. We got updated evidence, chat.
Namely, that if the victim is neither the auctioneer nor one of the attendees, your entire theory cannot stand, Mr. Edgeworth.
Chalk one up for justice. Eat that, Edgeworth.
See, Mr. Edgeworth? There really was nothing we could do. No, there must be something we're overlooking. Something we still don't have an explanation for. I just need to think. If I can't, Kay is.
Alright, kids, do we finally have all our answers now? If so, then I expect you to make good on...
One moment, sir. I worry that it might still be a little early to pass judgment. After all, we have one more matter yet to resolve. And until we do, we cannot complain. Keep complete and total victory over Edgeworth. Isn't that not so, Mr. Edgeworth? Frankly, I expected you to have raised your voice by now. A loud, hold it, perhaps? Oh, yes, of course. And once again, she has rescued us from the jaws of defeat.
Very well, let's get this over with, shall we? What is this one matter that still remains?
Why, the contradiction in the coroner's report, sir.
That's... I'm back with the witnesses, Your Honor.
What's this all about? Why are you calling us back here? Did somebody suddenly fall ill? I'll have a compress ready in 2 shakes of a ouch!
This better be good. Someone else dropped dead?
Well, they might wish they had. To Dr. Hertz, Miss Needler, thank you for coming on such short notice. Let me assure you, this won't take long.
Quit trying to butter me up and cut to the chase, will ya?
Of course. We summoned you here to confirm something. What is Judge Cavell up to? Dr. Hertz, this court that you ask to provide the unabridged truth regarding the following. Do you stand by your preliminary findings? Can you vouch for their complete and total accuracy?
Grandma doesn't make mistakes, ever.
That's strange.
Huh? What do you mean?
In the course of this trial, an error was indeed found in her report. And so I ask again for the truth, Dr. Hertz. Did you alter, tamper with, or in any way falsify your findings? That's awful! How can you even say that?
What are you asking me for? Why the heck would I want to do that?
To help the true culprit, of course.
As if I know anything about all that. I just know I didn't do anything of the sort.
And that seems doubly strange. Another explanation could be there for the discrepancy in your report. Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might have any thoughts on the matter. It's not like you to be coy, I must say. Why does she keep taking charge and helping me? I still don't know what she's trying to do, but I'll happily take what I can get. If everything was recorded accurately, and then handed off to Mr. Warding according to protocol, then the report shouldn't contain any mistakes.
Wait. For the record, I didn't do anything to the report.
I guess we'll see, won't we? Dr. Hertz, perhaps we could begin with your side of the story. Why do we even need to? This is pointless. I'll be the judge of what's pointless, thank you very much. We have patients waiting back at the hospital.
But Grandma,
we really don't have time for this. Won't you please help us? I can't stress how important this is. Grandma says she'll testify. But could you please make it quick? If we're not back soon, people will suffer. And yet you had no qualms about taking your time and buying cotton candy last time we saw you. We'll let you go as soon as we can, I promise. Assuming you tell us the truth, that is. Oh, whoops. What was the first statement?
No way there's a mistake at Grandma's, not never. I've been dealing with the dead longer than you've been alive, Sonny Jim. You writing something wrong is about as likely as ouch. And what the heck do you think I stand to gain by doctoring a file, huh? Don't make a lick of sense.
And that's all she has to say. Nothing funky here.
See, it's just as I thought. There's no chance the good doctor doctored her findings.
You swear by the holy goddess that this testimony is true. Of course! Grandma's never told a lie in her... Your opinions are not necessary, Nurse Needler. Your grandmother is the subject of this inquiry, not you.
Not necessary? That's not fair. I'm only ally poor Grandma has. Go ahead and shout objection left and right, but you best be prepared then, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor.
Oh, I'm more than prepared. I'm ready to expose the truth behind the error in the report.
Okay, what are we doing, chat? Probably press all, right? Well, actually, is there a statement in specific that we should press? Press the ouch.
The victim appears to have put this raincoat on after sustaining the head injury. And yet, there is not a single drop of her blood in the chest area of the raincoat. Therefore, she must have been hit in the head before she was stabbed in the chest, making it pre-mortem. Oh, that's... ouch! I don't need you to teach me how to suck eggs, young man. My dang report already says what you just said, don't it? Your report states that the head injury appears to have been sustained post-mortem, which is the exact opposite of what I just said. Oh. Sure. I diligently dictated that report to Florence here, and she wrote it all down just like I said it. If something happened to it after that, well, it had nothing to do with me. You dictated it. If you could so please tell me more. I diligently dictated that report to Florence. Anything after that were nothing to do with me. Hold it! Just so we're on the same page, what were your conclusions regarding the body? Well, like I said, ouch! Sorry, it was, death from a good hard knock to the noggin. And can you say for certain when that knock happened, Dr. Hertz? Pre-mortem, of course. Chest wound happened after the poor girl died. I told Florence that, and she wrote it right down, so that's what it says in my dang report. That may be what you told her, but I think we're finally getting to the truth. What do I do, chat? I don't think it needs a rocket scientist to figure this one out. I don't think this takes a rocket science, right, chat? There's a pretty clear contradiction here. Yeah. Dr. Hertz, I'd like you to take a look at the report for yourself. Oh, I'll read it to you. Ouch! This ain't what I said. This ain't what I said at all. What? What do you mean exactly? I don't know. What is this comedy routine? But I can't say that. Miss Needler, if you're attempting to bury Dr. Hertz's truth, I will gladly hear her confession myself on behalf of the Goddess of Justice. Dr. Hertz seems to be telling Judge Gavelle something in private. What? I see. Very well. Allow me to relay to everyone what you have just told me. Ain't no doubt about what I said. I dictated my findings to Florence, just like I told you I did. The fuddle-headed young thing must have wrote it down wrong or something. Wow, that was a great impression. Just so we're all on the same page, I'm pretty sure Florence is... Yes, it's her. Okay. Yes, but was it really necessary? So in summary, there is an error in the report. And it was all because of you, Nurse Needler. The true facts have now been shown to be that the head injury occurred prior to the chest wound. The question now, Miss Needler, is why did you introduce such an error? Just a minute, Faraday. You make it sound as if the poor girl did it deliberately. It seems to me you just made a little mistake. Pre-mortem, post-mortem, they're practically the same word, don't you think? Except they'd be two completely opposite things. This was deliberate, no doubt about it. But why would she want to change it? Exactly, thanks, ouch! You won't get away that easy. Explain yourself, young lady. But Grandma, You submitted a falsified report, an act that led to Kay being accused of murder. You owe us an explanation. I can't tell you. Not don't want to, but can't. This is really rather unpleasant, don't you think? Ganging up on this poor, considerate girl who's only looking after her grandmother. She has nothing to do with anything. She simply made one tiny mistake. Why not leave it there? You'd like that, wouldn't you? Because the only person her testimony would hurt is you. What on earth do you mean, my boy? Seeing as you're now a de facto ex-prosecutor, you're gonna need to explain yourself better than that. I'd be happy to. I'll even spell it out for you. Nurse Easler's role in this crime was very important because... Well, let's be real. Two of these don't make a lot of sense. Yeah. Nurse Needler has doctored the report in order to cover for her accomplice. Ouch! Oh, so she's a co-conspirator. This innocent young thing. Do share your grounds for making such a wild accusation, dear boy. The murder couldn't have been committed by one person working on their own. Without at least two people, it would have been impossible to... Well, chat, Akiri is saying attendee numbers. Let's go with the first thing that was said. Let's do it. Let's go with what Bakiri says, and then we'll do what the other one says. If the auctioneer was the murderer and the victim was one of the attendees, the fact that a witness testified to there being 11 attendees even after the murder doesn't make sense. Hey, watch it. Y'all gotta call my good word into question now, too? That's not what I meant. In fact, it's quite the opposite. I'm taking you at your word, which means there must be a co-conspirator. I know it's hard, my boy, but sometimes you just have to accept that you were wrong. I wasn't wrong. I just hadn't considered the possibility of the killer having an accomplice. But as soon as we do, things start falling into place. If the killer's accomplice returned to the auction room in place of the victim, there would indeed have been 11 attendees both before and after the murder. Well, so that's your thinking, is it? Certainly an intriguing theory. Surely the imposter would have been spotted right away. I don't imagine that Nurse Needler looked strikingly different from the victim in build and stature. With the help of a mask, she could very easily have replaced Miss Ringer without anybody noticing. Well, Nurse Needler, is that what happened? Did you take the victim's place at the auction? I wouldn't do something like... Now tell us, the ringleader. Who were they? I can't tell you, I just can't. It hurt Grandma too. How... But Grandma... Don't you worry about me, I can take it. You just tell me everything, child. But... So I was right. She was an accomplice. Miss Needler, why? Well, Miss Needler? Can you explain yourself? Yes. Huh? Oh, thank you, Grandma. But I'm alright now. I confess it. I changed places with Miss Ringer. So you admit that you were working with the ringleader? Yeah, I was helping them. I don't know how, but... They found out Miss Ringer was going to attack them. The culprit was going to be attacked by the victim? They seemed pretty sure it was going to happen that night, so they made a counterplan. They wanted to strike first, and they wanted me to help them. I was told to go to the storeroom before the auction began and wait there. Now hold on right there, Missy. I didn't see nothing, and my eyes don't lie. If you had been there from before the auction, I would have bumped right into you. I was there the whole way through, and you weren't there for a bit of it.
But I'm not lying.
Oh, that's easy for you to say, but you were lying about altering that report a few minutes ago. Heh, I think we're all aware of the number of potential hiding places in that storeroom. Are we? Where exactly are you trying to say our friend nurse was hiding, hmm? Nurse Needler hid here while she was waiting in the storeroom. Bakiri is currently yelling, box. She hid inside this closed box. Oh, she did she? Huh? Well, it was there the whole time, even before I moseyed on in. But like I done told you, it had all them chains around it. Wanted to hide in there myself, really, but it was locked up tight, so I had to go elsewhere. I imagine that's because their dealer was already lying in there by the time you arrived. That's right, we didn't want anyone to open it or we would have really blown our cover. So the Ringleader told me to climb in and wait until it was time for my part of the plan. And then they wrapped the whole box up in chains. I think they took the elevator downstairs not long after. It was just before the auction was due to start. So as the auction was beginning, you and Mrs. Hart would have been the only people in the storeroom. Yeah, I think so. The auction proceeded as it always did, until a certain customer came upstairs to complete her purchase. That was when the incident occurred. Mrs. Hart overheard the victim and the culprit exchanging words around them. You betcha I was behind that statue there shaking like a dang leaf the whole time. In the middle of the quarrel, Mr. Ringer was killed by the auctioneer. I imagine that the auctioneer then carried Miss Ringer's body over to the clothes box, from which Nurse Needler emerged and swapped places with the victim. After placing Miss Ringer's body inside the box, Nurse Needler now was to pretend to be Miss Ringer. The two of them then returned to the room below as if nothing had happened. Is that about sum up what happened in the storeroom, Nurse Needler? Yes, in fact, that's exactly what happened. Hold up, so you just waltzed right back on and nobody noticed? This is two completely different people we're talking about. Telling me not one of the other folks down there at the auction gone on? Why would they? The other auction goers had no reason to notice the difference when Nurse Needler entered because... I'm just gonna go with the first answer I see on these, and the first answer I see is Bakiri saying clothes. And as we've seen, Miss Ringer and Nurse Needler are about the same build. What's more, the auction rules required attendees to wear their masks at all times. If Nurse Needler was wearing the same clothes as Miss Ringer, nobody would have been the wiser. No, and they weren't. I borrowed Miss Ringer's clothes and ouch! It left the poor child in her smalls? Have you no respect, girl? No, Grandma, I thought the same thing. It wouldn't be nice to leave her like that. So when the ringleader wasn't looking, I put that raincoat on her. So that's how Miss Ringer came to be wearing it. Thus, the auction was able to carry on as before. As that's the part where I caught the red raincoat on film just came after. Yeah, must be. Then it all makes sense. Right after that was when I went on over and looked downstairs through the gap in the elevator. By me 11 happy little auction goers, and back I stuck to my little hidey hole. Don't tell me you were hiding back there the entire time after that. Well, that is not exactly. What is it? Did something happen? Maybe I ought to mention this before, but I fell asleep for a good weeks after that. Oh my god. Well, passed out. Unconscious, you might say. What happened? Oh, nothing much. Kinda silly, but there was a sudden loud noise, and it startled me just a little bit, you know? Alright, maybe more than a little, but I just witnessed a murder. Can't blame a girl for getting jumpy. Guess that got my heart shook and my head faint. Before I knew it, I was out like a light. The time I came to, it was the next dang day, and there y'all are cranking down that ladder. I see. So you're startled by a loud noise and fell unconscious. I suppose that means you don't know what happened after that. Not per se, but, well, after the auction was over, all the masks were back on the rack. So I reckon the guests were done finished up and filled out one by one like they were supposed to. There's Needler. Once the auction has restarted, what exactly were you doing? I was pretending to be Miss Ringer and placing bids just as the ringleader wanted. I had to win the clothes box I had been instructed. It had a dead body inside, after all. Imagine if somebody else had won it. We would have been in real trouble then. So you had no idea that the victim had vacated the box in the meantime? No, not until we came back up so that I could pay for it. That's when we noticed. The ringleader told me to go look for her right away. Except I found some other girl collapsed at the foot of the ladder instead. Kay. Yes, she must have fallen from up on the roof and been knocked unconscious. Because that victim must have left that hatch wide open, huh? That would explain it. Kay would have been so shocked by seeing Mr. Ringer's fall motionless right in front of her, that she wouldn't have seen the open hatch and fallen right through it. That explains the noise that caused you to faint as well, Miss Hart. It was the sound of Kay's crash landing on the storeroom floor. Yeah, I suppose. Can't believe something like that doesn't knock me out for so long, though. So in summary, by the time Miss Needler found Kay, you were already sound asleep behind the statue. I think we've got a good grasp of what occurred up to this point now. There's Needler, if you would continue. Sure, so I found Kay, and next I found Miss Ringer, and I put them both in the clothes box. We couldn't risk any of the auction goers seeing them. That would have caused a real hullabaloo. What was your idea, or the ringleader's? Theirs. But putting the raincoat on Miss Ringer was my own idea. Huh. I imagine they were none too pleased when it showed up as a surprise piece of evidence in this case. And lastly, the ringleader and I put her in an auctioneer's outfit we prepared. Of course, which completed the deception and made everyone think she was the auctioneer. All in all, the auction finished up without anyone noticing anything. And that was that. Now we know the extent of your crimes, Nurse Needler. If you have anything further to share, I'd advise you to do so immediately. I wish I could tell you more, but I'm sorry, that's all I know. Or, except for one other thing. It just seemed a little strange, I guess. When I was borrowing Miss Ringer's clothes, I took everything I could, but I couldn't take her hair, obviously, so ouch! You're dang right you couldn't take her hair. What kind of medical professional are you? That's where you draw the line? So taking her clothes were okay? Our hair is totally different. The style, the length, everything. I kind of panicked. But the ringleader thought of everything, including wigs. 2 of them, in fact. There's a straight one and a wavy one. They were both stacked in the clothes box. 2 wigs. But why? Right? I wondered that too. Thought maybe they were worried she might have changed up her style? Anyway, I took the straight one. That was the one that matched her hair on the day. Leaving a wavy wig in the box. New evidence. And that's everything you know. There's nothing else you're forgetting? No, huh? No, really, Grandma, that's everything. And I take it that you have really no idea who the ringleader might be. Sorry, I only know that they were in charge of the auction. I didn't see them without their mask on. And they were pretty careful to keep their identity a secret from everyone. Ugh, if I can't get something concrete on them. Oh, well, Miles, are we just about done? You've proven the nurse was part of the murder plot. Sadly for you, it doesn't change a whole lot. Because it does nothing to prove that Kay Faraday isn't the ringleader. And justice must prevail. We can't change the law, even for your sake. Is this it? Am I not going to be able to save Kay?
Objection!
Francisco, what are you doing here? As I told you before, Miles Edgeworth, when the case leads, I follow. Your dedication is an inspiration to us all. But don't continue the long idea, Mr. Little Brother. I'm only here to deliver the truth regarding the suspect. I'm certainly not here to forgive you. Not for abandoning the way of the prosecutor. I understand that. You should thank your former subordinate for what I'm about to share. In his desperation to help Kay Faraday, he gave me a valuable piece of information. Detective Gumshoe did that? Prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth, for the final piece of the puzzle. Rosie Linger's head wound was the first of the injuries she suffered, not the second. Better somebody say something! Yes, there's no easy way to say this, Francisca, but we already proved that ourselves. You what? Yes, just a few minutes ago. But why did you say so sooner? You didn't exactly give us a chance. And I suppose you know about the murder weapon too? No, not yet. Huh, good. Then listen up. The victim was struck on the head with a blunt object bearing a circular surface. And the wounds of the chest were actually inflicted post-mortem. A circular surface. And you're certain of that, I assume? Your sources are above board? Two trusted medical professionals reached the same conclusion independently. You couldn't ask for more. That's certainly good to know. Unfortunately, you're overstepping the bounds of... Of what? I am the prosecutor in charge of Interpol's investigation into the underground auction. And this murder occurred during that auction. It would be negligent of me not to pursue leads pertaining to related parties. Especially the victim. My, you've really become quite the force to be reckoned with, haven't you, my dear? Then all parties in our agreement. The victim died from a blow to the head. Huh, based on the shape, I might have an idea or two. No, they aren't, Steve-ish. Or maybe they are. I'll never tell you the truth. But guys, I didn't turn up any weapon during my investigation! And yet, one need only think about the setting and an auctioneer's tools, and the answer should be obvious. An object with a circular surface used at an auction. Well, obviously we're talking about... Okay, chat, I honestly don't think I need to wait for you for this one, right, chat? The auctioneer hammer. What would an auctioneer have readily at hand? An auctioneer's hammer, of course. But we never found one of those! The auctioneer was indeed the killer. It does seem a likely candidate for the murder weapon. But without the evidence to support your theory, it remains nothing more than that. Oh, I have just the evidence you need right here. This piece of evidence strongly suggests that the auctioneer's hammer was used as the murder weapon. There's something else, chat. Are you forgetting something? Chat's forgot. Chat's for gore. Uh-oh. Okay, maybe chat didn't for gore. Mr. Hart statement. Remember, you can check what those say in your evidence list as well, Bakiri. For the newest statement? Yeah, I do. I updated it. Did I not? What are you talking about? Did you guys remember to refresh? I don't know what you guys are talking about. Which statement are you talking about? This is the last evidence added. If you're talking about the autopsy report, that's not new evidence. It replaced the coroner's report. Oh, that's what you meant. Okay. Okay, I'll add that. Give me a second. There you go. Anyways, yeah, it's Mr. Hart's statement.
Take that.
You guys already said it, so... Mrs. Hart told us something very important about the auction after the murder occurred. She said that the very prominent sound of the auctioneer's hammer can no longer be heard. Now, why would that be? I'll tell you why. Because it had just been used in a murder, and it was covered in the victim's blood. It would need to be disposed of. Isn't that right, Chairman Winner? I'll have our people look into this right away. Oh, you really are like a dog with a bone, aren't you, dear boy? But you can't dedicate yourself to a cause when you're young, when can you? He seems very confident we'll never find it. Very well. A search for the murder weapon will be conducted. In the meantime, this court is in recess. To be continued. Let's finish this chat. Silence in the courtroom, please. Miss Von Karma, if you would be so kind as to update us on the progress of the search. It's not good news, I'm afraid. The entire big building has been searched from top to bottom, and no auctioneer's hammer was found anywhere. Ugh. That is bad news indeed. Then we have no choice but to move ahead with the verdict. Oh, such a terrible shame. But I suppose only a fool would have left the murder weapon behind. Certainly not what I'd expect from a first-rate criminal mind. No, there's just not enough to work with here. I can't carry us any further on my own. Yes, it really is a tragedy, but such is life, I suppose. I was just thinking back over the defendants I've made plea deals with over the years. People who poured their hearts out to me, who trusted me with every detail of their crimes. And then, when it came to the sentencing, I recommended life in prison every time. For every single one. Oh, if only you could see them. The stupid, dumbfounded looks on their faces. The verdict will now be passed. All present will accept the goddess's word as law. There's nothing more I could do. Kay and I are both. If only I had some proof. I never imagined I would be passing judgment on you under such circumstances. The end of the road, huh? By the power vested in me, Excelsius Winner, this court hereby indicts you for your crimes. What? Huh. What on earth has gotten into you, Verity? I submit for the court's consideration the case file of a certain incident. Namely, the IS-7 incident, a murder that took place 18 years ago. But what does that file have to do with... Wait, you mean... Your late-night visit to this chamber? That was to... Precisely. I came here to retrieve these documents. Though sadly, it would seem that I arrived too early. To catch the auction myself. When we spoke of the matter before, I implied that I had come to retrieve files pertaining to your own case. You'll have to forgive me. That was a ruse to buy myself more time.
What the heck are you doing, Gavel? You can't just accuse my dad. No proper grounds. It's defamation.
An excellent observation, Eustace.
It is?
And of course, I have the grounds to make such an accusation. 18 years ago, Mr. Manfred von Karma had some details about the victim's body fabricated. Details he was forced to fabricate when the sculptor Artie's boss' body went missing.
My papa fabricating information? What is the meaning of this?
Ian Seidman, the detective originally assigned to the case, did in fact report that the body had gone missing. However, it seems that a certain someone wasn't very pleased with Von Karma, and deliberately withheld that information in order to bring him down a few pegs. What? This individual refuses to allow anyone to go against their wishes, or to challenge their power, and they're known to go to extreme lengths in order to bring those who defy them to heel. 18 years ago, they were no different. In fact, they even ordered Dr. Hertz to create a fake autopsy report for the IS-7 incident.
What? She was responsible for the fake report? Wait, you have to understand, Grandma, she's not a bad person. She had to do what he said. She didn't have any choice.
He? The person in question was the chief prosecutor at the time. The chief prosecutor 18 years ago? No.
The man who gave Papa the first penalty of his career.
Excelsius winner. It was you.
What are you talking about? My dad would never do something like that.
I'm sorry, Eustace, but your opinion on the matter is not needed here. Well, Chairman Winner, do you have anything to say for yourself?
All that nonsense with the body. That was Manfred's doing, such a willful boy. And the fake autopsy report? Hilda, how could you? I can't believe you naughty kids would do such dishonest things behind my back.
We could just ask her why she did it. She is standing over there, after all.
Wait, Grandma can't. She's ouch. Grandma, I'm sorry. I knew. That's why I... Right, exactly. If I didn't, everyone would have found out about what you did. They said he was going to charge you if you didn't help them with their plan. They said that he would... I just had to do what the auctioneer said.
So you were coerced into it, were you, Miss Needler? And just to be clear, the auctioneer was Chairman Winner.
I'm sorry, but I honestly don't know. The person forcing me to help them was the auctioneer, and they definitely looked to be about the same build as the chairman, but I never saw their face.
Well, there must be something, any detail, no matter how small will do.
Oh, wait! Their mask didn't cover their whole face. And the part that wasn't covered had a tattoo on it. I remember that much for sure.
Leader's appearance data updated in our database. A tattoo?
Objection!
This all sounds very dramatic, but I really don't know what you're talking about. There's no tattoo anywhere on my face. I think I know if there was one, wouldn't you? Which means I can't be the ringleader, no matter how much you might want me to be.
Oh, I hope you can figure it out. Who this shameless manipulator might be.
Oh. Your contempt for this courtroom is an insult to the goddess. Are you sure it's not you who's feeling insulted here? I am not the only one who has been trying to bring you to justice, Mr. Ringer had been trying too. And I refuse to let her sacrifice be in vain.
Young Rosie was lucky to take me down, you say? But why? I barely knew her.
I've always had certain magnetic charm, but I don't remember ever catching that particular eye. You barely knew the victim? Why, I do believe that's a new statement. The goddess demands that you offer your full testimony on the record.
So that's how this is going to go, You mean down me until I finally break? Well, if that's the way you want to play it, fine.
I'll destroy you all. Every last one of you. Mr. Edgeworth, please allow me to work with you on this one. I doubt we'll get another chance to put him on the stand. So let's make this the most of this opportunity. Of course, Your Honor. I wouldn't have it any other way. As now Chairman Winner, you will tell this court everything you know about Miss Ringer. Everything I know about Miss Ringer. Young Rosie was a member of the committee, of course. But we never really had any personal interactions. At least none that I remember. I had no motive to murder that poor girl whatsoever. And I have absolutely no idea why she was after me. So you don't mean to accept your part in any of this? Of course he doesn't. He isn't guilty. How could he be? He's my dad, the winner of winners. That's very kind of you, Eustace. But you'll need more than mere words if you plan to cover for me. Right, you got it. I won't let them pin this on you. I believe in you, Dad. You'll beat Edgeworth. I know you will. Yes, yes, you really are such a sweet, simple child. He really loves his dad, huh? But that's no excuse for him to ignore his father's crimes. No matter how much he respects him. Regardless of their station in life, all criminals will be made to atone for their sins in time. This won't be easy on Mr. Winner, but it has to be done. We can't let his father get away with this. Young Rosie was a member of the committee, of course. But we never really had any personal interactions. At least none that I remember. I had no motive to murder that poor girl whatsoever. And I have absolutely no idea why she was after me. I have to think back over what we know about the victim. You're not sure how to approach this. Take another look at the evidence. You might find a new way to interpret old information. Are you trying to help me, Francisca? I'm trying to help Kay Faraday. I could care less about you. Nice to see she really is worried for Kay. In her own, Francisca sort of way. Press 3 and 4. You never had any trouble with her professionally? Oh, don't be so silly, my boy. I'm far too important these days for such trivialities. By all accounts, her work was unpreachable. Besides, our difference in standing meant we hardly ever interacted. But that doesn't prove you didn't kill her, does it? Well, you would say that, wouldn't you? Anything to save your little friend, It certainly seems that Mrs. Ringer had some personal interest in you, at least. Indeed, but I can't for the life of me imagine why. Too bad, so sad. Without a motive, you can't logic your way into pinning this on me. You have no idea at all as to why she was after you. Let's see now. It's because Dad's a real catch. I suppose you could say that, yeah.
In my ears, they come, and then they go again.
You couldn't even dream of being like my dad. Very true. I doubt many ordinary people could quite match his achievements. It's remarkable, really, to have so many people come into a life, and then for so many to leave it. Certainly won't complain if you choose to leave, Verity, my dear. I think it's far more likely that you'll be the one leaving today, in handcuffs. Yes, very droll, but if you think I'm finished, you'll be sorely disappointed. I have to think over what we know about the victim. Do not know how to approach this. Okay, might be time to look over some old evidence, chat. Yeah, okay. As a member of the committee, you must have been familiar with her face. Sure, but that's about all. It's her every once in a while. So you're saying you barely knew the victim at all? That's exactly what I'm saying, my boy, yes. Why, I never even knew about that burn mark on her hand. You didn't? I mean, what's the point? You get to know someone, but before you know it, they're gone. It's become such a pain to remember things about others. They're here one day and gone the next. Yes, because they dare to stand up to you, and you make them disappear. You could please add your remark about the victim's burn to your testimony, Chairman Winner. Why, I didn't even know about the burn mark on her hand. You sure you didn't know about the burn mark? You really don't let up, do you? I'm not in the habit of memorizing who has a scar on their hand and who doesn't. This isn't just any old scar. I'd say it's pretty noticeable, in fact. Perhaps under normal circumstances, but now that I did think about it, Mrs. Ringer did always wear gloves. Truth be told, I wasn't aware of the burn mark until after the incident myself. The victim's hands were always covered by a pair of gloves. That makes sense, of course. People can be very self-conscious about such things. I can only sympathize, being somewhat of a sensitive soul myself. I hope you're not too sensitive to append that statement to your testimony. Although I suppose she was always wearing gloves. Perhaps it was to hide that burn. So you remember her always wearing gloves. I mean, it was something of a trademark of hers, yes. Who knew it was to hide a burn mark? I always imagined it was just a fashion statement. Does your little friend there have something to hide under all those bandages, I wonder? Who, me? No, I don't have anything to hide. You don't? Not even the stony visage of a cold-blooded murderer? If anyone here is hiding such a thing, it's you. And I'll expose your true face if it's the last thing I do. Oh, you'll never fail to entertain, my boy. Go ahead and do your worst. So Miss Ringer always wore gloves. That reminds me of something. I should look over all of the evidence again. I think I know what it wants to present. I have a very good idea. Yes, I am correct. I said, like, I think I have a good idea of what to present, and my assertion is correct. I confirmed it. So if you guys need hints, I have the answer. If I could figure it out, chat, you can too. Sorry, I'm just checking some evidence to make sure I'm not forgetting any pictures that might help with you guys. And I'm clicking on random pieces so you don't know which evidence in particular I'm checking. Oh, I don't have pictures of this, but that's not the evidence I'm thinking of. Or is it? This is the new statement that we got from pressing, so it's likely this statement. But is it? I don't know. I'm just checking to make sure I've got all pictures of everything. Chat, in the interest of me going the fuck to sleep, do you want a hint? Because this case is very close to being done. You guys want to present the autopsy report? Surely this piece of evidence completely contradicts your testimony. I don't know, Miles. Any thoughts, Eustace? Beats me, but I guess it doesn't. Right? I thought so too. These two are the worst. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, it's okay. I'm not about to give up just yet, Kay. I'm going to prove that you're innocent, one way or another. Mr. Edgeworth. We could try the ringleader outfit. Winter, please take a look at this piece of evidence. Well, you certainly seem fired up about it, my boy. I'm not entirely sure why, though. Perhaps you ought to cool your head a little and think things over again, before I lose my cool from wasting my time on meaningless theories. I must have made a mistake. Do you want a hint, chat? In the interest of time, I'm giving you a hint. We now know that the victim was wearing gloves, or should be wearing gloves. That recontextualizes something. That recontextualized something that was heard. Something that was said out loud. That might have been too much of a hint. It's okay, I don't blame you if you forgot. That was a shit hint until it was the answer. What do you mean? It's no ordinary opponents, that's for sure. I need to plan my approach with the utmost care. Kite is currently saying broken plushie. But I'm not seeing anyone else agree. Should we do it, chat? Akiri's saying yes. Everyone's saying yes. I'm going for it. So, Mr. Ringer always wore gloves. If she did, that raises a rather important question, and highlights quite a contradiction. A contradiction, you say? Really? If you listen again to the conversation that was captured by this stuffed cow, you'll soon see what I mean. I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. Nothing to say for yourself? I've waited so long for this day, and now I'll finally have my revenge. Ah! We can be reasonably certain that what we just heard is the moment the victim was attacked. I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. We assume that those words were for the killer. And where's the problem in that? It seems like a perfectly sensible assumption to me. Huh. I'm afraid not, Chairman Winner. For you see, if the victim was always wearing gloves, as you just testified, then the burn mark on her hand should not have been visible to her killer.
Objection.
You speak as if gloves can't be easily removed. You could have taken them off during the auction. That's... But she hadn't. She was still wearing them when I changed places with her. So they must have been on her hands when she was being murdered, too. What are you saying, my dear? You know how much trouble you're in, don't you? I'm not scared of you anymore. I have Grandma on my side now. Now it's time for you to pay the piper, Winner, you deranged devil. I see, so you're both looking to disappear, too. That could be arranged. Not this time, Excelsius Winner. The only person disappearing will be you. Hey, you can't talk to my dad like that. Who cares if the burn was covered up? Why does that even matter? Oh, it matters. Because it turns our understanding of the burn mark on its head. What do you mean? What can the fact that the victim's burn mark ever to possibly tell us? Think about it like this, Mr. Winner. The victim was wearing gloves. Therefore, the burn mark on her hand would not have been visible. In which case, whose burn mark was it that was being referenced in the recording? Somebody who, wasn't the victim? Precisely. Which only mean that the culprit had a prominent burn mark too. Or to put it another way, I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. These words were spoken not by the murderer, but by the victim. No way!
Objection.
Eustace, my boy, would you mind stepping aside for a second? Look, Miles, it's nice to see you having fun with the little flights of fancy. But let's get serious. So the murder weapon had a burn mark now? Really? Where? Your little theory would either take flight or die depending on your answer here, I'm afraid. He's not messing around. I have to figure out where that burn mark was, and fast. I wonder where it could have been. All the auction people were wearing disguises, right? Yes, and each disguise was different. Yet, in spite of that, the burn mark was visible to the victim somehow. Which means... Well, shall we? Enlighten us, why don't you? Where was the murder's burn mark? I assume you have some evidence? Can we see the green mask? No, this is all that's here for the ringleader's appearance, if that's what you mean. That said, I think you're on the right track, Bakiri. In the interest of time, because I am tired, and we're all a little tired here. This does very much spell it out. I'm sorry, chat. I might have to feed answers because I kind of want to end this case and go to bed. Is that okay? I'm sorry, guys. Especially...
Take that!
Here is my evidence. The outfit the ringleader was wearing throughout the auction. Or rather, the outfit you were wearing, Chairman Winner. Oh, and what exactly is that supposed to tell us, A suit, white gloves, and a mask. This disguise should have covered almost all of your skin. But according to Nurse Needler's testimony, the auctioneer's mask didn't quite cover your entire face. And not only that, she claims to have seen a tattoo on the part that was exposed. But was it a tattoo, or did she simply mistake a burn mark for one? A burn mark? On the face?
Objection!
Sorry to interrupt while you're so clearly enjoying yourself, dear boy. I regret to inform you that none of the committee members had such a burn. Myself included, of course. But Dad, I mean... Eustace, do you think you could be quiet, please? You could be foolish on your own time later. Well, you may have been an annoyance most of the time, Mr. Winner, but on this particular occasion, I'm grateful for your presence. A reaction like that from you, his son, is as good an indicator of the truth as I could have hoped for. And it gives me the much-needed confidence boost concerning another theory of mine. Namely, who that one unexplained item belongs to. What's the matter with Mr. Winner? I think he might be in shock. After all, he's usually the last to figure things out. But in this case, he seems to have gotten there all too quickly. He knows that his father is indeed the real murderer. He's sad because he knows the truth? So it's better not to know the truth at all? Okay, it's what we came here for. It doesn't matter how we get there. The important thing is finding the truth. You yourself told me that once, right when I needed to hear it most. And now it's time for me to repay the favor, and show you the truth of your innocence. I want to know too, the truth of what really happened. So please, Mr. Edgeworth, won't you show me? I very much intend to. Oh, you don't know when to give up, do you? Where is this burn then? Perhaps you could point it out to me? But you can't, can you? There's nowhere to be found. That's like your evidence that I'm the killer. Yeah, how for contradictions how you like, you won't find any. Because he's my dad, a winner through and through. I understand, Mr. Winner. I completely understand why you don't want to believe it's true. But if you ignore the truth now, you'll regret it for as long as you live. Dad, what do I do? I just don't understand it. How could I have raised such an utter buffoon? If you really wish to help your father, Eustace, you could try thinking on your own for once in your life, you useless nitwit! But I try all the time, Dad. All I do is try. I went to the school you wanted to go to me. I aced every test. Look at my jacket. They only give these to the valedictorian. I did everything you told me to. I worked like crazy and graduated top of my class. I tried to be just like you and win as many trophies as I could.
Objection!
You really are just a simpling simpleton, aren't you? Those tests you aced, I had the school give you perfect scores on all of them. Those debate and speech competitions you won, the judges were all friends of mine. You never even realized that much. There's no hope for you, I'm afraid. None at all. You're no son of mine. Even you must see that. Oh, gone, my own son. They all leave in the end. Oh, I mean, boo. Even when he's trying, he was failing. He did it all for me. Then he should have tried harder. You're a disgrace. You don't deserve to be a father, and you certainly don't deserve to be a chairman of this committee. Even I feel sorry for the boy now. Poor Mr. Winner. Explain yourself, Chairman Winner. Just what do you think your son is to treat him in such a way? That utterly useless pawn sounds about right. Not sure what to talk, Verity. You tried to worm your way into my trust, by using Eustace too. I cannot deny it. However, I have never thought of him as a mere pawn. He may not be a naturally gifted prosecutor, but he tries. In some way, he tries harder than anyone. That's what I have witnessed during my time with him. Yet you call him useless. How could you?
Objection.
Oh, because he is Verity, my girl. He is utterly incapable of doing anything I ask of him. Mr. Edgeworth, I entrust my offering to the goddess to you, so that you may use it to call her final judgment upon Excelsius Winner. Thank you, Your Honor. I've been more than ready to do so. If the ringleader had a visible burn mark on their face that night, then it would follow that Chairman Winner is currently hiding that mark somehow. How exactly was he dressed during the auction? That will be the key to solving this case at last. Now then, your answer, please. What piece of evidence will help us reveal the burn mark on the culprit's face? Roku wants to present Nurse Needler's statement. I think we're all in agreement on this one.
Take that!
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have finished this case today, but whatever. Recall Nurse Needler's testimony, if you will. There's one thing we never quite resolved. The second wig. The one that wasn't used. I seem to remember it being wavy? What are you two talking about? Nurse Needler's apparently found some very interesting items when she went to swap with the victim. And what do they have to do with the bun mark? What she found were two wigs. One was intended to make her look more like the victim. But what was the other one for? I don't suppose it was meant to be a spare. Does it take a huge leap of imagination to see the truth? Compare Chairman Winner's current appearance to that of the ringleader, as it was described to us. Stop it! Stop staring at me! One very prominent difference presents itself. His face, or rather, what's around it. You mean... it wasn't a wig after all? Indeed. Not a wig intended to go on top of the head, in any case. It was a fake beard all along, wasn't it, Excelsius Winner? This? Why, this is all my own, dear boy. How very unkind of you to suggest otherwise. We saw how your son reacted when he realized the truth. You say that, but so far we've been in this case shorter than we have been in case 3. This case is shorter than case 3. Case 3 took us longer. It just doesn't feel like it because we did half of it yesterday and half of it today. And now he desperately tried to cover for you, even in light of this realization. Yet you still feared that he might expose you. So rather than take that risk, you bullied him until he couldn't take it anymore. Because he knew that your beard hides a prominent burn mark. Chairman Winner, I insist that you remove your beard this instant. There it is. The burn mark. Mr. Edgeworth, for bringing evil to justice before the eyes of the goddess. You have my thanks. No, thank you. I couldn't have done it without you. Excelsius Winner, in the name of the goddess, I hereby pronounce my verdict. In the matter of the murder of Miss Rosie Ringer, this court finds you guilty.
Mr. Edgeworth, I can't thank you enough. You never gave up on me, even when I gave up on myself. That was very kind of you.
There's no need to thank me. As a prosecutor, no, as a friend, it was the least that I could do.
Mr. Edgeworth, rejoice. I've learned that Chairman Winter has been safely delivered to the detention center. The search for missing auction hammer continues, however. We are talking about Chairman Winter here, so it's highly likely that it has already been destroyed. In addition, there's one other matter that I must inform you of. The chairman made a rather strange statement. According to him, the letters were not part of his plan.
What? How could that be?
He claims that he and Miss Needler found this letter upon Miss Ringer's person, and that they then found a second letter on Kay's unconscious body. From their contents, the letters seem to be ones of correspondence. So he leapt to the conclusion that they must have been working with each other. That's quite the conclusion to jump to. As he read the letters, that's when he came up with the idea to frame Miss Faraday for Miss Ringer's murder. So he decided to place the victim in a very conspicuous place, namely, in her left chest pocket. Sounds to me like he was just trying to make excuses for himself. Yes, I certainly thought the same. Perhaps it was some sort of last-ditch ploy on his part. But it matters not. He will answer to the goddess now. And under her scrutiny, such strategies cannot hope to succeed. He will not escape justice. And with that, one of the duties which I have been entrusted with is complete at last. Judge Cavell, before you go, can you tell us what you know about how Chairman Winder came to murder Miss Ringer? There's more there, isn't there? Yes, and I suppose you have earned the right to the whole truth. Miss Ringer once had a lover, a press photographer. He was investigating the underground auctions as a freelance journalist. But before he could uncover the truth behind the auctions, he was disappeared. All Miss Ringer was left was with memories and personal effects of her lover. And so, seeking revenge on Chairman Winter, she made her appearance at the auction. Unfortunately for her, her opponent struck first. I see. So that's the story behind this case. While the goddess does not condone acts of wanton vengeance, Miss Ringer's actions have exposed Chairman Winter's crimes at last. So that was your real goal. You were tasked with exposing Excelsius Winter and the corruption at the heart of the committee. Does anyone know what happened to Miss Winter? Mr. Winter? I'm afraid I haven't been able to get in touch with him. Do you have any idea why? Probably because I wasn't there for him just now when he needed me most. Oh, I really feel bad for him. Well, don't pity him too much. At least he knows the truth now. No matter how hard it might be, he'll need to learn to accept it. If he can't, he'll never be able to move on with his life. Trust me. The father's influence isn't easily erased, but in time, he can hopefully try and change his ways. You're right. You've got to be. Can I change too, I wonder? Can I move on with my life? Are you okay, Kay? How's that head feeling? I'm fine. Thank you. I'm so sorry, Kay. You were my patient. I had a responsibility to you, and instead I let them accuse you of— Ouch! Dang right, we ain't just in the business of fixing bodies, Missy. The mind's where it all begins. You're right, Grandma. Speaking of which, how's your memory? It's like a little more time. Maybe I'll be able to remember some more? Please forgive me, but I had better be on my way. I am to preside over the trial of Fifi Lagarde in a bit. The Bronco Knight case, huh? Who's the defense attorney? It was supposed to be Miss Ringer, but she is no longer with us. We are still in the process of finding her replacement. Miss Ringer was scheduled to represent Warden Lagarde?
And of course, until we find Eustace, there is nobody to act for the prosecution either. In any case, I must take my leave. Wait, please, what about Mr. Edgeworth's badge? What's going to happen to it now? With its chairman under arrest, the committee's activities have been suspended for the time being. So to answer your question, it's complicated. It's all up to the goddess now. But... Don't worry about it, Kay. It's a consequence of my own making. And I assume you don't mean to change your mind? Of course not. I chose the path of the truth, and I chose it willingly. With Chairman Winner out of the picture, justice is in the hands of the righteous once more. If you did wish to follow the path of the prosecutor again, Mr. Edgeworth, I would be more than happy to facilitate such a decision. It's very kind of you to offer, but I can't accept your help at this time. I can't ask for my badge back when I'm not even sure if I want it anymore. I see. It seems we are destined to continue on different paths then. Well, I trust you'll keep my badge safe until they converge again. With all I have. In the meantime, I have here a token of the goddess's mercy. You may return this notebook to its rightful owner. Kay's promise notebook. It seems it was due to be sold in the auction. And with the name Kay written on its cover, Chairman Winner made the connection immediately, and knew who it belonged to. It was the same name as the one in the letters, after all. The letters he claimed to know nothing about. I suppose he insisted he didn't prepare them? Yes, he also had something else to say. Apparently, he thought that Miss Faraday was after her notebook, and that Miss Ringer was after his life. And that their respective goals are what led them to cooperate and infiltrate the auction together. Unfortunately for him, he misread the situation completely. It was all just happenstance. If Kay had been known a defense attorney who was also a member of the committee, there's no way she wouldn't have told me. That just isn't like her. Your belief in her is touching. While the notebook did become part of the Chairman's Winner cover-up scheme, it is also the treasured possession of Miss Faraday's. Which is why I would like her to have it back, as I am sure with the goddess. Thank you. I pray that it helps her recover her lost memories. Is everything alright? Judge Gavelle wanted me to return something important to you. Isn't that... Always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Never cry in front of strangers. Daddy, I wrote them all down, Daddy! Yeah, I'm gonna keep my promises and be a real hero when I grow up, just like you. Oh, wait! I forgot to write one down, the most important promise of all. Promise number 5. Always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. I remembered it just like you said it, and now I'll never forget it. Always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. That's right. I have to try. I'm Kay Faraday, the greatest thief who will do anything to get her hands on the truth. Second Yatagotsu and assistant to Mr. Edgeworth. Kay, is that really you? Can't say I'm not a little bit embarrassed, but yeah, I'm back, and I couldn't have done it without you, Mr. Edgeworth. You never stopped helping me, even when I was totally lost and couldn't remember anything. Thank goodness, you certainly seem to be back. Kay, so this is the real you, huh? Welcome back. It's nice to know you're better. I can sleep easy now. Factor K reboot. Now that you found it, don't you dare go losing that memory of yours again, young lady. You hear? Miss Needler, Dr. Hertz, thanks a lot for looking after me. When you really are better, how about you get out of them dang hospital duds? Oh yeah, I washed your clothes for you. Here. I thought they were with Detective Gumshoe. He handed them over to us after they came back from the forensics. And did he happen to mention if forensics found anything of note? I didn't ask. Anyway, never mind that now. Put them on, Kay. I want to see. Wait, what about her bandages? Surely it's too soon to remove them. Oh, it's probably fine. She may have taken a big old bump to the head, but she wasn't really hurt or otherwise. But then, why all the bandages in the first place? Prevention is better than cure. A stitch in time saves 9. Those are just a few of my mottos. Both of which sound like painful, annoying practices for your patients. Okay, Kay, transformation time. Yeah, now this is what I'm talking about. It's like a stolen glove. That smile suits you better, too. As it always did. Thanks to you, too, Miss Von Karma. I'm so glad you showed up when you did. I simply came when Scruffy asked me to. I'm sure he'd be very happy to see that you're back to your old self, too. Vicky Gagami, where is he? Who knows? Perhaps the well of his devotion ran dry when a certain someone threw away his badge. Detective Gumshoe. Anyway, I have to be going. I'll be taking those two with me. Wait, what's going to happen to them? Acting as an accomplice in a murder and for forging an autopsy report 18 years ago, their crimes cannot be allowed to go unpunished. But the fact that Excelsius Winter coerced them into cooperating will, of course, be taken into account. Don't you worry about us, Kay. As long as Grandma and me together, we'll be alright. Take care, Kay Faraday. Until we meet again. So, Kay, I know you only just got your memory back, but I need to ask you some questions. Sure, ask away. What happened the day you lost your memory? What were you doing? Let's see, somebody asked me to meet them at Gourd Lake. But I didn't know who it was. So there I was, just looking up the moon when somebody in a red raincoat started walking towards me. They must have drugged me somehow, because that's when I fell unconscious. What? I'm not sure I follow. Kay was at Gourd Lake, looking up at the moon? Anyway, when I came to, I was on the roof of this building. I was in a daze and stumbling around up there when I saw the person in the red raincoat again, but they were lying on the ground. I was so surprised I stumbled backwards. Then I was falling and everything went dark. When I came to the second time, I couldn't remember anything. The person in the red raincoat. Who in the world were they? I'm sure they were walking in midair. Thinking about it is making my head hurt. Just breathe, Kay. You only just got your memory back. You're still confused. I imagine the root cause of your confusion is... Well, chat, we're not done yet. We're not done yet. 2? Yeah, it's 2. I imagine things are all mixed up in your mind because you were at Gourd Lake 1 minute and then at top of Big Building the next. And because you saw the moon in both locations, your mind bended your memories of the two together. Huh? But those are two totally different places! I know I was pretty out of it, but I don't think I could have gotten them confused that easily. I believe these things on the roof may have made you more likely to become confused. What am I choosing here, chat? The tree.
Take that!
By the way, the cotton candy would have also worked. There are 2 key similarities between the scene down by Gourd Lake and here on top of Big Building. Cherry blossoms and food stands. Wait, you're right! Those similarities are what caused your memories of both places to overlap. The person in the red raincoat wasn't walking in midair. They were walking towards you from across the park. But in your blurry memories, that same sight played out over the viewing platform instead. No way! Who steals a great thief's memories, huh? That's just cheating! Even still, this doesn't answer the question of who attacked Kay in the park. Was it the person in the red raincoat she saw? Do you hear that? It sounds like it's coming from up in the storeroom. Come on, let's go take a look. Well, Howie! I smell another scoop in the oven. You're still here! It's coming from this little gadget here, Mr. Edgeworth. This transceiver. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. It's still going! But I'm no good with technology. Come on, you have to pick it up. Fine, I'll do it. Hey, this is Edgeworth. Kay, if you could refrain from answering strange calls for me. Mr. Edgeworth, I presume. I know that voice. Shelley Day Killer. Congratulations on another case solved. Yet, I can truly say it's been... I can't truly say it's been fully resolved. Can you? I'm sure you've noticed by now that there was a mastermind at work orchestrating the entire incident. How do you even know about this case? That's not what's important right now. Let's focus on this certain individual for the time being, shall we? I have indeed been wondering myself if somebody else could have been involved. If not, how will we explain the piece of evidence that proved so damning to Kay's case? No way, an evil mastermind? But who? Who indeed? Perhaps you could share your thoughts. What is the evidence in question that points to somebody else's involvement? Well, chat, have you been paying attention? In the interest of time, I'll tell you, but obviously I want to give chat a chance first. And you have nothing, you fuck? Then you weren't paying attention. There's something very unfortunate. Sazore is saying the letters. Look at advance. Anyway, in the interest of time, it's the letters. Excelsius claims he has nothing to do with them. Kay definitely didn't write this. So who did?
Take that!
The letter that Kay supposedly wrote to the victim. Yeah, I don't remember ever writing that. So who did? Who would prepare such a thing? I know I'm not the only one who would like to know. And how do we know it wasn't you? Now, why would I do something like that, I believe the truth can only fully come to light in a court of law. But since you've had your badge revoked, that is no longer an option. So how will it all end? I, for one, will be watching from the sidelines with interest. He even knows about my badge? Oh, and one last thing. I do hope you won't betray my trust in you. Now, I bid you farewell. What the heck does he mean by this case hasn't been fully resolved? And why is he so interested in us anyway? Ugh, everything's just one giant ball of mysteries. It seems we've only scratched the surface of this case. But even without my badge, I'm going to carry on doing what I can. However this ends, one thing's for certain. Come what may, I will expose the truth. The end. We're gonna start case 5 tomorrow. Actually, I'm trying to think if it's reasonably possible for me to clear case 5 in 3 streams. And I think there is. We might take a break tomorrow. Because goddamn, I need a break. So I think Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday should be enough time to finish up the final case. It should take about 10 hours. So 2 5-hour streams would probably be. It's about a 10-hour long case from what I remember.
It's definitely the longest case in the game. That's not a surprise. Every case 5 in Ace Attorney is the longest case in the game. It's about the same length as case 3, but slightly longer. No, MRL, that would never fucking happen. Why do you even care? Jesus Christ, you're an idiot. I will literally never fall asleep without ending the stream first. That's so idiotic. Yeah, it is. It honestly is. It's like really weird, bro. Anyway, stream done. Thank you so much. I shouldn't have gone that long, but I wanted to do it. I wanted to keep playing. And so we kept playing. Unfortunately, nobody I know is live, so no raids. I will see you all. It's probably going to be Tuesday. I need a break from streaming. So, because I'm going to, especially since next week, I'm planning to do Metaphor-a-thon, which means we're going to be doing 8 to 10 hour streams a day until we beat it. So, I'm going to need a break. So, tomorrow there's going to be no stream. Got it, chat? Okay. I'll see you all on Tuesday for the beginning of the finale. Take care, everyone. And yes, by the way, if you're curious as to what the final case is about, they gave you a little spoiler there. There seems to have been someone else behind this incident. Who is it? And maybe they were behind more than we think. Shall we consider that? Sorry, Oreo. I seriously need a break. All right, everybody. I'll see you all on Tuesday, most likely. Have a good one. Bye.